Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 118th Taranaki Men's Open Fours. We're playing here at the West End Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined here by Kevin Hickland in the commentary. And Kevin, can you tell us who are we watching today?
Hey, good morning, Alex. And yeah, here at the 118th Taranaki Open Fours, well, it's a semi-final time, and the game that we'll be covering is the game of Ray Wilson, Ron Hutchinson, and Keith Slight, and the great Peter Belliss up against the young up-and-coming stars of the Paritutu Club in Taranaki, Daryl Reid, Kaylin, Huwyler, Aidan, Zittersteijn, and Hamish, Kape. The first end is just underway. And the other semi-final, of course, played alongside it, is we've seen Brendon Walton of Paritutu up against Craig DeFaria of West End. Also running at the same time is the semi-final of the men's pairs, where Bernie O'Sullivan of Inglewood is up against Matthew Higginson of Orewa, and Colin Gorworth of the Coromandel up against Cameron Hora of West End. But our focus right through this 25-end semi-final, Alex, will be on the game between Blackjack, the great Blackjack, Peter Belliss, of course, with Keith Slight, Belliss Blackjack number 2, Slight Blackjack number 72, up against a very impressive Daryl Reid, Kaylin Huwyler, Aidan Zittersteijn, and Hamish Kape. Now you will see the Paritutu Bowls have got their club stickers on, so it will be easy to distinguish those. And alongside me, I've got Tamara, Brian, and Kyle, and we'll be bringing you live bowl-by-bowl coverage right throughout the whole day here on finals day at the Taranaki Open Fours. I can tell you, Alex, the weather here is absolutely perfect. There's not a breath of wind. Green running at around about 17 seconds. Gary Lilly, the greenkeeper and long-time Taranaki player, he updated me on that after he did the press of the greens this morning. And in this very picturesque environment up here at West End, because we're right amongst the parks here of Western Park, the great Sanders Park, the home of Tukopa Rugby, and of course Yarrow Stadium. So West End is nestled right in amongst the beautiful parks of Taranaki, looking out over the sea. So you know what it's like, Alex. Absolutely splendid conditions, as you can see.
Absolutely. Good stuff in this first end here. We can see all the players essentially have found their green already, which is a good sign because we've got 24 more ends to go, of course, Kev.
A long way to go yet. And a big thank you, of course, to our lollipop lady who was out there, Susan Cotton from a local, and our umpire for the day who was out there, Grant McCauley, former New Zealander rowing man, represented New Zealand many times in the rowing environment. And here's our marker, our umpire for the day, as the skips change over on
a number here, isn't it?
Of 25. What's that? Sorry, Alex.
I think it was a reasonable number for the Paritutu team.
Just see I didn't see the end because I was busy talking. And there it is. It is. There it is. It's a 4 to open up for the Paritutu side.
I'll be happy with that start. Aidan Zittersteijn put 2 bowls in close, and I think one of the other fours added sort of 1-ish each.
Of course, Aidan Zittersteijn, as we know, a Commonwealth 23-year-old from the Paritutu Club, the Greens assistant, won 4 Taranaki titles, but of course will always be remembered for that bronze medal that he won at the Commonwealth Games, representing the Cook Islands at Broadbeach, at the Commonwealth Games there. And of course went this year as well to the UK, and talking to him this morning, he's certainly hoping to be part of the Cook Islands side for the current internationals and of course the World Bowls later on in the year. But a good opening bowl from Daryl Reid, the 28-year-old, of course formerly played out of North Harbour, moved back home to Taranaki, was in the Navy in fact when playing for North Harbour, now back in Taranaki. He's played for the North Island, he's won 3 Taranaki titles, and of course is a member of the Taranaki side. The Peter Belliss side, Ray Wilson looks as though he's going to come up under the line. It's interesting, isn't it, Alex? We've done 2 events in 2 weeks, Burnside and here, and isn't it such a pleasure to see greens that are going to reward you for taking your green, getting back to the centre line, that the green surface runs right down to the ditch board. So it's just fantastic. And remembering, of course, 180 the team started off here, and the compliments right throughout since I've been down here in Taranaki have all been so complimentary about the greens that have been presented for them for this 118th Taranaki Open Fours.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the things about the Taranaki Fours, certainly, is that the clubs sort of build up towards it, and it's very rare that you get a green that isn't good. So it's
No,
always nice to come away to and play on those things.
I certainly haven't heard any adverse commentary at all relative to the Greens. Everyone's happy with them. Look, we're going to have a bumper crowd here today. You know, here we've got the great Peter Belliss playing, one of the young, up and coming young stars, Hamish Kape, one of the local boys, the farmer from the 26-year-old winner of 6 Taranaki titles from out on the coast, and milks the cows, gets the bowl, sort of thing. And there'll be a big support. I can tell you they will come driving from the coast this morning, and they'll be there supporting the very young but up and coming and promising Paritutu side. Although, of course, Kaylin Huwyler also plays his bowls out of Whanganui, but is living here now in Taranaki, working here in Taranaki, and a member of the Paritutu side. And I know that he's just won a couple of events in Whanganui, but I think his allegiance going forward will be to Taranaki, for that young 28-year-old.
It is fascinating, really, this matchup between Peter Belliss and his team, and as you call them, the young guns. I think Peter would have won a few, 3 or 4 national titles before any of the other 4 were born, Kev. So
Correct.
there's it sort of demonstrates what we can do in this sport. You know, anyone can play anybody, and you can have long and rewarding careers.
Well, he was more than likely a world champion before they were born.
He would have been, actually, yeah.
So and that, you're right, Alex. This is one of the great things, of course, about the sport, isn't it? And look, I've got these young fellas. I've got to give a big thank you to a former New Zealand player, the retired Johnny Murta, who of course represented New Zealand for a long time as New Zealand coach, selector, etc. But now not playing bowls and retired. And he's put his time and effort back into helping out with so many of these young up-and-coming players. And I think his efforts are being rewarded with some of the young quality that we're now seeing out of Taranaki, which we didn't see for a number of years. As we see Keith Slight now, very, very proficient draw player, of course, played with Peter Belliss for so many years at the national level, won New Zealand Peers title together, so a very, very good combination. In fact, I can tell you that the final of the club singles last weekend at Aramaho, Keith Slight defeated Peter Belliss in the final. So here they are together.
Aidan there. Interesting, both the threes are left-handers.
It is.
Aidan and Keith. But both of them will have known they were under the line the moment they let go of that bowl. So Keith here will be looking to make that correction. Like you said, Kev, the Greens give them the bowls a chance to turn back in. Let that one go with a little bit of a bounce, but looking like it's on a better line.
It's certainly out on a wider line as it comes 3/4 of the way down towards the jack. You'll see the jack sitting right on the 2-metre mark, and you were so right, Alex. He's going to sit on the outside of the bowl and definitely be second shot. Gets applause from Peter Belliss, and these 25-end matches, of course, it can take a couple of ends to settle in, and we saw yesterday in the other number of the matches here how I was always sort of learnt or taught with the 25-end match, that you play it in 3 sections. That's really 1 to 11, 11 to 18, and then 18 to 25 on the run home, and you can certainly see the scoreboards change. And the game style change depending on how the scoreboards, of course, are looking, as we see the very capable Hamish Kape, who I'm sure at the young Maori boy, I'm sure at that up-and-coming international event we're going to have in Auckland, Alex, has every opportunity. I think we'll see the likes of Hamish Kape, and more than likely a strong contender for the Maori side.
Absolutely. Peter Belliss now on his back end. He's just riding that one. I'm not sure if he's quite got the... Well, the weight was possibly okay there.
He's
Yeah,
still
the weight was
coming. It
lovely.
won't get
Look
all
at
the way
that.
down. There's 2 slides on the way through. The first bowl of Hamish Kape was very short on that backhand side of the ring. But on this green, there's plenty of, you can draw around that front bowl quite confidently and get back to the centre line. And this will give us a good indication from here. Definitely out wider is the Paritutu skip. How far is it coming back? Will it come back enough? Guiding across, but won't do. More than likely had a metre of extra weight as well, but it did get back to the centre line. You can see there right down towards the ditch board.
Yeah, and so for Peter, he's just around the short stuff. If his bowl clears the front, he'll be happy. So he's given it half a chance here. It's now down to the weight. How far are you going to run on, Peter?
He's close here, Alex. Inside, gets a set on the front bowl. Will do so
class.
And make shot of it. All class. The great Belliss gets just that perfect draw weight. Got a touch on the inside of the bowl, making one of it. Been down on the head again, and we all know, for those who have watched Peter Belliss over the years, many, many years, representing New Zealand and a number of other events, that he's certainly, he's just one of he is the great, isn't he, as far as those going around. Of course, New Zealand's selector as well, Alex. And it's fair to say I've had a little chat with Peter about the recently announced New Zealand side, and obviously has been one of the selectors, very positive about the new look New Zealand men's side.
It'll be a good multi-nations event coming up with some people getting their first sort of go at that level. And Peter, as you say, one of the New Zealand selectors would have assisted with the picking of that team. And I suppose what more could you want if we look at our high-performance group? There's some great bowlers there who've got a lot to offer this next generation coming through.
Well, it's the good thing, Alex, that really, in compliments to the selectors, it's always a shame when people miss out, but, we move into a new phase, and it's good to see some of the domestic performance has been rewarded, although, as we know, Chris DeLeve is an Australian-based player, but he's certainly put the results on the board in Queensland. So, results have been rewarded, haven't they, really? I think that's a fair call. As you see, Ray Wilson now has a better opening from the Aramaho skip, coming back right towards the jack, just slightly, ever so slightly over the head where Peter Belliss will like them. Daryl Reid now on the back end, not a breath of wind here at West End.
And Daryl will just be looking to get another bowl past the head. He's made a good correction here, really. That's 2 good lead bowls from Daryl Reid. You'd imagine that his team will be able to utilise them. We'll see the jack sort of move back a couple of feet, which is why Peter's just said, look, put a bowl here, please. Another lefty, Kev.
Yeah, Ron Hutchinson, the number 2, and I'm sure we'll see a change of hand for Kaylin Huwyler, who no doubt will know these Aramaho players, of course, playing out of the Huwyler family, playing out of Drury Hill. There's a good bowl here from Hutchinson, and went exactly where Peter Belliss wanted, and we'll see, no doubt, Kaylin Huwyler will come to his forehand, come down to try and get the inside, get that sit on the bowl, and there's certainly a good sit there.
It's a good start from the Aramaho team, considering the fact that on the first couple of ends, it'll be fair to say the leading 2 from the Paritutu one have had a better sort of run of it. And that's the thing about the end, Peter there, just indicating right at the back.
It's only too well, Alex, of course, that, and doesn't matter if it's a 10-end game, 15 or 25-end game, that the sooner, of course, that your leads can start giving you bowls around the head, it just sort of just makes I'm not going to say make it easier, but just makes it better to play to, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's about applying that consistent pressure as well, particularly in this 25-end game. If there can be a lead in 2 that settle down and you can have 7 or 8 ends in a row, say, where you're outplaying your opposition, you're more likely than not to get comfortably up. And Kaylin, a little bit unlucky there. Beautiful weight, just a bowl wide.
One bowl, really. That was all it was. You're right, that was just one bowl to sit inside there to the counting bowls. So here's Slate now. in these perfect conditions here in New Plymouth as we're playing up towards Mount Taranaki. Changed the green around from yesterday, and so we're playing up towards Mount Taranaki and, of course, down to the wonderful harbour, the seafront down here in front of us here at the West End Bowling Club. West End Bowling Club, of course, where this is, it's always been the finals, it's been between Paritutu and West End. West End, one of the older clubs, formed in 1910 down here as we watch Aidan Zittersteijn just again. It's just going to fall just slightly outside that line, but good weight, good reaching weight, I suppose you could get to get jack movement on. Keith Slight would want to get another bowl. More than likely on the other side of the head, Alex, just to sort of give them some protection on that jack trail.
I agree. And we see this not going horribly, really. Paratuta's going to have to play a good bowl.
It's going to finish just jack high, you'll see. So the movement of the jack on that backhand side needs to be just through that little remaining port there. We're seeing, as the skips change over, a change, and that all came about from that very, very good bowl from Peter Belliss and Zittersteijn, and we're going to see now Aidan just go by, more than likely, perhaps had a yard of bit too much weight there, really.
Yeah, he had the same weight with both his bowls, didn't he? It was just that sort of, both of them were slightly on the outside track. They would have been looking for a connection there, so just sort of two bowls and didn't really make a correction with the second one. So now we see a situation where Peter Belliss can add a bit more pressure to this head, already holding a couple.
Well, I hope all these people out here got the slip. I can see a lady out there putting the old slip, slop, slap on, because by goodness they're going to need it here. I've seen some of we saw it last weekend in Christchurch, Alex, the Australians, the sunburn. I've seen some of the guys here. There's been some real cases of what I would call, not good advertisements, actually. The sun is really belting down here at 9 o'clock in the morning here at the West End Bowling Club, and no doubt will continue right throughout the whole day, as Belliss now will be happy to get past the head, get down, sit in amongst this nest of bowls.
Right, it's important bowl here for Hamish on his forehand. He'll want to connect sort of early on in the game, when you're down, you want to be able to convert, just to give you that confidence going forward.
Well, he's certainly got a different line to what Aidan Zittersteijn had, and it's going to be under the line. He might get some sort of fortuitous slide here, rolls the bowl over. Not going to really make any difference. That was one of the Paritutu bowls that I think it was that got rolled over. So now Keith Slight saying to Peter Belliss, you can now draw to the head on that backhand side. Come past the front bowls by it's a metre, and you'll get into that counting position.
Willing this bowl down into the head now. Willing it to turn back. It's not far away here. Peter Belliss, he's got two claps from Keith in there for three. And do we see the big guns come out, or is Hamish going to stay on the overdraw?
Well, possibly looking at 4 down here. I didn't see the lollipops go up. Did the lollipops go up as 3, did they, Alex? I didn't see them, sorry. But
yeah, I think it's 3.
You don't want to start by picking up a 4, then, giving the opportunity to drop a bundle back. But we've seen 2 very, very big bowls from Peter Belliss already in this match. So here is Hamish Kape.
Just trying to reach around on the forehand with that perfect weight. He could go inside out for one.
Again. He'll need
he could get a lucky result here. 1, 2, 3.
There it is. That's exactly what you spoke about. Keith Slight gives that shrug, the hand look, and but I suppose one could say, Alex, that although tight to the head, he had the weight to be reaching up through the, and as we well know, anything can happen, can't it?
Yeah, he had perfect weight, and he probably will have just sort of usually acknowledge those bowls to your opposition. You're obviously always going to take the point, but usually you just sort of put your hand up and go, sorry. It's not quite what I had in mind.
No. But look, a 25-in game, Alex, as we say, things can... I'm not saying the score doesn't mean anything at this stage of the game. Of course it does, but you've got plenty of ends to catch up.
Absolutely, and it's going to go both ways too. Ordinarily, just how it works, laws of probability, whatever you want to call them. If you play 25 ends of bowls, both teams are going to get a couple of good results. Particularly players like these who are always in the area anyway. You're
Never
always sort
far
of
away.
there or thereabouts.
Now,
Daryl
Alex, it's a
Reid,
very
it's a good
good
bowl.
thing for you here at West End, because this is the home as well of the Maryland's Country Music Club.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, there you go.
One of your loves, Alex, all right?
Right, yeah, we'll see. Brendon Walton, who's skipping, just saw him there on the left and walked past. Isn't afraid of getting out a ukulele and a bit of a sing-song. I'm sure he's...
yeah, I've seen the ukulele out, and we saw Brendon, in fact, last night along with his friends up at the lights at Pukekura Park, where Tamara and I ventured to last evening with my partner Marlene. We had a very good exercise, had a full walk around the park with the lights. And well, later on this morning, I'll have with me Sam Bennett, who is one of the New Plymouth District Councillors, of course, and they're responsible for along with the very generous support of the Taranaki Savings Bank, of providing the wonderful Christmas coloured light exhibition at Brooklands and Pukekura Park, and he'll be in with me this morning at some stage. And also, of course, at some stage today, I will have the voice of Taranaki sport, Phil Quinney. He'll be joining us at some stage today, later on this afternoon as well.
Kaylin on his back end, so Daryl with a poor end by his standards at lead.
I'm sure you would agree, Alex, playing against somebody like Peter Belliss is that you know very well that if a player of Bellis's ability gets that real grip of that confidence in the green, then you know what he's capable of doing, regardless of what the head may look like.
Absolutely. He's just got absolute confidence, and there's a bowl out there in the wilderness from his two.
Certainly is. That's gone way wide out there. That was the bowl from Ron Hutchinson, number 2 from the Aramaho player.
And the score, of course, 5-1, isn't it, Kev?
Yes,
on
it is.
The fourth end.
5-1 to Paritutu. We'll just get that changed on the monitor.
Oh, just passing through there. Look for this correction.
We looked under the line on the out of the hand, and that was from Ron Hutchinson, and it's just imperative here for the Paritutu side, with the door's been sort of like left open a wee bit, Alex, that they actually get a couple of bowls put in, because at the moment they're fairly scattered, aren't they, really, if you look at the head?
Yeah, and more so than what, the first couple of ends are quite tight ends, so it's interesting that it's just sort of fading a little bit. The green wouldn't have changed yet, although I suppose...
There's the Aidan Zittersteijn under the head, and that's that, as you and I spoke about last week at Burnside as well, Alex, it's that sort of searching under the head weight, which on greens like this is fatal. Of course, in the pairs, I can give you a quick update on the semi-finals after 4 ends. It is the youngster Cameron Horo leading Colin Gore with 5-1 after 4 ends, and Matthew Higginson of Orewa leading Bernie O'Sullivan of Inglewood by 7-3 after 4 ends in their semi-final, which has also been played out in front of us here, as we see Zittersteijn, the Cook Island representative, now definitely one down on the head. This is a better track. It's got a better line. Here. Needs to get under the bowl. It's a metre over, but sat on one of the back bowls. So players just taking just a wee bit of time to, what I would say, become accustomed to getting that weight.
So we see Keith Slight on his backhand side. Already holding at least one, this team. He's just looking to thread the needle. Now you're willing it to stop. Not to be, but good line. So they're going to cross over. Aramaho holding one shot. which is to 3 o'clock on the jack.
Susan Cottam out. Lollipop lady. Can't see her, Alex. She disappeared.
Should be somewhere. So we see there's already some people out watching, which is good, Kev. That's a wonderful, what would you call that? It's not a grandstand, but a seating place that we're seeing, isn't it?
Well, it creates a wee bit of an amphitheatre environment, really, Alex, because it goes right up above here and green down below, and it's just a wonderful natural surround here that they've got here at West End, and used the landscape very effectively here. Kape's going to be on the wide side here, trying to draw down to those front bowls. Comes all the way round now. This would definitely be second shot. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a good bowl. That's a bowl you're pleased with as a player. It shows quite a bit of touch. It's easy enough to correct from. PB now.
You did see, though, Alex, with that bowl there of Hamish Kape, how far that came back towards the centre line. And once it got around that front bowl, it certainly, had a generous draw, which is fantastic to see, isn't it? Belliss.
On the forehand.
He'll have a different line. I would think he'd be content if he came under down on a draw line there. As he got the weight there, it's the line. It's certainly the counting line for Belliss there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It didn't have the weight. He
got that green, absolutely perfect. That's what Aidan Zitterstein's looking at. Just lining up to see how much of the green bowl at 3 o'clock you can see. He's saying, look, it'll turn enough.
And, of course, he can possibly get that front bowl, which is the bowl of Kaylin Huwyler that is sitting at the front there. Lower the jack. If we get onto that and move that into the head. On the backhand, though, is the dairy farm man from out the coast.
Just been asked to sit the bowl out. On the backhand side, how much is it going to give is the question. He's not far away here. Could cannon his bowl through, like you said, Kev, if he gets it square.
Going to get the wrong side of it. But he definitely played with weight to get a result to that bowl down towards the head.
Good options.
Clear draw, though, on the back end for Peter Belliss now. He can just draw to that shot bowl, holding one shot, trading 5-1 as we play the 4th of 25. And, of course, there's no time limits or anything like that in this semi-final or at any stage. And this bowl from Belliss going to get all the way down.
Great bowl if it sits against the bias.
Sitting up.
Well, it's definitely one. We'll see if it's a couple.
It is two. I'm sure I heard that on the mic then.
Yeah, good stuff there. Bonus bowls, Kev.
Well, that's what you'll see with the likes of Peter Belliss. He certainly, we can't say enough about what Peter Belliss has achieved on the greens. And, of course, in the days gone by, in my era, so to speak, Alex, a very more than proficient Wanganui rugby representative. Locker number 8.
Yeah, no, one of the all-time greats for sure. A strong argument for him to be the greatest. Well, that's always, when you talk about different eras, it's a hard conversation to have. Well, so we'll just go one of the all-time greats that we have had, and lucky to still have him playing bowls. And look at this high level. He's in the semi-final of the Taranaki Fours, and it's one of the very few events I don't believe he's won, Kevin, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely correct. Yes, it's correct. It hasn't quite. No. And it's interesting over the years, the great Phil Scoglin attended this event, for many years as well, and was never able to just get that last match. But good opening bowl though for Ray Wilson, and it's put Daryl Reid really on a bit of a struggle line to the jack. He's sort of been a wee bit overs and unders really in this early stage, Alex, isn't he?
Yeah, he started off well on the first two ends, just faded a little bit. He's been sticking to that backhand side as we see it, to the right. And just been that little bit outplayed at the moment, but there's plenty of time to come. And, of course, he's a pretty experienced bowler. Daryl. I can't remember if we got COVID or not, but he was certainly selected to play in a North Island team.
He did play in the
still,
North Island team. The very first, the North Island event at Howick, he definitely played. In fact, he played the mixed pairs, in fact, for the North Island. That's, of course, when he was in the Navy. As you see this bowl go past, and two good opening bowls, though, from Ray Wilson. The Aramaho lead, Alex, which just sets the head up nicely, doesn't it? Ron Hutchinson looks to be on the tight line, playing up towards the mountain here, and it will just slip under the head. He was lower the jack all the way, but it's just imperative for the Paritutu boys now, after a bit of a struggling last two wins by Daryl Reid, that the youngster Kaylin Huwyler can start getting bowls on the head. And how far is this coming back? This looks to be on a pretty good line. Is it going to get all the way past the front? Not going to get, leaves it that metre short.
I think that's almost the most frustrating bowl you can play as a bowler, because you've nailed, the line's right when you let it go, and you're not that far short, but you are short enough that it hasn't actually, if anything, you make the head slightly worse.
Well, yeah, he had the perfect line. And, of course, the danger now, Alex, is that you get the bowl out that fraction wider, and you do put more than a metre of weight on, and you sort of sail past. So here he is. What adjustment is the youngster going to make? The Wanganui boy, the 28-year-old. And this bowl's breaking in towards the head, down towards the jack. This is a better bowl. Right to the jack, sits right on the front touch-up.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there. And that's harder than it seemed, I think. It's very easy to overcorrect or undercorrect when you fall short by a few feet with your first one. So a great shot there from Kaylin, and turned this head right around, really.
And yeah, Keith Slight knows straight away that he's in that old scenario you can fall into. Alex is trying to steer the bowl past his own front bowl, his leads bowl, past Rose Wilson's bowl, trying to get down to the jack, but you steer it, and you put in these magnificent macured greens. The long-time greenkeeper here, Gary Lilly, winner of the Taranaki Open, of course, on his own right on a number of occasions, and the Lilly name is synonymous with sport here in Taranaki. Aidan Zittersteijn now, and will sit inside there. Yeah, it's well played from the Paritutu number 3.
See how this team's jumping on a chance, Kev? If we think 3 bowls ago, it was looking like the Aramaho team could easily have got a 3 or a 4, but we saw Kaylin put that one bowl close, and Aidan's just got up for it. That's good stuff from this young team.
Keith Slight changing hands, trying to make the adjustment to get down to that port of those counting bowls outside the line. Here's the chance now for the Paritutu number 3. To add another, and it's on a bit of a wider line to have coming back now. There's another good bowl from Zittersteijn, going to sit on the bowl as it gets it. Well, that's fine actually, because it just reduces the back bowl sit for Belliss, and that's more than likely lane 3, I would say, Alex.
I agree. It's gone well, really. There would have been a moment about 3/4 of the way up, as we saw Aidan's bowl was a little bit on the heavy side. He could have got the wrong snick of the jack, and it could have turned ugly, but it's gone quite well for the Paritutu team here. Keith just having a look to see if that bowl by his left foot at, say, 6 o'clock to the jack beats the back one. So they, 3 down, he says.
He just signalled 3 down. So, yeah, definitely the 3 it was Keith Slight that signalled that 3 down to his skip, Peter Belliss. Belliss now on the backhand, on the mat, that ever so familiar delivery that we have seen for so many years. Of course, winner of dual World Championships at Henderson, when the World Championships are held there. How far is this going to come back? You're going to sit inside the bowl.
Great bowl. That's a good shot.
Well played. And that second shot, can clearly see behind the head that is second shot. And all there is for the Paritutu side really is that draw. Well, if for example, they did get a touch on the jack Alex, there is the other bowl of Aidan Zitterstein that's sitting at 1 o'clock if he elects to follow the Belliss bowl up.
See Hamish just making his way back down, dropping the duster on the ground. That's interesting.
So on the backhand, very smooth delivery from the young Paritutu player.
Steering it down. If he can get Peter's bowl square, it might make a 4.
Well played.
Oh, locked in enough it was.
Sure. And Peter Belliss, you'll see, great sportsmanship. Julie applauds that bowl there of Hamish Kape, just perfect weight. And interesting, Alex, is something that we spoke about last week as well down at Burnside. You watch these young players now, the young, what I would say, I'm not going to say correctly coached, but have taken on board coaching, how their delivery is so consistent. They stay down on the bowl. You don't see them sort of flopping all around the place on the mat and on these very, very good greens like here, and as we saw at Burnside last week, so important. And
absolutely.
You'll be rewarded.
Peter Belliss unable to get down enough with that bowl, so a chance here for a 3 if Hamish can make this bowl count on his backhand side. A good end from the Paritutu team, turned it around from Kaylin Huwyler's second bowl. He's just clapped and looked to the sky. That probably means he's missed.
Well, he's going past on the wide side, and we'll see what. And marker, the lollipop lady, just walking past it. Was a 2 to the Paritutu boys. Takes him out to a 7-3 lead as we complete the 5th end. And what a great opportunity, though, for the 26-year-old Hamish Kape. Here he is in the semi-final of a Taranaki Open Fours, which is a compliment on its own. But to be actually playing against the great Peter Belliss, also a New Zealand selector, it's a pretty good platform for these young up-and-coming players, isn't it, Alex?
You'd think it would certainly be in the back of their minds, wouldn't it? You know, it's not enough that he's a man who's won 3 world titles, 8 or 9 national titles. You have to play him, but he's also, certainly New Zealand selector and has been in the coaching space for a while. So all 4 of the Paritutu team will be having that in the back of their mind, I'm sure.
And there's no question, Alex, as we've just seen with that announcement of that New Zealand side, that we are seeing what I would say the advent of a number of younger players, of course, both in the women's side and the men's side, and getting a number of young players around the countryside who are now sort of, making their name, which is fantastic. But I see here one of the legends of Taranaki just arrived here, Jack Pringle, the patron of the Paritutu Club. The ex-New Zealand postman, been a long-time member of Paritutu, patron of the Paritutu Club, and just arrived here to watch his youngsters, I suppose, because there's two Paritutu teams out here, of course, in these semi-finals as we watch. Daryl Reid gets the jack and slightly unlucky, just got a touch on it and dragged it through the Ray Wilson to the Ray Wilson bowl, but I'm sure that Hamish Kape will be quite happy to see from his lead, who struggled a wee bit, just to get a couple of bowls close to the head.
Absolutely, he'll be pleased with that. He's persisting on that side of the rink, as we see Ray Wilson persisting on the other side of the rink and has been playing very well, setting his team up good. Willing this one on, he's got perfect line, not quite the weight that he would have wanted there.
Well, what he has done, though, Alex, very early on in the head has certainly minimised the opportunities on the other hand, hasn't he, for the Paritutu side, as we see now Kaylin Huwyler on that forehand side. Reach down to the purpley bowls of Ray Wilson, needs to be under. He's close here, the youngster. He's close to the jack, or is he going to get the gap? Unlucky, gets a touch.
Good try.
You'd have heard through the microphones there, Daryl Reid, the Hamish Kape applauding the 28-year-old.
Let me see. Ron Hutchinson, who's either been hot or cold in this game. It's either been magnificent or sort of struggling to stay on the rink. We'll see which one comes out of his hand this time. Left-hander.
He's under the line.
Beautiful speed, really. Just a little bit narrow. Looks like he's using very similar bowls to Peter Belliss.
Well, yes, it does actually. Now you say that, very similar there.
They'll both be arrows.
So Kaylin Huwyler doesn't have to adjust much on that forehand side. Looked wider out of the hand. Didn't look to be on the line to be under the front bowl to get down to that jack line. Will stay on the outside of the head. If it sits inside this bowl here or and around it, well, bit of a nothing bowl really, but who knows where the jack will move to. Well, I don't think Ron Hutchinson liked
He's
that
walked
one.
away from that one.
He walked very quickly away from that one out of the hand, and certainly did. And that's let's just say that bowl's been played is the best description, I think. So the head's starting to look a bit challenging for the Paritutu side, but I think, I agree there with Hamish Kape saying to Huwyler with the second bowl, he can draw down there on that backhand. Well, that's interesting. The indication is that the jack level bowl of the lead is in fact Paritutu holding the shot.
Very smooth delivery there from Aidan Zittersteijn on his forehand. On a reasonable track, he'll be willing not to turn about now would be a bad time for it to turn.
It's a bad time, all right?
That's that. He'll be disappointed. It was perfect weight. And sometimes that happens, doesn't it, at the moment? It's mentioned.
And you could see quite a distance out that that was certainly on line for that contact, which duly happened. So here is Keith Slight now, trying to draw through the port there between the Zittersteijn bowl and the other Paritutu bowl, which was shot. It's going to be under the head. We'll hold up okay and just go just past. So will we see some weight being played here from Aidan Zittersteijn?
Good question. I'm not sure what sort of game Aidan likes to play. You know, you see sometimes a 3 and a 4s team is quite happy to go to a full-blooded drive and very accurate, or it may be that they're...
Yeah, there's the call. So really playing, I would say, with ditch reaching weight on the backhand to get to either the shot bowl or the jack. Here's Zittersteijn. Zittersteijn now on the backhand, looking to get the shot bowl.
Very close.
Jack. He's close. He's very close. He's going to get something. Got the shot bowl out clean. And wow, that was sort of just waltzed out of the head. Really took a long time to move. But one would think, going by what was indicated earlier, that Peter Belliss will confirm to us.
I think it's fair to say Aidan was a little bit... Favour us, he says. Aidan was a bit unlucky there. Kev, he was... I don't understand how the jack didn't move, to be honest.
Well, he was on a dead line to the jack, wasn't he?
Must have been a millimetre. I mean, even if the jack split, it would have been... Just listening to Peter there, sorry.
Heard that from Peter. Here's this replay. Yeah,
watch the jack. He was... I don't understand.
He was right onto the centre of the jack, actually. And I can tell you after 5 ends in the other semi-final, that is the government team Brendon, Walton and Craig DeFaria of the West End Club, the local club here. Walton, of course, the Paritutu club. And after 5 ends, it is Walton who is leading Craig DeFaria by 7 shots to 3. Of course, Craig DeFaria, a former winner of this, as was his father, a former winner of the Taranaki Open Fours.
I suppose we should mention too, Kev, that there's another Zittersteijn playing.
He
is.
It's
interesting because
absolutely. Yes, my apologies.
Yeah, we used to say Aidan was little Zit, but John's quite short as well. Certainly pretty cool to have father and son playing on. We could potentially have father and son playing each other in a final, couldn't we?
Quite possible that could occur. well known in the indoor bowling environment, John. Is that correct, Alex?
Yes, yeah, he's got a gold star in indoor. He skipped and won five national fours titles, John Zittersteijn, and played for New Zealand on a number of occasions. So has been around the indoor circuit and used to play outdoor in Wellington with Eddie Irvine, I think, and might have a gold star down there.
Here's the sit on the shot bowl opportunity. Oh, well played from Hamish Kape.
Good shot.
Just nice controlled weight. We're indicating now that it will be one, the jack level bowl. See what Peter Belliss has to say, but that was very well controlled. That just reaching through, ditch weighted. Belliss side having a conversation there of what options. 7-3. It is the Paritutu side skipped by Hamish Kape, leading Peter Belliss after 5 of these 25 ends. And of course there is a morning tea break. Morning tea, how's that sound? That's morning tea break.
Sounds very good. Now Peter here, what's he going to do? On the backhand, they talked about the shot for a while. Playing reaching weight on the backhand side. Peter Belliss, he's close to a result here, Kev.
Looking for
He
jack.
could get the jack.
Well, he does. Into
Good
the ditch. It'll be alive.
That weight is something that Peter developed a bit later on in his career. If you ever chat to him, isn't it, Kev? He speaks
It certainly is. Yeah, it is. So early on in Peter's career, of course, where we played predominantly on fast screens, he had the big swinging drive. The arm used to go all the way back, and he was a prolific quick driver. And as we moved to the Coachella greens and various other surfaces around the world, Belliss changed his delivery and his shot selection and became one of the best going around of what I would call weight controlled shots. As we see the ball going into the head now, Keith's light indicated it's 2, and that's what it. There is a Paritutu bowl sitting. You'll see there's a line of 3 bowls. Now, is Belliss going to try and play that bowl into the ditch? 1, 2, 3, 4, perhaps 5.
If it's on, he'll have a go at it.
Well, he's certainly looking.
A few chances in that 25-end game, isn't it, Kev?
Absolutely.
Where there's an opportunity for a number, you may as well try and take it and then just keep it down to the 1s and 2s. If it's on, he'll have a go. But what a great first bowl that was from Peter Belliss, taking the jack into the ditch. A hard shot to play. It was only a jack target, really.
Well, I was just going to remark, Alex, as you well know, on these sorts of greens, those sorts of shots are really, well, I'm not saying they're difficult to play. You've just got to be able to have that maturity in your game to be able to control the weight to get.
He's having a nibble.
He certainly is. You can see the head there. There it is coming underneath. Going to get on the front. But if he gets down past here, will it count? Well.
It was beautiful weight there from Peter Belliss.
Looking at this, just the 1.
Call it 1.5, and Keith Slight just handing Aidan the other end of the measure.
Hamish Kape, he's changing the scoreboard, but it's very difficult from our camera angle when the jack goes into the ditch to actually get those angles 100% correct, so you can clearly get an idea. It's 2 that's come out. Well, that might be finish up as 3. Two it was.
And a good game so far, with plenty of time to go, it would be fair to say.
Well, it is good to see, though. What is pleasing, Alex, is that the players are getting on with the game, which is great to see, because we can see so often in these 25-year matches they can be dragged out by having the annual sales conference in the middle of the green on every third end, and it can very quickly drag itself out to a very lengthy encounter. So Belliss and Kape, sure, they haven't looked at the head, but they're not what I'd say taking a lot of time. They're just having a look at what shots to play.
Yeah, I think we'll see it tick along, and certainly there's a good argument for making reasonably quick decisions and then playing your bowl. When it's fresh in your mind, you go, the best option is for me to do blah, and then you just play it. You can end up talking yourself out of stuff if you go around and around in circles sometimes, I find.
Well, especially players at this level as well, Alex. They know what their bowls do. They know what the green's running like, and they have the confidence in the shots that they're going to play.
Absolutely.
I just want to ask you an interesting question. I just got a come through to me, Alex, where congratulating Elmwood Park on winning the Inter Club down in Christchurch, which is great.
Yes.
Congratulations to them. Yet very few of those players will be playing representative bowls for Canterbury. They'll be playing for other centres.
Yeah.
I just find it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all I got.
I just find it a bit strange.
Yeah,
I might
enough.
be too much of a purist.
Ray Wilson again, Kev. On fire, but Daryl Reid up to the task. How good is that as a response?
Sat on the shot bowl. Very good lead bowl from Ray Wilson. As we see now, Ron Hutchinson.
He's either, as we say, been on fire or not in this game. Ron Hutchinson on his forehand, looking to make his way down to the jack. It's not a mile away, this bowl. Yeah, good one to work from there from Ron.
Just fell low the jack. His crowd starting to build up here at West End, and I know from past experiences that as these games go down the board and we build towards the final, I can tell you that the numbers will be here at this magnificent setting here at the West End Club. And just a quick update on the semi-final of the pairs. Is this bowl? Yeah, well played. And we've got Colin Gorworth of the Thames Coast End leading in his semi-final by 10 shots to 5. And Higginson, of course, of the Orewa Club, after 8 ends, is leading 9-7. And I presume these are 18-end semi-finals. Either 18 or 21, the semi-finals of the... Someone's checking that for me. As we watch now, Kaylin, Huwyler played a magnificent bowl with his first. Stein, is it fair to say, safe wide, Alex? Is that a fair call?
Yeah, he's erred on the wide side there. And sometimes if you get your weight perfect, it sort of tracks in a bit at the end. But Paritutu holding 2 here, and Peter asking for a backhand shot here from Keith.
And just to confirm that the pairs semi-finals and final are 21 ends, not 18, 21 ends. Well, it's building up quickly, Alex. It's quite a tricky head to play to. So this bowl, Keith slights, he needs to get past the front, and that's going to make it more challenging because that bowl finished right on the centre line.
Yeah, it removes one of the options, doesn't it?
It does remove one of the options, and it allows the Paritutu side to be able to build the head to their own, oh, gee, goodness, a bit of cloud coming in here at West End, but I don't see it being any threatening shower. I don't think there's going to be any rain, just a bit of greyness in this. I'm sure these very loyal Taranaki people will confirm the day's weather forecast for me to tell me that we're going to have a day free of any...
it never rains on a bowls tournament, Kev.
Oh, I can tell you this, Alex, I can remember it so clearly as you just see Keith Slight now as they're about to change over, trying to adjust with his second.
Yeah. If you're the Paritutu team, you're hoping that you're going to score at least a 2 on this end. They've got 2 good bowls.
It's just built up nicely for them, isn't it? Where the bowls are laid, and won't want to give the Aramaho side anything to work off in the way of a lean on a bowl. As we watch Aidan Zittersteijn.
Very close here from Aidan.
Line.
That's pretty good stuff. That's real classy stuff there from Aidan Zittersteijn.
A toucher just moves the jack, and you'll see now there's the 3 counting bowls of the Paritutu side. As they change over, Alex, I can tell you, when we played the 1984 final on a Monday, the weather was like this as we started the final in the afternoon. By N15, the green was starting to get underwater.
That's a bit frightening.
Yeah, and so it continued. So the weather patterns can change here, but I'm confident with the weather pattern that we're going to be pretty good today. Belliss,
having a nibble on the back end, Peter Belliss.
Hard shot, of course. Alex has got to get through that port, isn't it? It's a very tight port, and as you know, those sorts of shots are so, the line is so precise, isn't it? So difficult to. Now, of course, what we saw was Belliss chipped another bowl into the head there of the Paritutu side.
I think he's 4 down now. He may have been looking just about for inside out with that weight. It wasn't huge weight that he played. And they could be under a ton of pressure come Peter's last bowl. The important thing for the Paritutu team here, as he said, is not to make the target any easier than what it is. They've got short bowls blocking the drive and a narrow target. So if you're adding a bonus, the last thing you want to be is sort of wide and slightly shy of the jack.
Oh, you just don't want to give that lean bowl, that guide bowl into the head, do you, for that weighted shot, Alex, because where it's lying, it would run directly to where the counting bowls or jack are. So I'm sure Hamish Kape, the 26-year-old, will be well aware of that. He lines up on the backhand, and he would be happier to be behind the head. In fact, if he's over by a metre, even perhaps not counting.
Yeah, your bonus can come with your last bowl, can't it, in this situation?
Absolutely, he's got that situation where he has got the advantage of the last bowl.
Here we go. PB walking back down.
Well, Alex, I'll ask you. I'm never going to be one to criticise or judge on what shots Peter Belliss elects to play, but you'd actually think, looking at that line through there, Alex, you'd have to be quicker to get that result, would you not?
He'll be looking to wind up and may even decide to do it on his forehand. No, he's opting his backhand here, so we'll see.
He's going for the draw.
Just over draw, isn't it? He's looking to get around the front stuff.
And he's
if he can now start swooping back in.
Ourselves.
He's not far away. That was the weight. He was just going for that reaching weight.
So now, as you rightly said before, Alex, it just leaves the door open for another bowl to be drawn by Hamish Kape. It's quite safe, Hamish, to have, because he's got no bowls left. You're holding the head. There's the call to draw to the bowl of Aidan Zitterstein's out on that. What is the forehand side for the Paritutu skip?
On the forehand, looking to make it more. This is a big end at the sort of first, third stage.
It's coming
Hamish
back
here
now.
on a great track. Oh, set the wrong way. 1, 2.
Threaders,
3.
Clearly from Keith Sly. And that's what I'd call, Alex, a mini break at this point. Would you agree?
Yeah, we see a 5-point difference now, don't we? It's 10-5. They've played 7 ends worth. So it's not we're near panic stations.
Oh, absolutely not.
You've got so many ends to go, but it's sort of, you start thinking, if you're the Aramaho team, maybe if we could score them back-to-back ends. We score every 2 ends for their 1, and just get yourself back to that sort of 2 or 3 point.
Where you can get into trouble, Alex,
trail.
Even early in these events, is when you're behind and you start trying to, what I would say, chase shots or risky. It's just you don't have.
Yeah,
to
the Aramaho team's too experienced for that, aren't they?
Absolutely.
You know, you
They're
just
not
bide your
They
time.
ain't going to fall into that trap for sure. Not at all.
Sort of knowing when to take your opportunities and when it's a real opportunity, because you can event opportunities sometimes, can't you? You think, oh, here's the chance for me to get a 4 or 5, but it's not actually on, or it's a silly thing to do. So
And
these
all of a
players,
sudden
they're experienced enough.
Instead of putting the hand up, the hand's down, isn't it?
Yeah. Can make the situation worse. We see Ray Wilson on the backhand. He's played really well this game. I've been impressed.
Because Reed going by, you'll see his bowl deepest on the rink, but finishing on the centre line. And quite right, Alex, because you'll see Ray Wilson. He's going to come up lower the jack, but he's just in that running line towards the centre line, not that far away on the green, running at around 17. And they reckon that the comments to me earlier were they get the sun on it throughout today, this morning, and there's more likely a second of speed left. Daryl Reed just creeping towards the jack in the centre line. That's a good bowl from the...
Great correction. Good leading too, because he's got that bowl past and in line with the jack. Ray Wilson now on his backhand looking to make his correction. It's about keeping your green right here. Want the bowl to finish on the centre line and not cut across.
Well, he looks as though he's pinched that line fractionally, Alex, and will disappear. Not far away, just off a bowl off the centre line. So he's not far away from being where he wanted to be. And
it's okay leading, isn't it? But if you're Peter now, you're thinking, well, my lead's put one closer, one shortish. My 2 will probably be asked to put 2 bowls past the head, and then your 3 can move the bowls back to where the 2's bowls are, sort of thing.
It's hard to be trailing the jack around or playing with that sort of reaching weight when you haven't got anything in behind, as we see. Yeah, here's a good bowl here from the Paritutu number 2 from Kaylin Huwyler. That's going to be over the head. And it just, when you get that one on top, as they duly have, Alex, you also get that jack movement in your favour as well. So Belliss calling Ron Hutchinson down on his forehand, reaching under the head to try and sit onto that shot bowl. How's that line? No, it's going to be under the line. You can very quickly see here on these well-marked greens where it's going to go to.
This end not heading in a good direction for the Aramaho team. Still bowls to come, but they're going to need to be effective ones. Kaylin on the backhand, looking to add a second. They may just pull up a little bit short. Loosish, and
I suppose the only thing one can say for the Paritutu side, that did finish dead on the centre line, which does just sort of cuts out some shot options for the Belliss side. Is this bowl of Ron Hutchinson's also going to be forgettable
game so far.
So on the backhand, Aidan's on his forehand is Zittersteijn. Good crowd arriving in here at West End, trying to get past that front bowl. Has it got the weight, Alex, to get all the way down?
Very close from Aidan Zittersteijn.
Needs a couple more rolls and will count.
Lovely stuff. Great bowl. Playing pretty solid stuff, and Peter's dilemma here is there's no back bowls, so it's hard to play a positive shot.
Well, you haven't got any of it. We've got no effective bowls on the head, Alex. That's the challenge, isn't it?
And it is challenging.
Slight out there to get inside this port. Will it come back inside the bowl or run into that front? Going to timber up on the front. Does. Oh, it's just starting to make that.
He probably was short there, wasn't he?
He needed another yard and a bit of weight, really, to be fair, Alex, to get what I would say a result. 10-5 it is to Hamish Kape, leading Peter Belliss after 7 of 25 ends in the 118th Taranaki Open Fours. Of course, the other semi-final is also running same concurrently, and we'll give you updates, and that's the game between Craig DeFaria of the West End Club here and Brendon Walton of Paritutu. So looks like a change of hand Alex. It is.
On the back end.
Slide, trying to reach down through that port to the counting bowls.
Has to be very accurate here.
How's the weight, though?
Could get a good little wick off the front white. Not to be.
Well, it's not all bad in that it does restrict a wee bit, building the numbers up on the head, which was looking very ominous early on this particular head. So it does just helps them a wee bit. Belliss standing there, that familiar pose at the end of the rink, hand on chin, looking very, very studiously at what will he play. And I think, Alex, we know what he'll play. That port's there now, isn't it? Just to come down, sit on the bowl, or jack. And we are playing a full-length head down towards, you'll see there, we're playing down towards the sea here.
That walk back to the mat. Can be long walks sometimes as you make your way back to deliver the bowl.
So Hamish Kape here, be interesting to see whether he elects, well, he's got bowls at the back anyway, of what on the backhand, and trying to get down to the Aidan Zittersteijn area, I would think.
Yeah, it can feel a shame sometimes when you don't use your position. Well, that comes down to experience too. Sometimes it's not worth it. Little feather.
Oh, little feather.
Oh, good try.
Try there. I think it still leaves that shot option that we spoke about for Peter Belliss. I don't think you'll see much change. Just a matter of what weight he uses reaching down through there. And certainly playing with ditch weight, trying to get to either his own bowls in front of the head or the jack.
Still a beautiful delivery, Peter Belliss. On the
slide will favour him.
This.
The slide will favour him, I can assure you.
Look at that.
That's about controlled weight, Alex.
That's just class, really. Absolute class.
And in the shot, you saw Keith Slight quickly indicate. So now it's jack in the ditch, really, opportunity, really, isn't it, for Hamish Kape here? The benefit of getting those back bowls in early can give Hamish Kape that opportunity, Alex, to get to the jack.
And he just needs to be in the area too, doesn't he, Kev? He can afford to miss, you're putting it down a 3 foot wide shoot to get a good
slide options there
result.
as well, isn't there? And if you're in the target area, you're a chance of getting them. Here is the Paritutu skip. Peter Belliss getting down to have a look. Looks on the wide side out of the hand. Won't come back. Needs some luck there. Not going to get it. Go all the way past. And well played by Peter Belliss, because he really was in a very, very sort of, well, it was a no-win position, but as you rightly said, Alex, that control of weight.
That's class.
Yeah, class. There it is. And interesting, Peter Belliss saying, I'm quite happy with the one. After you get a good result in some of these heads, Alex, there's no need for heroics, is there?
No. Oh, what's happening here? Just instructing. I like that. That's good stuff. Moving the mat up a little bit. And Peter's saying, this is where you're throwing the jack. And what a great bowl that was from Peter Belliss. One of probably tens of thousands he's played in his career under pressure. There were no back bowls.
I can tell you another semi-final. That is the game between Craig DeFaria of the West End Club, the host club here in New Plymouth, up against Brendon Walton and his Paritutu side. And it is after 7 ends. It is Walton who is leading Craig DeFaria by 10 shots to 4. 10-4 to Brendon Walton at this stage.
And we see again the forehand side favoured by Ray Wilson, whereas Daryl Reid's been favouring the backhand side of the rink. It's interesting. It's not that often you see the leads of a 4 favour opposite hands.
Yeah, it's just, because both hands, to be fair, Alex,
oh, they're lovely.
Yeah, from my viewing here, they certainly, and as you can see from your viewing too, there certainly doesn't seem to be any variation, does there, on the draw on either hand, as we see this bowl of Reid's making its way back towards the centre line over the head, which You know, that's fine. Better than being short. But you're right,
Certainly.
the Ray Wilson and Daryl Reid definitely finding different ways to the jack, different hands to the jack.
Ray willing this one on. He's just begun to fall that little bit shorter than he would like. And we've seen Daryl consistently have bowls past the head. Just allows you to sort of add to it, whereas the Aramaho team's been sort of searching for position first.
Oh, Reid good out of the hand, wider than his first. It looks as though it's got an extra yard of weight on it as well, but will sit him behind the head and just on his lean on his own first bowl. And I'm sure Hamish Kape will be happy with that, as we see now Ryan Hutchinson. He's certainly got the bowl as well out on that wider arc, Alex, but it certainly hasn't got the weight.
Struggling to find his line and length. He's in those sort of situations at this event, because we talk about that morning tea break when you're struggling. Sometimes you look forward to that morning tea break, don't you, Kev? You go, right, I'm going to have a cup of tea and a scone. I'm going to go back out there and everything's going to be all right in the world.
So Kaylin Huwyler now endeavouring to get down to the jack, just going to fall short with a metre of weight.
On the back end, it's been switched, and really it's just about getting past the head here, and anything else is a bonus.
Well, he's going to rush past the head, really. And just, that's a good, well played.
Good shot.
Well played.
Good shot.
Sits alongside the Daryl Reid bowls. So, yeah, it's imperative here. Kaylin Huwyler gets himself with another bowl. Close by. He is the young, I'll call him Taranaki Wanganui player. This is on a good line as well. Coming towards the jack. They're looking closely at this. This will be the shot itself. Down to the centre line, down to the jack.
Great shot. Played some key bowls in this match.
Well,
Peter
so
Belliss
hard,
now looking
Alex.
at the head.
As you know, it's so hard just to get that weight drop around the front bowl to get to the jack. So often we'll see players trying to play that line, but they actually put a couple of extra yards of weight on. So Keith Slight now, of course, the long-time player with Peter Belliss, blackjack number 72.
Very compact delivery, Keith Slight. On his backhand.
Well, it's a
That's
great
pretty
attempt.
classy stuff.
A great attempt.
If it sits down, it's got the shot. Oh, it didn't sit. Beautiful bowl, though, from Keith.
And, of course, in years gone by, the combination of Keith Slight and Peter Belliss was a regular at the National Championships. In the pairs, they played together for many years. Aidan Zittersteijn just staying out on that wider side. Will get back to the centre line, a bowl away.
Down.
Sits inside it.
He made it for two, I reckon. And we may see a searching bowl here, even if you clear the front. Even if you clear the front, it makes it an easier target for Peter. You just
I'm
have a look.
sure you're right, Alex. I'm
decision.
sure Peter would be quite happy to see a couple of three of those front bowls there moved aside and open the head up. We'll see what Slight does here on his backhand.
Just said pick the gap. And he's picking he's not far away here, Kev. If he gets down clean.
Yeah, he needs
it
that gap.
clean. That's unfortunate because he hasn't really cleared the front there, has he?
No, he hasn't, and also that gap that we was, the search gap to the jack has sort of become pretty restricted, hasn't it?
It was a fair effort, and this head extremely tight.
Well, the important thing here for the Paritutu boys, for Hamish Kape, that he doesn't stack up that backhand side and put a lean on, because that will be right to Bellis's. Quickly you'll see Peter Belliss will be playing to try and get to the inside of a bowl to get to the head. But we know, you know, Alex, that Peter Belliss is capable of drawing this shot.
Oh, he's still capable of anything, Peter, and we've seen it already in this game. He'll just get down on his forehand. There's a track there around that bowl of Keith Slight's that got bogged. With perfect weight and perfect green. That's all you need.
Here is the tall Belliss. That delivery, that smooth delivery.
Still a good delivery.
On his forehand, needs to work under the Aidan Zittersteijn bowl. Not going to do so. Gets a.
Now, that's good but also bad.
Correct.
It may have made a sort of, well, it depends, doesn't it? It should make it a bigger looking target.
Well,
there's an option almost to cannon that back ball out.
I was just going to say, Alex, if you're the Paritutu guys, are you going to play that?
Oh, no, waiting.
No, again, the other hand, because is it a possibility to jar that shot out of the head? And I can tell you that as we said, it was 10-4 to Brendon Walton. Now 10-7 to Brendon Walton after 8 of 25. In the other semi-final, here is Hamish Kape on his backhand.
Yeah, that bowl that you see at 6 o'clock to the jack will cannon out pretty clean. Perhaps they're just biding their time and hoping that Peter misses, which can be a dangerous thing to hope. You can see it there, the green bowl sitting at 6 o'clock touching the bowl of Aidan Zitterstein's. It won't take much to move that out if given the opportunity. And so, you're right, Kev, there are some clouds, isn't there, in the background?
Yes, there are some clouds there, and I'm waiting for the New Plymouth weather forecaster to come and tell me what the weather looks like for the rest of the day. But there are some darker clouds there, because this event, this Taranaki Open, started in absolutely splendid weather last Monday, and that has continued right throughout the week. Here's Belliss now on the search. He's on a different line this time.
He's close if he clears the front.
He's on a different line this time. Here it comes. Needs to get, just have to get past
goodness
that
gracious
clean.
Me.
He was only a bowl away, really, getting a perfect result there, Alex. He was certain in the area.
If Paritutu's only holding one here, surely they'll look to try and cannon that bowl of Keith's lights out of the head. You can almost play it on your backhand. You could go for a big inside out, or just through the white bowl. It'll cannon out real clean. If they are holding two, they'll take the two.
Well, I thought I heard the Paritutu boys will take it as it is.
Oh,
although that is a bowl. Yeah, that's. So an Aramaho bowl got moved out of the head then by Keith's slide, but I don't think
nothing hit anything.
No, and
interesting here because there's bowls leaning against bowls, so they'll just discuss which one's being conceded. So you should be able to move the shot bowl away, which is the one at 12 o'clock touching the jack. That's a conceded shot, and then you just need to. Well, you don't need to move anything really. Just move the shot bowl away and then caliper between Aidan Zitterstein's bowl at 7 o'clock and the green bowl at 6 o'clock to the jack.
And it is calipers, as I think I saw in the umpires. Yes, it is.
Very good. He was listening.
Chocks,
some of those
please.
They're the little engineer's calipers, aren't they? That you have to sort of twiddle the thing.
Yeah. You might have had those, Alex, in the days of geometry.
Nah. I was never good at that. We just left them alone.
Yeah, okay. They were the sort of other people that did those subjects, weren't they?
Yeah, so not my cup of tea. Of course, in indoor we use calipers, but we don't, because you use them so often, they're not controlled solely by the, whatever you call the twiddly thing. I don't know what you'd call it.
Do they chock the bowls in indoor as well, Alex?
Yeah, we have to sometimes, and that's an indoor caliper there that he's using. With all the bowls touching, and cigarette papers used to be a really important part of the umpires' kits in indoor bowls, but no one smokes anymore, so they've become quite rare, but they're good to put between the jack and the bowl. The umpire
around to the
good measuring. You see, for the eagle-eyed viewers, that the calipers are not level. You go the closest point between the bowl and the jack, so it's always at a slight angle.
And it's coming around now to the Aramaho bowl, which is directly behind the jack.
Must be measuring for third shot.
Well, you'd think.
There you go. So third shot's the green one, so it's 2. we got there. And 2 to the Paritutu team. 12-6 now, 6-point lead.
And really, Alex, you don't start talking about leads till you get to about ends 21, 22, round about that part on the board. At this stage, the score's 12-6.
Yeah, absolutely.
So is that jacked right to the 2 metre? Yes, it is.
A long end here, really. I think it probably a decision made by the Paritutu team to keep those ends stretched out.
Well, I think, they will have their content on a length. So just looking, Alex, 22 degrees today here in New Plymouth, partly cloudy, and only a 5% rain likelihood of rain, 11 kilometre an hour wind, and right now we're sitting at 21 degrees with a wee bit of cloud cover, which is good actually, because it has been pretty warm here.
For sure. I see Ray Wilson there play another great shot on his backhand side. Daryl just looking to make a correction.
Yeah, really not the effective bowls you really want at this point from your lead. And he'll be disappointed, Daryl Reid, that he's just not getting that sort of consistency to the centre line. And we see now, these front two from Aramaho have, let's say their consistency has lifted in this back end of this match. And here's another good bowl from Hutchinson. Gets the gets the touch on the jack, moves it round the corner, and just cuts that vision line off, really, Alex, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was good stuff there. Kaylin now on the forehand. He's played some telling bowls this game already, though, in the 2 position.
Yeah, it's the youngster. He's got a big future in front of him, and the 28-year-old from Ponganui. And I would say in that, I don't want to sound ignorant, Alex, but that event, which is the Oceania event, is that what it's called? The one that's coming up in Auckland?
That's the one, yep.
There'll be a Maori side and New Zealand under-26 side. Well, certainly players likes of Kaylin Huwyler would be one that no doubt that I would say the Maori side would be looking at.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting event, and stay tuned for more information about that as we get closer to it. And the 2 there, Ron Hutchinson again, just struggling a little in this game. We'll be looking forward to the morning tea break for sure.
Yeah, it can't be far away, I would say. Normally around about 10:30, 11ish mark. So we'll bowl here though from the youngster, the Wanganui boy. Look at this, getting to the jack clean.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that would sit just. Yeah, it's one down here. Peter Belliss very quickly. So the toucher, the Ray Wilson toucher now, one down to the Kaylin Huwyler bowl as the Aramaho boys are just struggling at this, getting that line, aren't they, Alex?
Yeah, just almost not really giving the bowls as much of a chance as he'd like, Ron.
An update from the pairs, 12 ends of 21 completed. It's the semi-final of the pairs here, and Colin Gorworth of the Thames Valley Centre, he's leading in his match 13-7, and O'Sullivan, of course, of the Inglewood Club, just down the road here, leading 13-10 in his semi-final, and because its final will be played immediately after that on this, out in front of us here at West End. Keith Slayton out on the mat.
On his forehand side, left-hander. Looking for a clean run either way. He's not far away if he's got the weight right here of playing an effective bowl. Stay on the park and he'll be happy.
Well, he'll be quite happy with that bowl and behind, like in behind the head there. That's absolutely fine.
Aidan Zittersteijn switching, or staying to the backhand, sorry. That bowl that you see of Kaylin is at 10 o'clock's on the run, so if you can get it square, it's just going to roll through.
Oh,
if you don't get it square, it's not going to roll.
Look at this.
Oh, that'll do just fine. Good shot there from Aidan Zittersteijn. They'll be holding 2 now, and maybe we'll see some weight here. Go them, he says.
He faced the bowl, he faced that bowl really out of the head, Alex, didn't he, at 12-6 as we play in 9 key slides. We did get that away with that bump that you were talking about before.
Minimum weight here, really, for...
Oh, it's a hard weight to get that
Keith.
Result, isn't it? It's a very, very hard one.
Yeah, I think that just came out of his head a bit funny.
And of course that wasn't the call from Peter Belliss. Peter Belliss is wanting it to be right through the head with weight.
So I think we know then what Peter will be looking to play. He'll be looking to remove those 2 bowls. So for the Paritutu team, it's about putting a bowl where the jack may end up.
Well, what did you think, Alex? It's one of those shots of Peter Belliss playing with that fantastic weight that he can play. He can get a jack in the ditch result here.
He can, and it'll look very inviting for sure. Peter's just going to stay down that end and watch what Hamish does first. But you would certainly expect him to be looking to play that split on the 2 bowls, or get it clean.
So here's Hamish Kape, the boy from out the coast, on his backhand. To me, that looks like he's trying to look to the back, is he not? Yes, he is.
It's interesting because those 2 bowls will go without any jack movement, won't they? If Peter can get that bowl of Aidan Zitterstein's that you see there on your screen to the left of the jack, he's by definition going to get rid of the shot bowl. They'll disappear, and I think Aramaho has 3rd and 4th shot, so if he can get rid of those 2, he'll sit with 2. If his collision bowl stays, he'll sit there with 3.
Well, that's certainly indicated really that gave away the weight that Peter Belliss is going to play, isn't it, really? We know what weight he's going to be playing through the bowls. And the likelihood is, Alex, that the jack would continue. Here is Belliss playing that shot on the backhand, looking to split to the 2 bowls.
Very close here, Peter Belliss. It's
needs
still
to
tracking
get the
out.
Inside, tracked out.
That's unbelievable, really. Beautiful track, 2/3 of the way up, and it held for some reason, Kev.
Well, that was certainly on that centre line run that we spoke about directly down. I thought he was sitting either the shot bowl or into the jack. He was going to get one or the other.
Yeah, he played it lovely, really. Didn't do much wrong.
And our pleasure to bring you this coverage from the West End Bowling Club.
Watch this here, and it starts tracking out from this point.
Yeah, just there you saw that kick.
Yeah.
As we get to the latter stages of the 118th Taranaki Men's Open Fours, and of course tomorrow, I think tomorrow, on the greens of around the New Plymouth and surrounding districts, the Taranaki Women's Fours will be getting underway and played in a pretty similar format to this, and Alex and I will be bringing you live coverage of the finals of that next weekend. But this weekend we'll concentrate on the men's final. I think we'll see Belliss go quicker, Alex.
Yeah. And I think Hamish maybe just putting some eggs in the basket, may just try to draw a 3rd shot here on the backhand. Had a reasonable chat with his team. They're holding 2, so just make it 3. I think it's going to dive away.
Well, he's brought that line very much in. Alex,
may as well.
Yeah, it's an ineffective bowl, really. Tips one of the other bowls.
Peter will go again.
He took one of his own out on the outside, on the right-hand side of the head, but just watching how that bowl hung around on that centre line at the breaking point, I just think we will see it quicker from Peter Belliss here.
It's unlikely he's going to miss narrow by a metre, isn't it? So he'll feel pretty confident here just to stay on his backhand, get rid of the 2 bowls or the jack.
Well, he's
opted
not.
for less weight,
He's
so that's
not.
the other way to get around it. Oh, we just heard a
Won't
noise.
hold, he knew. And it'll be 2 shots. And perhaps he didn't want to lose that bowl out of the head, Alex. That could be the call. But
fair enough.
A little break here now for the Paritutu side. 14-6. And they call for Smoko, I think. And I can tell you that Brendan Walton is now leading Craig DeFaria after 9 ends of the 25. It is the Paritutu skip side of Brendan Walton who is leading 12-7. And as we go to morning tea in this 25-end semi-final, I can tell you that the side of Hamish, Kape, Aidan Zittersteijn, Kaylin, Huwyler and Daryl Reid, they are leading the Wanganui side from the Aramaho club. Ray Wilson, Ron Hutchinson, Keith Slight and the great Peter Belliss, and it's the Paritutu side who are leading by 14 shots to 6, and we'll be back directly after the morning tea break. Are you there, Alex?
Yep.
It's all going okay, isn't it?
I think so.
sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Great start, mate. Well done. That's the foot, mate. Real good. Close to 30 yards on the foot.
We are back live at the West End Bowling Club semi-finals underway here of the 118th Taranaki Open Fours, and the game we're covering is the game of Ray Wilson, Ron Hutchinson, Keith Slight and Peter Belliss of the Aramaho Club in Wanganui up against the local Paritutu side of Daryl Reid, Kaylin, Huwyler, Aidan, Zittersteijn and Hamish, Kape. And at the morning tea break it was the Paritutu boys leading by 14 shots to 6. In the other semi-final, it is Brendon Walton up against Craig DeFaria. Brendon Walton of the Paritutu Club up against Craig DeFaria of the home club here in West End. And I can tell you 10 ends have gone, and it is the Paritutu side, the Walton skip side, who are leading by 12 shots to 9. Players started to make their way out, and we're underway now on end 11. As we see Ray Wilson with the mauve coloured bowls drawing the shot as you watch now. Kaylin Huwyler, the number 2 for the Paritutu side, just slipped by one bowl outside the shot, Bob. And, well, two pretty tight games at this point in time, Alex.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good, well, I mean, I'll look at this head really after morning tea. I'm looking forward to the next, how many ends it is, 14, 15 ends left to go. And important, I think, for the Aramaho team to just score 2 or 3 ends in a row and get themselves back within Kiwi here.
Well, how often do we see, Alex, as you well know, that, you know, that come the break, whether it be the morning tea break or the afternoon tea break, that things can change around. And the important thing is that you are sticking close by, that you're not dropping big numbers, so that you're still obviously got every opportunity on the way home. For the Peter Belliss side, I would say that Ray Wilson, his lead is going pretty good, but I just think he needs to get some consistency with his number 2, as we see again under and over, just not getting those effective bowls. They don't have to be the shot at all, but just getting what I'd say effective bowls around the head as we watch now. Aidan Zittersteijn, of course, bronze medalist for the Cook Islands at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast in 2018. breaking towards the jack. You can see the hand there of Hamish Kape trying to
Everybody.
just slow it down. Falls one bowl outside that of the shot bowl. And I'll be joined in a moment, in a couple of minutes in fact. I'll get the councillor, Sam Bennett, part of the New Plymouth District Council, well-known figure here in New Plymouth and Taranaki, who's going to come and spend some time talking about the bowls, of course, and the great things about the province of the city of New Plymouth and the province of Taranaki, why you should come here. A good crowd starting to arrive in here now at West End as we watch Aidan Zittersteijn trying again. I think the difficulty, Alex, here is though, can he get around that front all the way to the counting bowl?
Oh, he's a lefty, so he might get that turn at the end.
Certainly going
Giving it a pretty
to,
fair
falls
effort.
in, not out.
Oh, set the wrong way.
Just had to fall in. So certainly a good crowd arriving here at West End, and I am sure as the day progresses and we get down to the final stage, the finals later on this afternoon, we'll have a good crowd here. Of course, a good free admittance, of course. So if you're in the New Plymouth area and want to come and have a look, get down here to West End, free admittance. Lovely big bank, terrace bank, and behind us here, sitting at the seaward end of the complex here at West End. We're playing today, up to the mountain sea, backwards and forwards. So, and no wind, absolutely perfect conditions. And check the weather conditions out on the longer term, and we've got no worries at all about any weather changes today. So there's not many Taranaki Opens over the years, Alex. We can say that we started in the sunshine and finished in the sunshine.
Yep, and hopefully this is one of the ones you can say that for. I'm really impressed by how all these players have returned after the morning tea break.
Well, yes, because you're so right. So often we can see the old spray gun come out of it, can't we, after the break? But not the case here, as we see Hamish Kape, the skip, the Paritutu skip, the dairy farmer, the 26-year-old, very prominent player here in Taranaki, was playing out on the coast, now moved into Paritutu. Here is Kape on the forehand, playing with really reaching weight through these bowls in the front end. He needs a bit of luck, was always on the wide side, got a front bowl. That'd be one of the bowls of the Paritutu side, finished jack level, but I would say it was still the lead bowl of Ray Wilson. And you heard Keith Slight saying to Peter Belliss that I still think the draw is there. So the tall figure of Belliss, trailing 14-6, makes his way back to the mat.
Same delivery. Oh, very, very, very similar
Correct.
delivery. Look at that.
Silk.
Low to the ground, doesn't bounce. Oh,
How
very
far
good
is
track
this gonna
here.
come back? It's coming back now. This is close from the great player. Sure is. This will be a shot itself. Don't get it much better than that.
That's exactly what Peter Belliss would have wanted to come out and do with his first bowl. Just had morning tea, dropped 2 or 3 ends in a row. First bowl, perfect. How good is that?
Well, it looked good all the way out of the hand, really, didn't it, Alex? As you rightly said, only a few feet after leaving the hand, you could see that he was on a good track. So what can Hamish Kape do on the backhand? Trying to get down to the jack, needs a tight line past these front bowls to work back. He's trying hard, but will it come all the way back to the jack? He's trying very
close.
hard.
He's
He's
close.
trying hard. Have a look at this from the youngster.
How good's
Just-
that?
One
One
down.
down, says Keith Slight. That's a perfect response to what I thought was a perfect bowl, but it clearly wasn't, Kev, because Hamish was able to draw within. And a hard shot now for Peter Belliss. He may be able to tickle the jack around on his backhand side. That'll be worth 2.
The good thing about that shot played by Hamish then, Alex, was that it changed his hand and that weight control to get on the draw line down there. He only had centimetres to get to the Belliss bowl. What it has done as well, doesn't leave a lot of shot options for Peter Belliss. Perhaps he will follow the bowl up of Hamish Kape, get the back of it, turn it over, because Peter does have the deepest bowl on the rink. And not that he's going to be playing with charging weight, because he can't, because of the line of bowls in the front. He won't get that return home to the centre line. So here's Belliss. As Alex rightly said, that delivery won't change. No, it doesn't. There he is on the backhand, tightened that line.
Bowl. He's not far away here, Kev. Willing the bowl back into the head. He just needs it to turn and get a snick of the jack or the bowl. That was half a bowl out.
He was less than half a bowl away from getting the perfect result, and really great opening head there for the interesting thing, Alex, that I would like to say here early on, that although it just had Smoko, things can happen in these matches, but it's interesting that the Paritutu guys have now scored on 4 of the last 5 ends. Just a little factor. So, yeah, but well played there from Hamish Kape. That was exceptionally well drawn bowl. And I'll very shortly, Alex, be joined. He just sat down next to me, Councillor Sam Bennett, well-known name here in Taranaki, and of course a coastal man himself of days gone by. So he'll be joining me.
I'll take this opportunity to have a few sips of my coffee that's been delivered, Kev.
And the chicken lunch. What were they called? Chicken what? Chicken what?
You need chicken bites.
Chicken bites.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
no, good. So I'll sit back and listen to your conversation.
Thanks, Alex. So I've been joined by Sam Bennett. Thanks for making the time, Sam, to come along. And you've come in from the coast originally. Bowls are certainly not foreign to you, is it?
No, Kevin. Hey, thanks for the opportunity to come and say hi. And yeah, been a coastal boy from Rahudu, and so a deep coastal man, apart from living in obviously the beautiful New Plymouth now. So,
and of course went to a good college.
Absolutely, Francis Douglas College, as we know, Kevin. There's some top men that come out of there, right?
You and I in the Barretts.
Absolutely.
So we had the pleasure last night, Sam, of venturing up to the park, the Fest of the Lights, and it's a tribute to the city, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think when we look back, Kevin, the Festival of Lights probably synonymous with the New Plymouth District now. Over the last couple of years has been difficult. We couldn't have the festival, and this year it's absolutely choco. We've got visitors, we've got tourists. You would have seen it last night. You can hardly move.
Absolutely.
You can hardly move, and I think it's a testament to our council to provide such a great environment for people and families to come along and enjoy our beautiful Pukekura Park.
Do you know what sort of numbers go through on a nightly basis, or because it's a free admission? So
it is free admission, and we pride ourselves on that being free to the community. But no, I don't have the numbers offhand, but I know that there is a significant number of people come through the park. But by the end of the day, Kevin, you'll know, and you'll be able to tell the community, and I'll make sure I get those figures for you.
Thank you, because it was fantastic there last night to see. Mum, Dad, Granddad, the whole lot, the babies, all the way through, and it's great to see in a place like this the crowd that were there, thoroughly enjoying the Festival of Lights.
And just to your listeners, tonight is the last night to go and enjoy the Festival of Lights. So, and don't know whether you had an opportunity to pop down to the foreshore to have a look at the Stone Symposium, which is absolutely amazing too.
That's on the agenda to go to. So.
That's worth a look, and I say to people tonight, if you want to pop down to the foreshore, have a look at the stones, and then up to Pukekura Park, it's a great night out.
Now, the city, I saw some figures come out just recently, just a quick update here, that I can tell you that in the Piers, we found one of our finalists, it's Sullivan. That's a really synonymous name with Inglewood, the Inglewood Bowling Club, the Sullivan name, through to the final this afternoon. and Colin Gorworth and Coromandel is leading 18-12 after 16 of the 21 Ians in that semi-final. But the whole place at the moment, because I see with the real estate prices that it was published just the other day, that New Plymouth's one of the few cities where, it's holding pretty good. There's lots of development going on.
Yeah, I think when you look at countrywide, we're getting a lot of people moving in, particularly from the bigger centres, from Auckland and Christchurch, Wellington and Dunedin, that are coming to Taranaki, particularly in the New Plymouth district. And I suppose land is becoming available and it's becoming affordable to live here, which is really cool. So places like Bell Block and Waitara are our fastest growing residential areas at the moment here in the district, and it's just taken off, Kevin.
Plenty of work.
Plenty of work around. So with Taranaki at the moment and in the New Plymouth district, in and around, the building industry has just taken off.
And of course we've got the revamped Yarrow Stadium.
Yeah, so that's exciting. So I think that's on track now with the Taranaki Regional Council. It's taken them a while, but congratulations to them and getting that back up to a world-class facility, I think.
Been politically challenging.
It has been a challenge, and nobody likes their stadium to be earthquake risked and then have to be bowled down and start again. But I think Taranaki Regional Council are down well, and look, we're a rugby community.
Certainly are.
So I think that once that's up and running, that'll be wonderful, and it gives us the opportunity to have the All Blacks back here, which is nice, right?
And of course, up at the racecourse where we were yesterday, where we entered into the lights, there's a development program as well on the way for a multi-sports facility.
Yeah. So that's called the Tuparakino Hub. So that's a wellbeing hub which includes sport and the wellbeing of the community. And I think as a intergenerational asset for our community, it's something that we're really pushing for. We've got a few challenges with COVID at the moment. Project costs, not only here in this district but throughout the country, we're looking at around 30% increase on projects at the moment. So that's a real challenge for us. So at the moment we've just we've paused and we're just resetting, and I think that you'll see the Tuparakino move forward when things settle a little bit. And this year, particularly moving into the third year of our long-term plan, is difficult, it's challenging. Inflation is damaging all of us, so we just need to make sure that we maybe pull back a bit and just make sure that it's affordable for our community. But look, the hub will be awesome once it gets up and running.
It'll be a multi-sports complex.
Yep, so it's a multi-sport complex, but also with a strong emphasis on community wellbeing. So everybody's welcome there, and it's not just about sport, which is cool.
And no doubt you've been in conversation with the CEO of Sport New Zealand.
Absolutely, yes. Look, Raylene's been awesome, and we know that we've got support right from the top of Sport New Zealand, which is really cool. And so our project team is looking at trying to get support around the community. Council can only afford a certain input into that, so we've contributed at the moment $40 million into that. So the project team have the responsibility to try and reach out to the community to see if we can get some support around that for finances. Yeah.
So, Raylene, if you're sitting down at your beach, lovely beach place at Whangamatara, I hope you're watching and listening this morning.
Yeah, hi, Raylene. Yeah, look, we do appreciate the support from, especially Michael Carr. Sport Taranaki's been, instrumental behind the scenes, connecting us with people like Raylene. So, and we do need their help. So,
but didn't he play for Old Boys?
Yes, he was an Old Boys man. Yes, he was. That's Michael. He's an Old Boys guy. Yeah, and a very nice man, I must say. Very nice man.
Well, because we're lucky here because we're commentating from Justin, where one of the greatest rugby clubs in New Zealand.
Yes, we are sitting right behind, obviously, Tukapa. So, and Tukapa and West End have always been, closely related, Kevin.
Very much so. Very much so. And I must I congratulate Brian Bolton. A hard-working member. Well, the Bolton family, as we see Hamish, Kape. He's Brian Bolton, just made like his father, late father, Alan, a life member of Paritutu, of Tukapa, and richly deserved. And he was here. I got here very early this morning. He was out here helping on the greens as well. So
Brian's always been a worker.
Yeah.
So whether it's West End or Tukapa, he's a great support to both clubs and the community. Actually, old Brian.
Now you'd be pleased to see, no doubt, these coastal boys. It's another one to the Paritutu side, and they jump out now to 16-6 lead. Great to see these young boys, a couple of the coasters there, isn't there?
Isn't it amazing? We've always been a talented lot out there, Kevin, and I think that's coming to the cream of the crop are coming to the phone now. And I was listening to you talk this morning about these young guys coming. These are some of the top bowlers in the country now, which is really cool, and the coast are doing well, I think.
Well, they are. So we're about to have. We've got the Pacifica type event, which is going to be hosted in Auckland in the coming months. And there will be a New Zealand Māori side selected for that.
Nice.
And also a New Zealand under 26 side as well, will be playing.
Wow.
And Fiji and the islands, and that will all have teams there as part of the whole. With Brett O'Reilly, who's the he's on the board of World Bowls and well known in the business fraternity as well. And Brett's the instigator getting behind this project.
Nice.
And it will see a number of the younger players getting a run, and it's also great to see because we have the Bowls Aotearoa event, which is an annual event, of course, and it's great now to see it get recognised at the next stage where there will be a Bowls New Zealand side, a Māori side selected to play in this.
Very cool.
This event, and players like Hamish Kape, for example. And Kaylin Huwyler and the young fella out here playing in the
Cameron Horo.
There's, that's a well-known name. That's a very, very well-known name out on the coast, isn't it?
Well, I grew up with his father, Gavin, at Rahuru Primary, so I know his dad well, and I was watching Cameron, through the week, and what a wonderful young man. Yeah. And if he's the future, we need to hang on to those young fellas.
Well, a lot of this has been assisted greatly by the great John Murta putting his hand up again. I was fortunate to play. Well, John selected me to play for Taranaki, and I had the pleasure of playing with and against John over the years. And of course, the Murta name was synonymous with Paritutu, who are about to host their centennial next year, and I was fortunate to be at their 75th. So
nice.
Everything going according to plan. I'll be
well
there.
Done, Kev.
I'll be there for the 100th as we watch now. Just sitting on watching this, Sam. We're starting to see, I think, the Hamish Kape team just getting bowls on the head more consistently than the Peter Belliss side.
Yeah.
And thus putting pressure on the back end of the Belliss side to try and. You can see there the Paritutu side have got 3 bowls in and around the head, and Peter Belliss searching to get 1 bowl up on the head for his team. Sure, this is going to finish on the centre line, but finished. And of course, the Greens here at West, another ex-coaster, the Lilly family.
Yes. Yeah.
The greenkeeper here, and of course, as well at Paritutu. We're also blessed for these such events, like the women's starting, of course, tomorrow as well. But the greenkeepers around the province do a wonderful job.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the greenkeepers from any of the clubs, they come from a bowling background. They know what they're doing. They're passionate about their bowling club and their community, and they do a great job. And they're all volunteers, and they're just awesome people. And talking to the bowlers during the week. No complaints about the Greens.
Oh, not look! All the guys that I've spoken to.
Yep.
Here's a good bowl here from the Belliss number 2.
Yeah. But of course, but with New Plymouth District and Taranaki being the Sunshine Capital again 2 years in a row, Kevin, it's been helpful, right?
Yeah, I know you
needed to bring that up.
Yeah, I know. It likes to be reminded to me. Rightio, I've just got given to me that it is the Orewa combination of Avi Dorens and Hutchinson, who have won their way through to the final, beating Chris Jide and Bernie O'Sullivan by 26 shots to 13, and they will appear in the final this afternoon, and we'll be bringing you updates of that. And just to remind you, the other semi-final, Brendon Walton of Paritutu playing Craig Defaria of West End. It is 13 shots to 9 now to the Paritutu side after I can't quite see, after 11 of the 25 ends. So it must be great for the whole province as well, Sam, when we can get, like, we've got an increase in both the men's and ladies Taranaki Open.
Yep.
More people coming to the city, isn't it? More people, soaking up the amenities. I can tell you for sure. I know the player shall remain nameless. but he's from out of Taranaki. Spoke to me the other day, and he said, I've already sent back to my wife a couple of houses that I've looked at and got photos. I sent them to his wife and said, we're coming here. This
We're
is
moving
us.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I think when you mention the Open Fours, it's 118 years young,
Certainly is.
and it'll be long hereafter. We've both gone, Kevin.
Oh,
so,
yeah, certainly will.
oh, look, it's got a great name, and I think, look, I just want to acknowledge the Taranaki Bowls Centre for the administration. Like talking to the bowlers during the week, they know that they can come here. They rely on a great governance team here. The logistics are never a problem. The guys can just go out and bowl, and they don't need to
Absolutely.
worry about nuts and bolts, right? And
It's all pretty simple, isn't it?
so that's, congratulations and hats off to the Taranaki board. I think they do a wonderful job.
I see DB draft. So is there still Taranaki draft? Is it still? Is that,
Yeah, there is a bit of Taranaki bitter around.
Is
You,
there
you can still go down to Shining
Yeah.
Peak downtown. You can
Right.
get a Taranaki bitter down there.
oh, I just saw
Which is cool.
Just saw the umbrella there. And I thought, wow.
Well, with all these bespoke beers out, Kevin, it's hard to know what to pick.
Oh,
but,
absolutely it is.
Yep.
And I look, the good thing about the city, I think now, is that the number of, I would say that, the hospitality industry has got some first-class amenities within the city, and there's more happening. There's development going on,
Yep.
and obviously from a council point of view, every council has got challenges, no question about that.
Absolutely.
But Taranaki or New Plymouth right now sits with more positives and negatives, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
we think so, and I think if we look at New Plymouth District, we go from Okato right through to Tonga Paritutu out to Tarara, so it's a big space. But New Plymouth have got, I suppose, the projects that are on the run at Tuparakino, plus the extension of the walkway, our beautiful walkway from Bell Block to Waitara.
That is happening, is it?
That's happening. We're working through that process at the moment, so that's probably going to be a go. And I think we pride ourselves on connecting our community, and that walkway will connect New Plymouth with Waitara into the beautiful marine park in Waitara, which is also a big project underway at the moment.
That's the beautification of it, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's an awesome project.
And
It's
very much needed. Not trying, because Waitara sat out there as sort of just a little town out on the 12 miles out of New Plymouth sort of thing.
Well, and that's the thing about being in council. We're a district, and we try not to focus too much on New Plymouth as the big brother. We really care about your Waitaras and your Inglewood and your Oakuras and your Okatos, and all of those places are really important, and they're part of our district family. So we try to look after everyone.
So you'd be happy this afternoon to see an all-Taranaki final, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, look, I know it's a long day, and I heard you talking about this morning about the game being played in sections of 3, so we can see that kind of unfolding now. But hey, look, I just wish all of the teams all the best, and we'll see who pops out at the end of this round today.
Oh, yeah, it's always great to come back home, not just for the event, but to catch up with family and friends and
Yep.
old Francis Douglas mates and
Yep.
all sorts of things, because I think it's still... It's just something unique that New Plymouth... Belliss on the search here for the shot bowl. He's close to the Zittersteijn bowl, just a feather away, and that would be another one to the Paritutu side. And just the one. It's now at 17-6, and I suppose you could say here the scoring's now starting to really favour the Paritutu side at this point.
It's a game of millimetres, Kev?
It is. So, Sam, look, thank you so much for coming in this morning. Look, I know you're a very, very and rightful strong advocate of New Plymouth. Last week we had the new mayor of Christchurch on with us.
Cool.
And it's great that we can have people like yourself come in and unashamedly give their region a bit of a plug, because
Absolutely.
that's what it's all about.
Oh,
isn't
look, well, we love our district here in the New Plymouth District, council area, and it's a great place to live, play and work. And,
Wow.
we get people coming here to do all of those things. So if you're out there listening today, come down to Taranaki, particularly the New Plymouth District, and we'd love to accommodate you down here.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you for your time.
All good,
and
mate.
enjoy the rest of the day at the Bowls.
You too, brother.
Okay. And say hello to Dad. So 17-6 now as we play the 14th of 25, and Alex, that little break now, that little score break, end breakers starting to put some pressure really on the
Yeah.
other side.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see Peter and Keith use all of their experience here
Well,
find
here's
a way
well,
sort of back
Hamish
into
has
this
got
game.
the mat, and yeah, you're right. And between, I'd say, 14 to 19 now, I think will be the 14 to 19 will be the sort of indicator, I think, of the outcome of this semi-final.
Tend to agree. You see, certainly the Paritutu team has had the edge over the last few ends. You say a bit more consistent. If we think about the 8 bowls that they have, sort of 5 or 6 of them are pretty effective. Whereas the Aramaho, it's probably 4 or 5. But still, they've been here and done this before. I'm sure Peter in his long career has
certainly
come
have.
back from worse situations than this in a shorter amount of time.
And I can see now Brendon Walton over Craig DeFaria in the other semi-final, leading by 14 shots to 9. 14-9 to Brendon Walton of Paritutu. So here the lead, Ray Wilson, for the Peter Belliss side he's been pretty consistent, really, Alex, hasn't he? He's tended to have bowls sort of in that yard, the yard around the green,
definitely,
the jack,
yep.
hasn't he? He's been pretty consistent. Daryl Reid perhaps hasn't held the same consistency as Ray Wilson, but the youngster Kaylin Huwyler, I think, has played what I would call the bowls that build up winning heads, as Daryl Reid makes a complete chump of me, but draws low of the jack. Wilson again on his backhand.
Certainly playing good bowls.
Well, he certainly gets a good work off the bank side there, Alex, doesn't he? Watch this bowl come back and we'll sit
Yeah, good shot.
inside. Well played by the Aramaho lead. And it's interesting to see. I just wonder whether it's time to change the suggestion for Daryl to change his hand around, because you look immediately, we see Kaylin Huwyler go to the number 2, go to that backhand side where we just saw Ray Wilson draw those 2 shots. He's going to go by, and I just wonder, as we saw at Burnside last week as well, Alex, whether at a certain stage of the game you're just getting that kind of draw back to the centre line.
Yeah, and here's a half a chance here for the Aramaho team. They're 6-17 down. We've just seen Kaylin play his worst bowl of the entire game, really, throwing the bowl into the ditch. So it's important, excuse me, breathed in at the wrong time. It's important that the Aramaho team take these opportunities because they're going to get a few of them. There's, 11 ends to go.
Oh, they'll come.
When they come up, they need to take them, and I think we'll see Keith and Peter in particular. If the opportunity arises between now and the end of the game for more than 3 or 4, I think we'll see them rise to the occasion and make that happen.
Well, just make sure you breathe in and out, Alex.
That's the challenge. You know, someone once asked Kevin, it's a good question actually, when you're about to deliver a bowl,
no.
do you breathe in or out when you let it go? That's the question.
My viewpoint is you breathe.
I pause.
That's all pretty important. And Peter Belliss just indicating that the first bowl of Ron Hutchinson's is just out of the count. As we watch, this is second
Willing it
bowl.
to hold. You don't
Doesn't
want to
get
knock
the
the white
front of
ball
the
into the
bowl.
head.
He does, gets the front of the bowl, turns it in.
Only one down there, mate.
Just the one down there. You would have heard Hamish Kape indicate there. We're just the one shot down now. On the backhand is the bronze medalist from the Commonwealth Games held on the Gold Coast and the Cook Islands. Aidan Zittersteijn looks as though it's going to be looked on the wide side all the way. And is
15 here. This is a loose head for Paritutu. They've just, it feels like they've lost a little bit of focus.
well, two in the ditch is unbecoming, isn't it, of this side? So here's the chance now for Keith Slight, the Wanganui number 3. Blackjack number 72. Oh, he'll be disappointed with that because the gate's been left open, really, hasn't it, Alex?
Certainly has. And Aidan will just look to make a correction on his backhand. Very smooth delivery. It's not
Is it
looking
gonna
like it
come
wants
back?
to come back in. Now here we go. We see Peter Belliss.
Well, I'm going to wait a couple of bowls yet, Alex, but remembering that Peter Belliss has got the last bowl. Who knows?
Mate.
There could be a big number shot opportunity on here.
It's building well enough. They've got second, third, fourth, fifth shot.
There's
Now,
another
they
one
only
coming
need to
into the
find a
head.
way. He'll be unlucky if he gets the jack square. Brilliant. That's brilliant. Good stuff. Good shot.
Well, 2 shots from Belliss, but Peter Belliss, being the player he is, he can also see, and he's looking astutely at the head. He knows that there's a, depending what Hamish Kape does here, there's about a 5-shot option here. Yeah, he's looking at it. You can see there. You heard that. You saw the hand signal there, Alex, from Peter Belliss.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah, there it is.
This is
He's
the end.
pointing
This is
to
their
it.
chance.
And there's no danger in the shot, Alex.
Absolutely. And therefore, Hamish is walking down with quite a lot of pressure on him, really, because he knows Peter's quite capable.
Well, it's one of his statement shots for Belliss. So it's imperative here. Hamish Kape, the Paritutu skip, leading 17 shots to 6. Gets another bowl. Doesn't have to be the shot, but gets another bowl in and around the head. Gonna good speed out on that wider side. Still
Now.
leaves a number, I'll tell you.
Oh, this is
You
going
play
to
it
be.
now, play it with this one. Yep, that's the indication from Keith Slide. Belliss,
Big ball here.
he stayed down the other end to see what happened to the bowl of Hamish Kape as the great Belliss makes his way back to the mat, and he's certainly got an option shot on here. There's a 5-shot option on if he can reach. Certainly Hamish Kape's got a bowl left. Here is Belliss on the mat, on the backhand.
Smooth as
Smooth
silk.
as ever. He's staying out on the draw line side.
This is just another one that's going to be a second or a third. This is a good
This'll
bowl here
count.
from Peter Belliss.
Gets a
Square
touch
onto
on
that.
Kev,
They've got
well,
such an opportunity here, Kev.
He's got to play it with his next bowl, Alex.
Oh, he will. It's been a very experienced end. And if Peter Belliss has read the book that he wrote, he'll have visualised the shot he's about to play.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't have to be a charge at the head at all. See, imperative, Hamish Kape gets another bowl on the head. This looks a better line from the Paritutu skip. Is he going to get inside the port to the...
He's made it easier for Peter.
He's
That's
short.
a safety.
He's given some protection to the bowl.
I think we're going to see a look for a way to remove that white one. It's a chance, isn't it, really, for a number. And you don't get a huge amount of opportunities. It's just how you do it without having jack movement happen as well. So Keith indicating
There it is. That's what we
on the
just-
backhand to try and cannon the white out. Or you could get it square on the backhand as well.
Well, he can play it really the way the head's situated. He can play it with generous weight because he's got a bit of shelter, those other bowls on the side. And he can play with a bit of generous weight. And remembering, of course, he does own the back as well, I think. Oh, there's one bowl there on the
It could go
Paritutu
ugly.
side. I think you'll see that close to the body delivery of Belliss is playing down across the head. Yarding a bit of weight, trying to dislodge that bowl, that Paritutu bowl. The door's open for sure. Oh, we got the first part right. He's on the backhand, just
On the
the hat.
backhand side.
And he is.
Visualise this. Smooth as silk. Looking to cannon the white out. Peter Belliss. We see that little walk that the bowl does. Now,
Same result, really, but he had
Well-
to play it.
it was a good shot, really. He had perfect weight to try cannon the white. Got the jack square in the guts. Fair enough. And we see Wanganui, the Aramaho team, score a point. And it'll be interesting to see where the jack is thrown here, because we've seen the Paritutu team have sort of 2 metre to 2 metre length heads, haven't we, Kev?
Yeah, well, Belliss had to play the shot. There's no question. That shot option was on, and he was only really a bowl away from getting what I'd call the perfect result.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah.
He owned the back of the rink really, so the jack was fine as well, and he look. He scored. That's the main thing, right? And he wasn't far away. And now, the big message now to the Hamish Kape side: if you don't get bowls on the head, the chances are you'll be very quickly exposed.
No, they'll take their chances. Will the Aramaho team, as we see the lead has been playing well on that forehand side.
Yeah, Ray Wilson's been pretty impressive down full length head.
Oh, that's a commentator's curse. Sorry, Ray.
Yeah,
It's
lower
my fault.
the jack. So
And
good to
Daryl
have-
persisting with that backhand side.
Good to have the councillor Sam Bennett pop in and see us and tell us about all the great things about the city of New Plymouth. A very proud councillor, and of course this afternoon we'll have the Voice of Sport at some time. Not sure what time, but at some time we'll have the Voice of Sport, Phil Quinney, with us.
Yeah, no, great district. Certainly, Kevin. I meant to mention it. I'll mention it again. Just on the indoor side, the Nationals is coming to New Plymouth next year for indoor bowls, singles, pairs, triples and fours at the TSB Arena. So
It's
I'm
a
looking
great
forward
stadium.
to tootling down.
Well, Alex, you and Colin can be there to defend your New Zealand Peers title.
If we don't turn up to defend it, do we get to hold on to it? That's not the way it works, eh?
No,
Okay.
well, it's about like the people who are still holding New Zealand titles because of COVID and certain bowls events as well.
We'll see. We'll give it a go, but looking forward to that. And the city certainly do a great job in the North Taranaki Indoor Bowls Association, of which Aidan Zittersteijn, who's the 3 years, had a lot to do with, will do a great job in running that event, I'm sure.
As we see, Daryl Reid trying to swoop down towards the jack, had a yard of weight, but again, as you rightly said, Ray Wilson with his second bowl, he adjusted and drew the shot on top of the Daryl Reid bowl. Oh, here is now Ron Hutchinson. You'll see there it's about a metre away from the 2 metre mark, playing up towards the rugby park end, or the Yarrow Stadium end, and the mountain end here at the West End Bowling Club, one of the older clubs in Taranaki.
See Kaylin on the forehand. Previous end, remember, he threw a bowl into the ditch. So just looking to recover, and he's done that pretty well. That's a good shot.
Great ball, mate. Very good.
Yeah, well
Good
played. Well played by the number 2, and I just, I'm looking. Oh, I can't see everything out the window here, of course, Alex. But it just seems to be, as we had last week, just what I would say a kind draw.
Mm.
Trying to
How's
get
this?
past the bowl here is Hutchinson. It was a
Oh,
bowl
good
away
try.
from getting there.
Same ball, buddy.
Finding his line and length more as this game progresses, though, isn't he, Kevin? He's
Yeah, he
finding
was
his way back
struggling.
into the game.
He was struggling pre-morning tea, but after the tea break, he's come back and been pretty consistent. As we watch Kaylin Huwyler on the end, 15-25. He's on a just run by again, but he's certainly consistent insofar as what I would say, giving the bowler a chance to get to either the jack, but certainly get into the centre line. Keith Slight now.
On the backhand, very compact delivery. Suits these quicker greens, I would say.
Well, it does, Alex, insofar as the arms not coming out and wandering all over the place, and you can get rewarded as we see Slight.
Great shot.
That shot here draws right to the jack.
Sort of a fingertip delivery, isn't it? So on those quick
It is.
greens, it's great because you can make the small adjustments.
So Zittersteijn, who's been pretty consistent throughout the game on his backhand, a couple down on the head, leading 17-7. And how far is this going to come back? Not going to quite get to the jack, but goodness
That was a
gracious.
close one.
That was a zigzag paper, that one, to get to. Slight again on his backhand. Certainly got it out on that drawing track, I suppose you would call it, Alex, out on that
Yeah,
side.
and he had the right line, but just ran out of oomph.
So-
So
So is it now the opportunity for Aidan Zittersteijn just to bring his line in fractionally with a yard of weight and reach to that shot bowl? Because there's 3 bowls sitting in behind the head there, all those of the Paritutu sides, 2 down on their head. And this is going to be another bowl in behind the head.
yeah, there's certainly the back of the head's looking good for the Paritutu team. The jack moving to the left as we see it, sort of down the 8 o'clock line, or to the right now as we see it. So for Peter, it's just about covering where the jack's going to go. He'll know exactly where it's headed to because it's touching that shot bowl of Keith's light, so there's only one place the jack can move to.
I don't
Sort of makes it a bit easier when you're covering, doesn't it, if the bowl's touching the jack?
Well, it does, and of course the Belliss side desperately want to get a bowl, regardless, Alex, over the head, because I don't think they've got, I would call, a bowl over the head in a possible effective position.
So Peter on the forehand, that classic delivery. Looking just to cover where the jack's going, to the bottom left of the screen as we see it, and he's given this a real chance. If it's got the weight,
No, just needed a few more rolls.
Oh,
Good
beautiful
count,
green.
Good count. So weight control to the jack here for Hamish Kape is imperative, because it can very quickly sort of like scoot away, and he's playing it on that forehand side.
Feels important. You don't really want if you're...
close here, was going to get something, isn't he? Here is the Paritutu skip getting to the shot bowl and jack, and that was a well controlled, well executed shot from Hamish Kape. He was at least a couple down.
Yeah, it's classy there from Hamish. And now for Peter, it's whether you draw around the head or go underneath onto that shelf of bowls. Yep, just like that. Inside out. And if you're a little bit wide, you sit your toucher up and over 3 or 4 rolls.
And I
Or you
can
can just
tell you
the open draw. That's your options.
the Craig Tafaria match is now 16-10. And that, with 14 ends gone, and it is Brendon Walton who is leading at this point after 14 of the 25. Here is Peter Belliss.
I like this call. Looking for a big inside out on the forehand through that gap. You can miss by more and still get a good result. So Peter will be playing maybe a metre through.
Well, the thing is as well, Alex, one can elect to endeavour to try and dead draw here, and you're 6 inches short and you've got nothing, have you? So at least by playing with weight up through the head, he gives the opportunity to move some bowls around. Here is Belliss.
On the forehand side, just needs to get underneath anything. Okay, then he's thinking maybe go around it and promote his own bowl, Kev. If he gets his one
He's going
square.
to get the slide, push it away.
I would have done it too.
And would that be 2 or 1, would you say, lying there? Their lollipop lady.
Hard
Just
to tell.
see what Susan Cottam indicates to us. I can't quite see her at present.
Do you feel like that was an important moment in this game?
Well, it's another end, and it's 2 has been the indication back to me. 19-7, 15. You're starting to know that you can't. Well, 1, you can't drop any significant numbers, and 2, you've got to start scoring whether they're just ones. Doesn't matter.
Just changes the complexion a bit, doesn't it? Particularly if Paritutu can get to 20 here, if Hamish can make this third shot count, put them to 27 up, 13 points up after 15 ends if he can make
Alex,
it.
how's the weight? Just needed to get past with that metre of weight.
Not to be. So I think we'll see a 2 here, Kev. Nope,
That
the
was
finger measure.
indication.
A measure it, he says, just to get the practice in.
Now,
But certainly now we'll see Aramaho having to take their chances, and Paritutu can be a little bit, not defensive, but just look ones and twos either way.
well, interesting to see Hamish, Kape and Daryl Reid having a conversation in the middle of the rink as the umpire gets down to put the all-round measure around to see exactly what that number is. And the other game, as I said, is 16-10 to Brendon Walton as we play in 15 of 25. And of course, run in conjunction with this is the pairs as well. And we'll give you the updates on those shortly of who will play the final here this afternoon in the 118th Taranaki Open pairs, which runs in conjunction, of course, with the major event, that being the fours.
I was having a look, I was doing a small amount of research on the Taranaki fours, Kev, and I found an article from the 16th of January 1971 in the press it was, and it was the headline was "Bowls on, Labour Short," and it was because the annual Taranaki Fours bowling tournament in New Plymouth was going to have effect on cargo handling for Port Taranaki because many waterside workers were taking their holidays to participate in the annual Open Fours tournament. So a ship had to go to Wellington to get it sorted. But they said, don't worry, the situation will ease after the bowls tournament.
Well, that's interesting because in the days gone by, so it's a 1 to the Paritutu side. Another end gone. Now 18-7 after 15 of 25. So also what used to happen as well at that time, Alex, the Monday of when in the old days the Taranaki Open Fours final was always held on a Monday. And the Watersiders down here, it was their annual picnic day. It was always on that particular day. So there was literally no work at the wharf, and they used to have a picnic as well, which was held at Eltham. They used to go by train down to Eltham for the Watersiders picnic. But a number of the Watersiders, including my father, used to converge to my late father to either Paritutu or New Plymouth, wherever the nationals were, the Taranaki Open finals have been held, and it was certainly yes, it was a great day, and yes, there wasn't many people on the wharf at that on picnic day, which
I
was
can
always
imagine.
held at the time of the Taranaki Open Fours.
I see Ray Wilson still on the back end. So it's been fascinating to me, these leads. Ray's picked the side to the clubhouse and Daryl's picked the side away. Both nice greens, so it doesn't really matter. But ordinarily you sort of chase your lead down on the same hand. We've seen them play opposites.
It's been very, very strange how this has panned out, because it's I think in the main, Ray Wilson, although he's bowled not there, has had, I would say, more consistency at this point than Daryl Reid. There's Daryl Reid's both bowls short, and he'll be starting to, you can see there's the old whack on the legs. He knew that he's getting a wee bit frustrated that he can't get that consistency. He's one of those players, Daryl Reid is a very, very precise draw player. As we watch through the Port, the Belliss bowl, and that'll be shot, but there's nothing which you would say that's right on top of the jack. And this is the young fella, Kaylin Huwyler, who has certainly impressed me. Alex, look at that smooth delivery. To me, he's played some very, very important bowls in setting the head up for the Paritutu side.
Yeah, at key times as well. And we see this one slip underneath, just in for one. Good bowl, and that's
Right
important
on the
here.
centre line. Now, Kaylin, of course, Alex, the family got a pretty close affiliation with Bowls New Zealand.
Yes, his father, the vice president, Phil. And I think I saw him in the background watching you. He's there between,
Yes, I saw him here somewhere this morning.
sort of to the left of your screen, sitting and watching.
Yeah, mate, happy days. That much out.
Just cool to see. We see a lot of families Playing the sport, Kev, so another father and son.
And he's
played a
vice
bit
president
together
of
as
Bowls
well.
New Zealand. Is that correct, Alex?
That's the one, yes, he is.
Oh, well, we will
From
obviously Drury Hill.
Jury Hill, that's the place, which is where Peter Belliss lives up there, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I think that's his house, is next door to the bowling club.
Of course, there's the famous lift that goes up there, isn't there?
Yes.
I think, yeah, there is. So looking for, yeah, this is
hands on hips here.
yeah.
That's disappointing. So they are trailing by that 11 points, so they'll start to, we'll see the Aramaho team start try and utilise the bowls of the two to make more stuff happen, so to speak.
I can tell you that Colin Gorworth and Carl Garrett of the Thames Centre, so just watch this bowl of Aidan Zittersteijn is going to get past. No, it won't. They defeated Matthew Higginson and Andy Durant in the... Oh, sorry, my apologies. The final of the pairs will be between Colin Gorworth and Carl Garrett of the Thames Coast up against Matthew Higginson and Andy Durant of Orewa. And it was Gorworth who beat the young Horo here by 20 shots to 14 in the semi-final. So that's the final of the pairs, which will be running here this afternoon in conjunction, of course, with these final stages of the fours, as we watch Aidan Zittersteijn now, after a good bowl played by the Aramaho by Keith Slight.
Looking just to thread the needle. He's not far away if he can find a way either way around, but just straight into the guts.
Just the one down. And I can tell you it is Walton now after 15 of the 25 ends. It's Brendon Walton up against Craig DeFaria. And it's Brendon Walton who is leading by 16 shots to 13 over Craig DeFaria after 15 of the 25 ends. So Keith Slight endeavouring to add another one to the head to the count.
This
he
is
won't be
classy
far
stuff
away
here.
as well. Sits on the bowl, will do so, flops towards the jack, gets the toucher.
How classy is that, really?
It's interesting though, there's been only a few ends that Peter Belliss has really changed over, what I would say, with a good shot position on the head. And this is one of those ends, holding 2 shots.
Yeah, that's it. And I think we'll see, this is when we talk about experience, we'll see the team from Aramaho, if they have stuff left in the tank to draw from, now's the time from N16 through to 25, and we'll see some shots played and some pressure starting to be applied to the Paritutu team.
As I see on the mat is Hamish Kape. How much? Well, that's interesting, Alex, isn't it? That's turns his back.
Interesting shot selection.
Yeah, I was just going to, a question I was going to ask you, Alex, what shot was he actually endeavouring to try and play?
May have even been looking for second shot, perhaps. Happy to drop a 1. I'm not sure.
Well, I think...
Try and secure the head a little and then attack. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I still think with this second shot that the second bowl, it's certainly see what happens to this bowl of Peter Belliss's, but if Belliss is to draw another shot here, surely you'd be looking at Jack in the ditch option.
We haven't seen a lot of massive aggression in this game, really, have we, Kev?
No,
from either
when we
team.
thought there was going to be aggression, it certainly wasn't when expected. Here's Belliss now.
It'll turn if he's got the weight right. Peter Belliss on the forehand. Look at this, come back into the head. That's a great shot there from Peter Belliss. All you can do is stack them up and cross your fingers here.
Well, I think he has to attack the jack line down through that port.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
I just heard Aidan Zittersteijn say, drawing the jack on that forehand side. Well, they can see obviously a better angle on the head than we can.
That may be that a chance to get too unlucky if you're looking to pick that gap on the backhand for a nibble. But Hamish following this bowl up, so he thinks he's close.
Will work.
And this is why. Ooh, nearly why they called the shot. That didn't go that well, Kev.
No.
So, an opportunity
it?
here.
Is this a turning point? Ian,
Well, one of them,
16.
won't it? And how important is this bonus bowl here from
I'm just
Peter
I
Belliss?
see one of the greats just alongside me here, John Murder. Stand, and I know if John Murder had been playing in that side, he'd have been looking for the. Yes, he certainly would have been looking for the jack. Yeah, here's
Peter
Belliss
Belliss.
now.
Up and over for 5.
There it is.
That's fantastic stuff. That out of absolutely nowhere from the Aramaho team. Great bowls and the experience coming through there. They just stacked it up.
Yeah, because I still think the yard through the head there, trying to get to, well, it was reduction as well as the jack option, really. To draw it, even to get second shot was pretty challenging there, not to be.
Yeah.
So let's just put the ring around N16, Alex, to see whether that turns to be a turning point in this semi-final.
It's a head that just built up, and if we think back, it was because Keith Slight with his first bowl sat out the shot bowl of Paritutu's perfectly. Then with the second, he drew 2. So they're holding 2 or 3, and Paritutu just persisted on the forehand, trying to draw the shot. And in the meantime, the experience came through from Peter Belliss. He added 2 bonuses, and suddenly they've scored 5 points. And it's important now that they go back to back. You want to keep this momentum going, but this game still anyone's, Kev.
Oh, it's certainly, and that was that's a big head, that 16th one, because it's a big turnaround. When you look, there was a 4 on the opening end for the Paritutu side, but other than that, it's been literally 1s and 2s all the way through, and then on the 16th, mark that one down at 5 to the Belliss combination, and it's the whole story. A player of Peter Belliss's experience, he can, if he's there or thereabouts, he can certainly work his team through to the final. Daryl Reid,
shot here from Daryl Reid.
slipping past that, the shot bowl, drawing right to the centre line, and equally
They're all here to
important-
play, aren't they?
Yeah, well, equally important, of course, now for the Paritutu side, Alex, isn't it, that they just put that behind them and get straight back into their work.
And you can see, I was just having a look and the list of things Peter Belliss has won is too long. We'd be talking for 26 ends. But I do note that he won the New Zealand singles first in 1981, which I think is probably a good decade before anyone in the team he's opposing was born, Kev.
Well, yeah,
It's not a bad effort.
28, 23, 26, yeah. So that's the, and I've just had one of the Hamish little one just come to join us to get a really good look at what's going on.
And of course, Peter now on 8 New Zealand titles. He most recently won the New Zealand Fours in 2017. But there was a gap between 95 and 2009 where he didn't win a New Zealand title, mainly because he wasn't in the country. And it would be interesting. I wonder how many he would have got to if he'd stayed domiciled in New Zealand. It's just all conjecture. But a great career, and I'd like to see him, I think, get another national title before he's finished.
Well, you could never...
And I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, I was going to say, Alex, you'd never say, a guy like Peter Belliss, you never say never do, because you know that can happen. So we're just, as we see, Kaylin Huwyler now with his first bowl. He's been pretty impressive, this youngster. Has he got the weight to get all the way to the jack? He
does.
Doesn't want to move it too far, just off the centre line. Well played by the number. Been very impressed with this Wanganui. Only the one down, Belliss just heard there, just the one.
Ron Hutchinson here on his forehand. Been struggling in this game, Ron.
Yeah, you can see that straight away though, Alex. You can see that under. You heard Peter Belliss there. How's the weight? Because he knew that it was under the line.
Yeah, he'll be looking to just improve on that. And when you get to this point in the game and you've been struggling, you start thinking, well, it's not how many good ones I've played, it's when I'm going to play them. He can still have some important input into this game. The 2 position, pretty vital.
So out wider. Didn't want to get tangled up on that front bowl. That bowl of Ron Hutchinson's. And literally finishes Jack Level. It's another bowl in or around the head. And it's great, Alex, to be able to see on the the quality of these greens how one's able to draw around the bowls as Keith Slight comes down to have a look at what are my options. And you see Belliss indicating to his number 3, Keith Slight, play down through here with, and as you would well know, Alex, trying to just control that extra yard of weight to play those sorts of shots on these sorts of greens is challenging, isn't it?
It's harder than it looks, for sure. You need to be in that perfect touch. We'll see. Keith Slight played 2 absolute bombs on the previous end. Set his team up for the 5 that they scored, and they're looking to try and score on back-to-back ends here. Continue that momentum. Keith on his forehand side. He's not a million miles away here, Kev. This is very close.
Very close to getting the
Very
result
close
that Peter
here.
Belliss was talking about, to play through these bowls
Get it
inside
down.
out. There it is.
That's such class there from this Aramaho team. Playing against the young ones.
Well, that's the experience of managing the head and knowing, just shot selection, really, isn't it? So Aidan Zittersteijn needs to be down to this bowl, which is that now the shot bowl needs to get past cleanly.
Get a bit unlucky.
No, we'll knock it in. Another one in.
Yeah, it can go. It's funny, momentum's a funny beast, isn't it?
First and third, you heard Peter Belliss say they've got the.
Drop back, not first and third. Same shot though.
Same shot though.
Same shot,
Ball set
absolutely.
down.
You heard Peter Belliss calling that then the same shot. And here is Slight. Looked wider on the way down.
Willing it on. Not going to be.
Well, all of a sudden as well, what does happen as well, Alex, is the shot options for the Paritutu side as these bowls get moved around the head. The shot options become more limited for them to attack. All right, you're here there, so you can try and draw down, beating on the backhand. Drawing around those front bowls, which is always a challenge on the backhand. Is the 23-year-old from the Paritutu
Gets his
club.
bowl down enough on the
Needs
inside
the
half of
inside,
that.
needs
The
the
outside half
inside,
is
not-
fine too. Got it square though. Reasonably surrounded here, and a better head for the Paritutu team.
So, the indication that Peter Belliss clearly gave that they're holding just the one shot and they had first and third. Whether how far that other bowl moved out of the head, I don't know. Of course, tomorrow around the greens of Taranaki, the Taranaki Women's Open Fours will get underway on a similar format to what we have here, and we'll be bringing you next Sunday, Alex. Next Sunday, we'll be bringing you live coverage of the completion of the ASB Taranaki Women's Fours.
Let me see. PB here on the back end. Looking.
Go to get the bowl of. I think it's still one though to the purple bowl behind the head. So the women's, Alex, just a slight difference there. The women's, in fact, play 6 games to qualify and 6 rounds, and 4 out of 6 to qualify for post-section play.
And a slightly younger tournament, isn't it? The women's fours. How long has it been going
yes.
for?
Yeah. Are you talking about participation or duration?
Uh,
We'll go with duration.
Yes, yeah, for how long it's been going for. Of course, both of them highly regarded.
Oh, very much. And the other thing is, like Sam Bennett was talking before, the counsellor, is don't underestimate the amount of revenue that these two events bring into the city.
Oh, huge.
Over the 2 weeks. whether it be accommodation, hospitality, sightseeing, whatever it might be. But certainly brings a lot of revenue into the city.
Now, there's going to be big weight here. They were talking about the way it indicated playing through a bowl to clear the back one off. I think we're going to see the first proper weighted shot here of the game from Hamish on the forehand, looking to clear 2 or 3 bowls out. Percentages are they'll have more hanging around than the Wanganui team. He's got it square.
Cut. Oh, he was desperately unlucky there.
Great
you could
effort.
see the shot there he was playing for. It was literally a cannon off the inside. Alex wasn't would have got.
Yeah, watch this replay. He was maybe an eighth of a bowl off and needed that one. Yeah, he was either an eighth of a bowl narrow or an eighth of a bowl wide, depending on your perspective. But that's essentially the only place he could have hit that bowl and not got a good result.
Well, it was
great effort there.
That plant was on, wasn't it, to get to that result?
Oh, for sure.
All but got it as Peter Belliss now makes his way back to the mat on this, the 17th of 25. Belliss trailing in this semi-final by 18 shots to 12.
Peter on the back end, classic delivery. Watching this bowl. Hamish with another one. Head not quite as pretty as it was though, and they're just willing this bowl down. Fair effort, but not to be. And it'll be interesting to see what shot is played now. Probably less weight, just reaching through that bowl that sits at 7 o'clock to the jack.
And I can
You
confirm
got second
that
and third.
Brendon Walton is now leading Craig DeFaria of West End by 20 shots to 13 after 16 of the 25 ends. So obviously committed Alex to play that same shot. Two bowls hanging around the head. Here is.
Got to be close, mate.
Got to be close was the call. Needs to move now though.
Drifting.
Needs a bit of, not going to. We won to the Aramaho side.
Fair effort. Maximum weight that he could have used to get the bowl to swing back in, but we see the Aramaho side score 2 ends in a row now. They've got the momentum, I feel, here. If they can just keep applying that pressure. They know they're on the 18th end. There's 7 to go after this. You just need to be within a handful on that last end, on the 25th end, and it's anyone's game. And certainly the momentum at the moment with the Aramaho side as they mount this comeback, 13-18 down.
Well, we're at that. We're only really one end away now from what I would term as the real important part of the match, Alex, and that's that 18 to 25. And just got a report here from the Musgrave Hill Club over on the Gold Coast, and there they are at the Musgrave Hill side, and they're watching they're watching the semi-finals. So to Chris and the team at Musgrave Hill, keep enjoying watching our coverage.
Daryl on the forehand side. Still persisting. You're looking to go, not necessarily drawing the shot here, but just a couple of bowls past.
Well, he's been
That'll
an
be
important part, Alex, hasn't he? Has Ray Wilson, the lead of the Peter Belliss sort of, I'm not going to call it comeback, but just at one stage surviving, but now starting to consolidate a few shots. He's been very consistent, has the lead for the Belliss side, as I say this.
How's that for a commentator's curse?
Well,
But yes, you're right, Kev.
That was one of the worst, though, wasn't it? Eh?
Here we go. Hamish has called Daryl to change hands on the 18th end.
Well,
And
we've been-
perhaps
we've been
it's a
talking
change
about
little
this, Alex.
stick. Here we go. There's similar greens on both ends, isn't it? We see Sandra Zittersteijn there in the background. Great organiser.
Certainly is. Organises a number of events at the indoor
Got to be close, mate.
complex at Paritutu. It's change a hand, change a result, is it? Or but just swooped
just
away
passing
by
through.
a couple of metres, but it's the first bowl that Daryl Reid has played there, and I'm personally, Alex, just from my viewpoint, as we noticed last week in Christchurch, I think there is a favoured draw hand for the Leeds, and Ray Wilson is playing it.
Yeah, and sometimes if you're playing a lead and you're favouring one hand and they're favouring the other, it's not necessarily how well you're playing. Like, I could be going good on the forehand, my opposition might be going good on the backhand. If I want to upset them, maybe I'm better to play the backhand as well and force them to change something.
There's the old adage as well, Alex, is there's nothing wrong with getting, just lower the jack and you're in the draw line, because it just makes it more difficult trying to get that bowl around and back to the centre line.
Yeah, well, you're changing the equation, aren't you?
Here's the impressive Kaylin Huwyler, just going to go by as well. You see the jack sitting right on the 2 metre mark, and the bowl of Ray Wilson sitting just right in front of it. Lower the jack.
Ron Hutchinson here, the 2 for the Aramaho team, really struggling.
Yeah, again, skipping away, well underneath the head. Have you ever heard of Smart Road, Alex?
Yes,
On the back.
very vaguely. I feel like it was, is it a small, no longer existing bowling club?
Correct, and that's where I first started.
That's all I know.
That's where I first started playing bowls. Was at Smart Road. Yeah, running out's the call. Here's this boy. He's a good. He's got value. This young fella,
Yeah.
Alex. Yeah, my
Good
very
under
first
pressure.
club that I played at was at Smart Road, and I just walked in as general name of Peter Burge, who I played with in the pairs in my infancy at Smart Road. We had a membership in the 20s. That was about it. Country club on the outskirts of the city, on the northern outskirts. No longer in existence, but fun times.
Aidan Zittersteijn.
Been very impressed with Kaylin Huwyler. Alex, he's just stuck to what he's best at, and that's drawing, obviously, and has been very consistent. Key slide. One down, but coming this way. Has played a couple of very, very good bowls the last few ends, and Peter Belliss is pretty keen on this one as it breaks towards the jack in the centre line. Just goes by, won't be the shot, but certainly just in behind.
And Aidan looking to make that correction now. Willing this bowl to hold up, which I think it's going to do.
Very good.
Good bowl.
Needs
So the
to
crossover.
sit and will sit, fall
Yeah.
over. That's well played.
For the first time in 2 or 3 ends, holding a couple, the Paritutu team.
And to be fair, Alex, they're sort of the counting bowls are covered, aren't they?
They are. So it's more like you've got a foot of room to draw, Peter, on your backhand.
So
That long walk back.
I was just going to say that it never changes at the Belliss stride, shall we call it?
Little smile. And on the backhand.
He'll get the bowl out on the good arc.
He shouldn't be narrow, so now it's down to having perfect weight, and he's close, Peter Belliss.
Here it comes.
We wait for this bowl to pull back into the head. That was such a beautiful line. Perfect line for that shot selection.
So 22 degrees here now in New Plymouth. Perfect conditions, virtually no wind at all. Might be just a little zephyr of a breeze on the way through as we are up fairly high here overlooking the sea. But perfect conditions for the completion of the 118th Taranaki Open Fours. How far is this bowler? Hamish Kape is going to work all the way back now, trying hard. Now, yeah, just the call there, very good. Just heard it there from Keith Slight, bringing it a touch because there is a jack tap touch there now, Alex, isn't there, to the...
Yep. The
Belliss
weight exactly
side.
the same.
He's
Peter,
gone
just
to
go and have a look.
Gone to
I
have
like
a look,
that.
and they're certainly just bringing the bowl in. More than likely, only one bowl width, yard of weight, not even a yard of weight, can get to that jack. You'll see the two bowls sitting in the catching pen, just in behind their head. You know,
Is there a break going on in the other semi-final, Kev? I see the bowls appears to have paused.
Yeah, there's a jack in the ditch measuring going on.
Ah, yes, okay. I'm easily confused. We'll just watch Peter Belliss now. As you say, a shot on for 3 here. He's just gone for a walk there and back again.
But it is...
Not far away. Still not far away, Kev. Has he got
holding
the
up
jack
to
back
sit
for
on
3?
the bowl or the jack. He'll sit on the inside of the bowl. Flop
Brilliant.
back, jack, shot. There he is, the master. He's in full. He's showing us these last few ends. Absolutely outstanding. And I can tell you in the Brendon Walton game, the score now, it's Brendon Walton of Paritutu up against Craig DeFaria of West End, and it is Brendon Walton leading 21 to 13. 21 to 13 after 17 of the 25 ends.
I can think of maybe 5 points that Peter has added to the score with his bowls over the last 4 or 5 ends, Kev, which is a pretty good return rate for a skip.
Well, the other good thing about what he's been doing as well, Alex, is your shot options now to attack against it, the way how that is head situated, is limited for
Hard bowls.
the Paritutu side. On the backhand is Kape trying to get down to either set the bowl, get to the jack.
Oh, it's drifting.
It's drifting there.
It's
Won't
interesting
come
we've
all the
seen
way
it.
back.
Yeah, a couple of drifts on the backhand once or twice. Peter Belliss had a run shot early on in the game on that backhand side, coming in that direction, and he drifted that last third, held wide. And it's at a third end, or is it a third or fourth end in a row now the Aramaho team has scored?
Well, they've scored 3 of the last 5. A 1,
Yeah.
a 5, a 1 and a 1. And we're now at that, we know that crunch period of the game, 19 to 25. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Belliss is showing us his full array of shots. He's still one of the best going around, really, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, the psychology is interesting because Paritutu is 18-13 up, but I can tell you they won't feel like they're 18-13 up at this stage, will they? They'll be feeling like they've been hunted down, and the pressure builds, and you just want to score. You just want to score a point. They'll be happy with a 1. Just get the scoring back under control.
So good crowd in here at West End. Green running at around about 17 seconds as we play the 19th of the 25 ends in this TSB, or the 118th Taranaki Men's Open Fours. Play got underway last Monday with section play around the greens of Taranaki. 6 out of 8 to qualify, and here we are now, Sunday lunchtime literally, and we're down to 4. And within an hour or so, I've been down at Daryl Reid, just needing to slip past the impressive Ray Wilson's first bowl. Doesn't do so. Been very impressive, has the Aramaho lead. Here he is again now. On the forehand. Just going to skip by under the head. Reasonably good weight. It's one of these games, really, Alex, where a couple of ends could actually decide the outcome. On the backhand is Daryl Reid, the lead for Hamish Kape.
Going back to that backhand side.
Twitch, you can see the hand action of Hamish Kape. Needs to get past the bowl of Wilson to get him behind the head. Doesn't do so.
see the two from the Aramaho team who has been struggling, looking to make an impact. That's a very good shot there.
That's well
Be pleased
played.
with that.
Just finishes lower the jack, but you're right, Alex. Very good bowl.
You got to forget the previous 19 ends at this point. Just go, look, I've got 7 or 8 ends to go. Well, actually 6 ends, isn't it? I don't get my maths right. Make the bowls as effective as you can.
Good attempt here by
good
Kaylin. This is very impressed with this young fella, Alex. He's been outstanding. Well, is 28 young? No, not really, I suppose. Is it? It's sort of youngish.
Youngish. I'll take it. Oh, no, I'm over 28, actually.
Yeah, you're past that.
Oh, no.
So here's Hutchinson again. But it's going to fall lower the jack. It's going to be short.
Kaylin on the forehand again. Groove delivery. Nice and low to the ground.
Certainly got out on that wide, generous side on the draw. How far is this going to come back? Won't come back enough.
It almost feels like it's got a little bit more sticky as the game's gone on, doesn't it, Kev? I'm not sure if we've seen the bowls come back quite as much as they did in the beginning stages.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Alex. I'm just looking at, and looking at the green as well. I'm not saying that it's sweating, but you look there now, you see the marking, you can see it's an indication. You can see the foot marking and everything else. Just an indication there. Yeah.
Key slight.
Oh, he's
Class. Good shot.
no. Because the Greens have had a thorough week of bowl by bowl action as well, Alex. So you're going to start seeing wear. Yeah, couldn't quite hear the shot that he was calling there, but is it a backhand to the jack? No, it's not. So Aidan Zittersteijn now leading.
Stalking after
18-14.
this bowl.
He can sit on this bowl. Can he sit on the inside of the slope
good
bowl?
try.
Doesn't do so. All but.
I like that from Peter Belliss. He's gone, we'll leave the head mainly alone. Put one to the 2 metre mark, please. And Key Slight just fell off that bowl a little. We'll see if it made a difference. Sometimes you can salvage that. That's a good bowl if it gets a clean run through. Good shot. Good bowl
That's
there.
fine there. It's correct, Alex, over the head there. On that, just past the centre line.
Just having a look at the head. He may even call Aidan up to have a nosy.
But I'm sure you'd agree. Yes,
Here
you're
we
right.
go.
I'm sure you'd agree, though, Alex, that we are seeing overall and more consistency in the draw game now of the Aramaho side, and really they're starting to put some pressure at the back end of each head now on the Paritutu side. Although they've got a 4-shot lead, that can disappear. Now, remembering, of course, it was only a few ends ago that they were up 18-7.
Yeah, flipping around. I think probably if we were to pick a moment in the first third of the game, Paritutu got, was it a 3 or a 4?
Yes.
Stacked the head up really well, reasonably early on, and Peter missed his couple of bowls.
On the 7th end, they got that good 3, which took them in fact to 10-5.
And yeah, psychologically that felt good for the Paritutu team, but it certainly, over the last 4 ends, 5 ends, it's turned around. We saw that end where Aramaho stacked the head up, and there was no real reply from Paritutu. And now we see Aidan Zittersteijn make his way down to the head. There are a couple down on this head, looking like he's going to play his forehand with pretty big weight here, just making sure he gets a good grip.
Perhaps it's time to unleash a bit of the, what should we call it, frustration, Alex?
I like
Just
that. I think it's a good call. May as well. It's not a winning game plan at the moment. On the forehand, right up the middle.
Needs to hold. Was always on the, what's that body language? It's a bit of a giveaway. Was always on that side, that hope side, I'd call it, of the line, Alex. So Slight and Belliss now having that deliberation about what shot shall we play.
Interesting. They'll be just wanting to score another end. If we look at the scoreboard, 14-18, you don't need to score numbers at all if you're Aramaho. It's more about just getting ones.
Ones
You
are
want to
fine.
continue that pressure through. So I think Keith's just putting his foot at the 2 metre mark.
Of course, the big thing is you're not dropping big numbers. You know, the Belliss want to make sure that we've got control and we're not in a position where, like on the six, earlier on when they dropped a significant number. So, it's Belliss now out on that very wider side. So what's the call here, Alex? Is the back of the head? Well, the deepest bowl on the rink, of course, is the key slide bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks pretty inviting from this angle if you're Hamish to have a nibble on your backhand, doesn't it? Jack in the ditch on your backhand.
It does.
If you're narrow, you get rid of a bowl. If you're wide, you get rid of a bowl. You don't have to be ridiculous weight here, but you may as well. If you're anywhere in that target, even if you're wide, you can probably be within a 3 or 4 feet target with weight and get a good result. So I think we'll see.
Looks quick.
I think we'll see that.
He just did the old wipe the hands, the sweat, so to speak, on the Kikuyu grass on the bank. Here is now Hamish Kape driving on the forehand.
Well, he's not short. Hamish Kape on the backhand.
Well, he removed. He's still 2 down, Alex.
It's incredible. He played. I mean, it wasn't a slow bowl and very little moved. Watch this replay here. Just really, well, it's either wide or narrow depending on your perspective, because he would have been fine to come off that shelf too. But just cannoning the bowl out, making not a huge impact on the head here. And it does feel like the momentum is with the Aramaho team. They're just checking to see if a bowl's in or out. Fascinating times. The psychology of this game, this 25-end game of fours. Of course, most fours tournaments around the country, you would have been finished an end ago, and Paritutu would be making their way to the final of this event, but that's not the way it works at the Taranaki Fours. 25 ends
Belliss just wanting to drop past this bowl.
Great try.
So what does Hamish Kape do here? The other thing that's starting to concern me about the Paritutu side, Alex, I know they're under pressure, but there's a lot of head looking. And, it's, as you well know, let's sort of get a shot in our mind and get back and play it. There's deliberations going on.
Couple of claps from Aidan. It's good to just saying to Hamish, draw it on your forehand. Once they get started again, they'll be feeling like they're okay. It's just about, you just want to be scoring that point if you're the Paritutu team. You've dropped 3 ends in a row. You just want to get one, and then you can start dictating the terms. So Hamish here, he's got a foot to draw. A big bowl here. He's just played a full-blooded drive shot. Can he do it?
It's a pretty good attempt, but just going to fall onto the front bowl.
Great
needed
try.
to fall in, not out for the...
I think we're going to see... What are we going to see? A couple of points?
Oh, we'll wait for our lollipop. Yes, 2 it is.
2. 16, 18. I love this 25-end game, Kev. And the comeback continues for Peter Belliss' team of veterans here.
We've seen since Ian 14, 10 shots scored by the Belliss combination to 1 of the Hamish Kape side.
I don't think it's
5, a 1, a 1 and a 2. And the Hamish Kape side scoring a 1 on the 15th.
Interesting. We see a long end here. I'm not sure if that's on purpose. We've been seeing sort of shorter lengths.
Well, they deliberately shortened it up, didn't they?
They did. On. Yeah, I feel like that was an error there from Ray Wilson. So he'll be looking to make this one count on his backhand side.
And we'll have, of course, all the live action from the final here this afternoon, whoever that may be, of the 118th Taranaki Men's Open Fours. My thanks, of course, to Tamara, the leader of the team, Brian and Kyle, who are doing a wonderful job here, bringing this coverage, this wonderful coverage. And I've already had some feedback. Everyone's pretty happy with what they're watching. So thank you to our team, Tamara, the leader does a wonderful job, and of course to Alex as well.
Looking to make this correction here. Daryl following down on the back end. No, on that this end, switching to the backhand side for the second time in this game.
Well, this
And
is where
just onto
Hamish
the line
Kape
here.
he needs his lead. Daryl Reid, he needs him to own the jack, get right on top of that jack and put the pressure back on the Belliss side from
Yeah.
2 onwards.
You want this to be your chance to stop the rot, so to speak, to have a scoring end. Daryl, he's on the
Not
short
going
side
to.
here, but holding one. And Ron Hutchinson with a little bit of work to do, showing signs of what he's capable of as we've got near the end of this game. And he's a lefty, so if this has got the right weight, he's very close here. And it's not how many you play, Kev, it's
There
when
it
you
is.
play them. And that's great there from Ron
Getting applause
Hutchinson.
from Peter
That's
Belliss.
when he needed to be doing that. That's great stuff.
Absolutely. On the run home, as we said, Alex, 19 to 25.
Smile, that's great. It's all about timing.
It is. And Brendon Walton now after 18 ends. Brendon Walton of Paritutu up against Craig DeFaria of West End, and it is Walton now leading by 21 shots to 16. So here is Kaylin Huwyler. Definitely one down on the head, and a very hard head to play to, Alex, isn't it?
Yeah, that bowl, absolutely brilliant there from Ron Hutchinson. Turned the head around in a bowl. It was a sniff of a chance for the Paritutu team. And Ron went, no, you don't get to do that. He's drawn a front toucher after showing not a lot of signs of form, to be fair, but it is just about timing, isn't it, this game? It's a funny
Certainly
beast.
is, and the Peter Belliss side can just draw away with confidence to the head, can't they? Because there's no danger of anything except...
How good is this from Ron?
There it is. Now,
Good stuff.
what it has done is a very good ball, but what it has given, thankfully, for I'm sure the Daryl Reid side is saying, it does give them a bowl to lean on, Alex, to get into that jack level position. Because they're currently, of course, 2 down.
Yeah, you're close, buddy.
He says he's close. And he is close. That's the weight. Perfect weight. Look at that turn at
Perfect
the
weight.
end there, that bowl.
Still got a metre of turn. Once it got under the line, Alex still got a metre of turn out of it. Oh, certainly getting twitchy time now. Leeds twos are all rushing up the other end after they've played their
Yeah.
bowls.
Interesting stuff here. Yeah,
Yeah.
Belliss just go and look past. And again, they're not about scoring big numbers now. The
Peter
Aramaho
Belliss
team,
giving
they've
his
done
number
what they
2
needed
on
to
the pat
do.
on the, they're giving his number 2, Ron Hutchinson, a pat on the back because he's
Timing,
he's-
he says.
it's timing, and he got it right there for sure.
Keith Slight making his way back down to the mat. Beautiful day at West End Bowling Club.
And Slight's been pretty impressive. In fact, the last half a dozen ends certainly got some bowls in and around the head for his skip Peter Belliss. And well, will it stay up? No, it won't.
Beautiful line.
Alex, I just question, have you got over that coffee issue?
I did. It was a very nice, I was delivered a very nice coffee after my normal coffee place had a big sign saying no coffee today, which is upsetting when you're addicted to caffeine. And I was saved. I had another one, so that was good news, Kev.
Good attempt here from Aidan. Zittersteijn again, just going to get that last bowl swoop.
If we look at those two bowls, Kaylin's bowl and Aidan's bowl, that are sitting next to each other, they both had perfect weight. And when they would have been released from the hand, both Aidan and Kaylin would have gone, well, that's perfect weight. There, surely I'm a chance.
Yeah, it's,
But not to be, and they've swooped right across. Keith here on the forehand. Now, where are you going to end up if he... Oh, tried. Just
Well,
building a little wall up the front.
Keep that line if you'd like to be a touch more positive. Yeah.
Well, yeah, to be a touch more positive. Of course, as we know, Alex, you've got to hold up if you're going to play with that yard of weight. Trying hard here, but we'll go outside the line.
You're right.
We
good
could,
play.
be, well,
Real good play.
this is a massive turnaround in this match. Massive
Yeah,
turnaround.
I think at the moment, certainly the experience of Keith Slight and Peter Belliss and his team coming through over this 25 ends, because remember, Paritutu would have won over 18 or 15 ends easy.
Oh, well,
But they had
yeah,
25 ends to
absolutely.
play with. And I know Aramaho is still trailing 16-18, but the momentum, it just feels like it's with the team from Wanganui.
Well, at 18 ends, you know, we were clapping, we were shaking hands at 18-14 to the Paritutu side. Here's Belliss on the back end. I see Brendon Walton on the charge out there. That's dangerous. And, yeah, I don't know what the result was. I heard the applause.
It was
from
obviously
the
a good
crowd.
bowl. He made a bit of noise.
Yes,
and he'll be able to watch
certainly,
it back, I think.
Yeah, well, it was the last bowl of the head, so obviously it gave the Paritutu guys another shot, I would say. I see Trevor Johns has got the mat. So here is, it's the lead for Brendon Walton. Here is Hamish Kape now.
On the forehand, got those two bowls sitting there over on Hutchinson's. He used the one at 9 o'clock.
Hey, drop.
He's got the right weight. It's not going to
Right.
turn. And Peter, does Peter just add a third shot on his back end?
Oh, I think that'll be his endeavour, surely.
Stack it
Alex.
up.
I can tell you now, 19 ends gone in the Craig DeFaria Brendon Walton semi-final. Brendon Walton of the Paritutu Club and Craig DeFaria of the home club here at West End. And it is Walton who is leading by 23 shots to 16. Belliss trying to add another. Needs to
On the
get
back
past.
end. Clean
Needs to
run.
get past. Clean run through.
Oh. And the most body language that Peter Belliss shows there, his hand moved. Did you see it, Kev?
It did
Just
move.
a little bit, which we could call disappointment, perhaps. Just see this
Are
conversation.
we going to
That's probably
be
a metre.
locked up
Trying to go for the edge of that.
as we complete the 20th? And we have a 5-end shootout in this semi-final.
It does feel. Here we go on the forehand, as if I think
Tight.
it's on the tight side. The Paritutu team just wants to score a point, really. Oh, he's going to shelf. He
Three.
could shelf a bowl in for
Three.
three here. Potential calamity. We'll see in a second.
Change the leader.
Unbelievable stuff here. This comeback that we see continuing from the Aramaho team.
There
Three.
it is. Confirmed. A new
3.5.
leader.
I don't blame Keith here for having a look. Three,
Three it
yeah,
is.
fair enough.
1918. A 1. A 5.
Unbelievable.
A 1. A 1. A 2. A 3. And a lone single to the Paritutu side on the 16th end. They lined up playing the 14th end, the completion of the 13th, leading 17 shots to 6. 17-6. And we're now, Peter Belliss, as we complete end 20, leading 19-18. And Alex, I'm sure you would agree, holding the upper hand.
all the momentum in the world with Belliss and Kape for sure. They are playing the better bowls now. They weren't playing the better bowls, but they are now. After that 5 we saw them get, I think we've seen the Belliss team lift and the Paritutu team just slip a little bit as we have a look at the sky. Beautiful clouds there, Kev.
Yep.
Weren't they pretty?
I haven't quite got the Latin name for them, but they are lovely clouds, as we see again.
Are they Nimbus? The Nimbus clouds? Are they them, or is that
Nimbus sounds good. Yeah,
Nimbus? The little feathery ones, and then there's like the cumulio something else. Doesn't matter. What were we talking about, Kev?
Ray Wilson
I've lost my train of
just
thought.
finishing on the centre line again. You know, he's not far away, and he's really had the pressure on Daryl Reid. Done it again. Reid, he'll be disappointed with how he's gone to date in this match.
Well, interesting to note that Reid switched to the forehand side now, the club side. So they must have had a chat and gone, you're finishing the game on the same hand that Ray's playing. And Ray here on his forehand. Good shot there from Ray. Good bowls here. I'm impressed.
Because early on in the game, it was Hamish Kape had the heads to play to and the shot options to play to, and Peter Belliss in recovery mode. And now we're seeing the total reversal.
Absolutely. It's fascinating stuff here. And the Paritutu team will be looking for just to score a point, and then they can dictate their terms after that. We'll see a change in length of head, so on and so forth, but they need to score first. And when we look at the Aramaho team, one of the front two is playing a really effective bowl. We saw on the previous end it was the two that did it, Hutchinson.
So Kaylin Huwyler here, who's been pretty impressive, needs to get down to the jack, trying hard as the young Wanganui player. How's this though? And a front touch just falls aside. And under pressure, the 28-year-old responded, as he has so often in this match. And there you heard Peter Belliss saying to Ron Hutchinson, one down, looking to take its place. So here is Hutchinson on his backhand.
It's another way of saying finish past the head, please, isn't it?
Correct.
Saying looking to take its place, which is essentially you're subtly saying what I would like as a bowl at past.
What he was saying was don't be short or don't be narrow. And
yeah, that maybe was lost in translation there.
And got both of them. But so
Kaylin looking to make it two. He needs to draw that split. As it is, it'll look inviting to Keith Slight. So Kaylin on the right track to do it though. If he draws the split and gets down a little bit more than what he's going to. Or he could have made that
good ball though.
Head.
And I believe that that New Zealand side for that the cultural, the Polynesian tournament, it's 26, is that correct, Alex?
Yes, I recall reading that somewhere.
But of course there is the Maori side as well, which won't have an age restriction. And look at Slight, Keith Slight, look at this, got it clean.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant stuff here.
Well, the last,
it's all the experience coming to the fore.
We're certainly seeing it right now from both Keith Slight and Peter Belliss for sure, aren't we, Alex? They're playing the big conversion shots. They're
well, it's great to watch, and I think a good. I think people watching, you can take a learning from it, and that we didn't see the Aramaho team panic and go for shots that didn't exist. They just waited for the heads to fall the right way and when they took their chance, they didn't even play a shot for it. They stacked the heads up. Keith Slight played one good bowl, and then there were 3 bowls that followed that. It wasn't a shot to make it happen. Just a lot of experience shown there, particularly in this longer format of the game. But a great game to watch for sure. And I'm sure we're going to see an exciting finish because Paritutu's not going to take it lying down. As we see, Aidan Zittersteijn on the forehand looking for some movement.
touching the jack's body is coming here. So
Yeah, I'm sure.
Standing's good.
Again, I know John Murder standing out here to my right. I know that we're watching that line there that was taken by Aidan Zittersteijn, that John Murder's instructions I know would be get your vision of bowler a bit wider. Because there, by doing that, of course, Alex, you're not going to then steer your bowl under the head. You're going to be coming, back towards the counting area. So here is Zittersteijn now on his forehand. And he's got this one out on the wider side. And I think, Alex, we're starting to get to the situation where we're not quite sure, the Hamish Kape side, we're not quite sure where to go.
There'll be a level of concern there now, I think, and they'll be looking for a bowl to play to try and get some confidence back. But for them, it really is just about scoring a point, which I've said. I feel like I've said it every end for about the last 5 ends as we've seen the Aramaho team just work their way through.
Because Peter Belliss never won this tournament.
Correct.
So building his way optimistically, his from where he was at Ian 15, that we're going to give this a good crack now, boys.
Sure, and he's been part of a number of this sort of performances before, and will be again, I'm sure. As we said, the Paritutu team might be entertaining that idea. See Hamish on his backhand side.
Needing to get some contact under the head. Won't hold on that line. He's going to get one of his own bowls.
All right, mate. Been pretty good. Yeah, still like that, mate. Be out on your ass.
And you just get the impression, Alex, that we've seen now 3 bowls now just steered under that line instead of what I would say having the confidence to just got to let that bowl work inside the head. And that's a fantastic bowl there from Belliss, really over the head.
Yep, good shot. And we can see the jacks moving to the left as we see it there, and Hamish will play this with a bit more purpose.
Moved over on the mat a bit as
Second
well.
bowl. They just want to score a point, Kev. He's in the area here. Hamish looking to get a point back for the Paritutu team. Needs a good result. Has done so. Where's it going?
Jack out to the side.
Jack towards the peg. The umpire having a look.
Out.
The bowl's out.
Out. I heard the call.
The umpire looking a little bit confuzzled. Maybe it's because he hasn't been called yet.
No, we're going to have the clothesline out here. No, they're saying it's still in.
Umpire, please, he says.
Out comes the string. Now, where are we measuring now?
Not even going to endeavour to call
No.
who might be holding the shot there, Kev. That seems ridiculous. So instead, I'll regale us with another bit of history that I've found from 1958 on the 28th of January. Where was it? Another one of the press newspapers. And the headline was Motueka 4 wins Taranaki title, Kev. It was the first time that a South Island skip had won the Taranaki 4s. It was CD Grieve, Grieve. It was the only South Island team taking part in the event, and they defeated a Manawa 2 team skipped by C Walker 28-17 in the final.
Well, okay.
That's my story.
That's pretty good, mate. Yeah.
That's what I've got. And a father and son won the pairs that year. A.H. White and N.E. White from Vogeltown won the pairs.
Yes, Norm White, yes.
As we see them continue to sort the measuring
I don't know.
out. Someone
So this looks like one to Paritutu. Zittersteijn
Paritutu.
going back. It is.
There we go. So they've scored a point. The rot has been successfully stopped. And I think they deserve to score a point there. Hamish was within the area, wasn't he? He would have been unlucky
He certainly was.
to not score.
He adjusted that line, which was the all-important thing, and was duly rewarded. So what length do they go to? And Daryl Reid, my boy, you've got 22 to 25 to book yourself into the final this afternoon. Shorten it up. Was that deliberate, that short? I don't know.
You'd pretend it was, wouldn't you, regardless? And I
Well-
like that they've got Aidan down at the skip end, so the three up. And how badly do you want this first bowl to be a toucher?
All locked up, 19 apiece, as we play in 22 of in 25. Remember, play got underway here this morning at 9 o'clock, so we're coming up to the 4-hour mark. This is a good start from Daryl Reid. This is a good opener. This is
shot.
what they wanted. This is what they, Hamish Kape side will be looking forward to. I suppose the shoulders aren't quite so heavy now, Alex.
Well, you can work on continuing to score instead of thinking, when are we going to score, can't you, Kev? So
You
it
can.
becomes a task where you're looking on how to score more points rather than to stop dropping them. And they'll be pleased with that first bowl from Daryl Reid as well. And he's staying on his backhand side. 19 all after 21 ends. Not a bad game of bowls that we have watched unfold here in front of us today.
And a good opening bowl as well from the ever-consistent Ray Wilson. Here is Reid now trying to get past that bowl, get down to shot. He will do. This is
bowl,
what they were
great bowl.
looking for. This is more what you'd see from Daryl Reid. Just draws around the front of the Ray Wilson bowl, sits in behind the jack, makes shot of it. Ray Wilson staying rightly, and the Piers final, I can tell you, is underway. There's a tip on the bowl, sits the bowl up and over, but won't.
Fair effort.
So Kaylin Huwyler here on his forehand. If he can get down to the counting area and there's a movement on the jack, I'd say he'd be pretty happy.
On it to hold, not going to be, just sweeping across. That side of the rink certainly turns a lot at the end.
I'll tell you now, in the Brendon Walton Craig DeFaria match, as they play the 21st end, it is Walton of the Paritutu club who is leading Craig DeFaria. There,
Oh,
look
how
at
good's that little cannon?
Double cannon.
Beautiful little cannon there.
And it is Walton who is leading by 24 shots to 16. 24 shots to 16 over Craig DeFaria as they play now at the 21st end.
See Kaylin on his forehand side looking for an inside out.
Oh, he was
a bit stiff
he was
there.
a bit stiff, and all of a sudden the head becomes a challenge for the Paritutu side, trying to get a
Now
result.
you think, yeah, that's a good call there from Peter Belliss. You go, well, the head looks okay. How about we go just not near it? We'll leave it alone for the
it's
moment.
a matter of scoring and another end gone by, really, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, I like that. And Aidan Zittersteijn now, having spent some time at the skip's end, walking back. That's all good. They're just trying to change things, the Paritutu team. It's quite, that's a reasonable call. I like that.
And of course, a big thank you to Tamara, the lady, the brains behind the camera, and of course to Briar and Kyle, who are here assisting right throughout the whole day. And it's a long day, and our thanks to them for their assistance at this closing stages of the Taranaki Open Fours.
That was perfect weight from Aidan Zittersteijn, but a bowl wide.
So staying out on the, what I would call the wide, safe side.
Aidan, as we see the bowl coming to the head on his forehand side, just missing on the wide side again. But good enough. The head developing better than a lot of them have in the last few for the Paritutu team. Remembering they're locked 19 all.
Well, this becomes a very, very big end now for the Paritutu side. And of course it's fair to say, Alex, it's a difficult scoring head to play to.
Certainly. And Keith there, his bowl hasn't made anything worse, and potentially, it might come in helpful, and unlikely to do so. See Hamish here. That's what he can see from his end of the mat. End of the rink.
So,
here we go. What weight is he going to choose to play this with? Hamish on his backhand side. Needs it to turn. A shorter end, the bowl isn't going to turn as much because it doesn't have as much track to go through.
Look,
wide.
the question I'm going to pose, Alex, is they're so difficult shots to play. And what's the consistency conversion rate one gets out of those shots? Are we not better? It depends what the view is. I'm looking out the window here now. It's really hard shot to play at this stage of the match. Do we kill it and try and start again?
Tempting on the short end as well.
You can, and harder on a short end because you can certainly waste a lot of bowls.
Peter Belliss going, well, if you're good enough, play it. So he's putting a bowl.
Well, what he's really saying,
just in a catching position.
Well, what he's really saying, if you're going to play that weight, that's where the jack's going to go. And you're possibly 3 down.
Peter look how nervous Peter looks there. He's got a hand to his mouth, Kev.
So is this bigger weight from...
No.
It's not.
Better line, though. This is close here from Hamish. This is close here. Great try.
More than
One down, I
reduced
think.
it reduced it to 1.
Now, bonus bowl here for Peter Belliss. Finish on the wide side. See if you can make it 2. He'll be thinking. A good bowl there from Hamish, Kape.
It was a difficult shot to play that sort of weight. So another end will go by. It's end 22. As Belliss drawing to add to the count. 19 all at this stage. Peter Belliss holding 1. Keith Slight watching it coming back to the head. Is it going to get all the way? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. There he is.
How classy. That's great stuff from PB. Adding a bonus there. He's added a few in this game. They make a difference, those bonus shots, and we see Aramaho take back the lead, and we're going to see a long end.
That New Zealand team has just been selected. Has it ever happened that the selector, he could still play, couldn't he?
Well, yeah, he certainly could. Perhaps if someone pulls up a bit lame, we'll just go, Peter, go for it. Thank you.
Well, he's certainly on good greens like we're seeing here. Really, he's lost very little over all those years, Alex, has he really? He's still, his delivery, nothing changes with him. And when the big shots are required, he's there. (21-19), Peter Belliss leads after 22 ends in the other semi-final. Brendon Walton of Paritutu up against Craig DeFaria of West End. And the measure's out. We'll see what the story is in about a moment, but it looks like the Paritutu boy, I see Trevor Johns. He's got the mat in his hand, so it looks like another scoring end to the Paritutu side. And they running the clock down as well, ends-wise.
Isn't it intriguing that we've seen a short end thrown? I can't really get a feel for what length of end either team would rather play, to be honest, Kev. It's sort of been not all over the place, but I would say a variety that we've seen.
It is, and by the way, there was another one too. the Walton combination, the Paritutu side. For Craig DeFaria, the Brendon Walton side, just scored again. A single. So they retain the lead with a very well performed West End side. As we see Daryl Reid endeavouring to improve on his first, needs to get cleanly under this bowl to get down towards the jack, gets to the front of the bowl. Been pretty impressive, Ray Wilson, though, the Aramaho lead.
Been steady the entire time, hasn't he? Sort of there thereabouts, literally for probably 19 of the 22 ends that we've played so far.
He's been thereabouts most of the match. Yeah, this young fella, Kaylin Huwyler, has certainly had to play a number of bowls, Alex, under pressure.
On the forehand side, they've been very impressed with Kaylin.
Been very impressed with him.
Clean run. Good stuff. Good first bowl.
Just by the head, trying to get to slow down was Hamish Kape. Ryan Hutchinson's got his bowled out on a wider arc for sure. Hasn't got the weight to get all the way back, still fighting to get back. It's in and around the head area. Peter Belliss reasonably happy with that.
Kaylin on the forehand.
Oh, if he can get inside the board, has he got the weight? No, he hasn't. Well, this is starting to get really testy now, Alex. Just to see how this head's building against the Paritutu side.
Yeah. Keith Slight on his backhand. He's pulled his socks up, literally.
The Canterbury socks.
Played some great bowls in this game. Keith Slight and Peter Belliss. Such an experienced combination.
Certainly are. And he's well down here if he gets past the front. Oh, well, that'll get it. Well,
Great bowl. Look at that there from Keith Slight.
So, Aidan Zittersteijn jogs back to the mat, knowing really that he's got to put his side in a scoring position at the changeover.
Needs a clean run. Needs a clean run, Aidan Zittersteijn. Up to the jack.
A clean run and a fall, really, didn't it?
Yeah, just that.
Alex, just taking that wee bit of line or a bit of weight to the
A revolution away. Keith Slight switching to the forehand, and we can't see the bowl on screen, so that would indicate that he's perhaps missed his line by a little bit. There we go, a smile from Peter. He's given him a wave.
That's right. And indication is that it's actually out. So big bowl here for Aidan Zittersteijn on that backhand.
Beautiful delivery.
And trying hard, but won't get the result it wanted. Needs to fall in.
Just about.
Not fall out. It's still Peter
set
Belliss.
the head nicely though, hasn't he, Kev?
Yeah,
That gives
a good chance, really.
Hamish can play on his forehand through, and there's chances left, right and centre of good things happening. You could even, if he wants to be more aggressive, wait a couple of metres past if you're Hamish. Anything in that target area from that white bowl that you see by Peter Bellis's foot to the green bowl to the left, you just play through.
Well, you could just about shunt that bowl actually out of the head, Alex. That's the option, I think.
Well, that's the thing, it'll cannon out clean as a whistle. And you've got a back bowl, the white bowl at 12 o'clock too if you're the Paritutu team. if you do happen to get jack movement. So it's important that Peter Belliss gets another one on the head here, or we'll see an aggressive shot from Hamish Kape. And he's been close enough and
He
had
has been.
poor results from a few that he's probably due for a good result, isn't he?
Well, you can only miss them for so long. And after 4 ends in the pairs, I can tell you that it is Gorworth, that's a Colin Gorworth leading Matthew Higginson, 2 apiece after 4 ends of the 21 end final of the pairs here at West End. And we'll continue, of course, to bring you all that live action right throughout the afternoon as we embark into the final, of course, of the 118th Taranaki Open Fours. Back to the mat goes Hamish Kape, and he'll be disappointed of how this game is sort of turned around. Here he is.
Here's a chance, though, for a number. On the forehand, he's on the wide side at a glance, Kev. Needs it to work its way back in. That's the weight he wants. Needs it to work its way back in. Feather off that onto the jack.
Still one down.
Yeah, he was wider than he would have wanted there. That was perfect weight. They were looking to go underneath and cannon that bowl out.
And, good percentage chance shot played there by Hamish Kape. Just the jack went. I can tell you now, after 21 ends, it is Brendon Walton of Paritutu who is leading Craig DeFaria of West End, the local club. It is Walton who is leading by 26 shots now to 16. It's a 10-shot break. So here's
just waiting to see if we can see the. Here we are. Watch the ball coming from the left of the screen.
well
Peter
played.
Belliss is
Not going to reach.
now. Here's a chance. Hamish Kape would expect himself most days to be able to draw the shot here. He's got room.
My viewpoint is, Alex, psychologically, he's got to draw the shot here.
21-19 down. 1 or 2 down on the head. He's got room. Needs to make this happen.
On the backhand, as we complete that 23rd end, is the 26-year-old.
Now watch the ball come in from the left of your screen. It's the crowd watches.
No, it won't.
And it's not to
no,
be.
It won't. So now, just the one. 22-19, 2 to go. I'm not going to say anything except to say that the Paritutu boys got a big job on their hand.
It's
Just
certainly
incredible though, Alex, that from that, and as we know, it can happen so easily in this 25-end game. We saw on the 15th end, we saw the Paritutu side score a 1. On the 21st end, we saw them score another 1. In between time, the Belliss side, 17 shots.
Yeah,
2.
it's incredible from Peter Belliss and Keith Slight in particular, who've played some good changing bowls, although of course they're leading the 2. I mean, to be fair, it's a great team effort from the Aramaho team. But we have seen Peter and Keith just play some really telling bowls in the last few ends, at the same time as the Paritutu team has just fallen off a little bit. They're not as accurate as they were at the beginning. And,
Well, 17 shots to 2 really, Alex, tells you the story, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, a very good comeback. They
Now
haven't finished
here,
it yet, but a very good
Daryl
comeback.
Here's the door. It's open, big time for you.
Well, it on.
Front touch is what's required here, or near to it, and he responds for his skip, just draws low of the jack. Things looking dodgy and difficult now, though, for Craig DeFaria from the home club, the West End club, Brendon Walton. The Paritutu skip looks to, it's not over, but he's certainly got a comfortable break. But not to
Great
be outdone.
bowl.
Here's Ray Wilson. Look at this.
Great bowl from Ray
Peter
Wilson.
Belliss puts the water down, gets the chalk out.
Front nut. Happy days. Good stuff there. And Daryl will look just to draw past the head, and if he connects with the shot bowl, that's fine. A very good game in progress here. And if Aramaho do finish it off and go into the final, surely they'll be filled with confidence, Kev, having mounted such a comeback.
Absolutely. This comeback, at 17-6 down as we completed the 13th end, certainly looking at the, what times the road services bus leave for Wanganui. But it just shows, when you've got the class of Peter Belliss and Keith Slight out there, nothing is beyond. So the impressive Kaylin Huwyler saying play through it was the call from his skip. Here he is trying to play up to the Daryl Reid bowl. And the difficulty as well for the Paritutu side, Alex, is that they don't actually have a head to play to.
Yep, absolutely. We've seen Ron Hutchinson really find his way in these last 4 or 5 ends. He drew a toucher, 4 ends ago, and has sort of kicked himself into gear, really contributing in the 2 position now.
Well, it just highlights as well, Alex, doesn't it, that, experience and ability are permanent, aren't they? And no disrespect to the young Hamish Kape skip side, just shows the game management with players like Peter Belliss can certainly, change things around as we see the double kiss. Peter Belliss applauding that. Will be 1 to the Paritutu side, a much needed one as we play this the 24th. Ian trailing 22 shots to 19, only 1 remaining after this, of course.
I mean, it's certainly a case of it's never over till it's over, and it may be that the Paritutu team come through and win this, but regardless of as to whether we find them in the final or not, you would think that as a 4 they will leave this better bowlers than they came into it, won't they?
Absolutely.
They've had it happen against them, so if the roles are reversed, they're young bowlers, and they've been around for a bit, but it's a good lesson, and something that you can take from the best in the business.
Brendon Walton now leading Craig DeFaria after 22 ends by 26 shots to 17. 26 to 17 after 22 of the 25 ends in the other semi-final. It's imperative here now that Aidan Zittersteijn gives his side another bowl on the head for another scoring opportunity. Here is the bronze medalist, of course, in the Peers, the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast. How's the weight? How's the line coming down? Needs to get an inside sit and stay.
Very good.
And does, but it's not good. It is 2 shots, but that looks like a big roast beef sandwich sitting there, actually, Alex, to play that split shot through the head, which Keith Slight will be looking for, with weight back to the Belliss bowls, 3 of them behind the head.
So just having a look at this swooping bowl on his forehand.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was looking at his forehand, to be honest. Alex, just looking at it from our camera angle. Oh, look at that. How's that back look, Alex?
That's the thing. It's getting it there. So this is, again, the experience of Peter and Keith. Just having a look at the head first.
All I say is you don't give Peter Belliss 4 chances to move a jack.
Well, you've got a few bowls to come. So they're just measuring, what are they looking at? 4th shot here, are they? So is the decision?
Yeah, it's looking from where it looks like 2, but the most appealing thing is what's behind the head of the Belliss side. And yeah, I agree with Peter. Peter's changed that around from where he was.
Get one clap.
Gives that clap.
A big bowl coming up from Keith Slight.
You can just see the line really, Alex, around the front bowl, out to the Zittersteijn bowl. It's just about a perfect line down to that jack track.
We'll know shortly. Lead by 3, the Aramaho team. He's not a million miles away, Keith Slight.
This is the line we're
He's
talking
not a million
about,
miles
Alex.
away
This is the
here.
line
Keith
we're
Slight.
talking about. Sit and
What
stay.
a shot.
Push the jack. Might still be
Jack
one
should
down.
be back there. The
Peter
Jack
Belliss.
is popping back. Brilliant. Be one down to the bowl at 12 o'clock, I suspect. That was a good
That's
shot there
it.
from Keith.
Oh, he just walks past me here, gives a nod.
Good shot. Well played. Very precise. We've seen some very precise bowls from Keith Slight in this game. That was yet another one. And Aidan Zittersteijn now down on the head. 22-19 down on the card. Penultimate end.
What's that weight control, isn't it, Alex? That
Beautiful delivery there from Aidan Zittersteijn on the forehand. Absolutely smooth.
needs to work now, and it is. Needs to work to this shot bowl or jack. Is it going to go by or hold up? Just going to go
clean
by
run.
bowl.
Beautiful track, but overplayed. And Peter Belliss will be looking just to put another bowl there or thereabouts, you would think, on his backhand side.
Well, the big thing is, of course, Alex, there, you don't want to be short, do you, Aidan Zittersteijn? As we come down to this completion at the historic West End Bowling Club, of course, here at in the beautiful park area. Started in 1910, did this, the West End Club. Here is Belliss on the backhand. Nothing changes.
It's the hand that doesn't turn quite as much.
Has he got the weight? I don't think so.
Oh.
Hands on hips. Gets a teapot.
He's done that look before as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful track, but not the weight. So a chance here for Hamish. You feel as if Paritutu has to score here if they want to entertain a hope
Absolutely.
of
They've got
making
to
their
score
way
here.
into the final.
One will do. Ooh, how far will that come back from there, Alex? It's coming now.
Good
How's
question.
the weight? How's the weight coming down now towards the counting area? Is it going to set up? Is it go? No, it doesn't. Slips by.
Fair effort.
So the next question I'm going to ask you, Alex, is depending on where this Peter Belliss bowl goes. Does he play for the bowl out wide? Now here's a call, Alex. What do you reckon here, Alex? Because one down. Chance was the call, not going to.
Oh,
So yes, here's the conversation.
Leaning the other way.
interesting. I think he's just going to try and play the
Just
simple
to
draw shot.
Draw, get to one, go into the last end, trailing just by 2. And as we said in the other semi-final, it is Brendon Walton of Paritutu who is leading Craig DeFaria of West End after 22 of the completed ends by 26 shots to 17. 22 of the 25 ends completed. Here is Hamish Kape on the mat. Last bowl in 24. One down. The Belliss chin watch. Never moves as Belliss. Here it is from Hamish
Let it go with a
Kape.
little bump here. Hamish on his backhand. I mean, it's essentially to keep his team in with half a chance. He's not far away here. Under huge pressure, really.
Needs to
Hamish.
hold or get the jack. Gets the jack, but
Great
the wrong
try.
way.
But not to be there. So we see now 23-19 on the last end of the semi-final to the Aramaho team. And they are not. They are 8 bowls away, 2 each from completing the comeback here.
So
They'll
has
just
the
be
bus
thinking,
left?
look, just
well,
play some good
really,
bowls.
has the bus left the station, Alex?
Oh, I'd be reticent to say that, but they should be feeling like the momentum's with them, the Aramaho team.
Well,
And
you know,
the Paritutu team's going to have to pull something pretty special out of their bag of tricks here. And really, it's more to force an extra end, isn't it? They'll be thinking if we can get a 4, force an extra end, see what happens. But they're going to need to do something that they haven't done in about the last 10 ends.
well,
And build a nice head here.
Their biggest disappointment, of course, is Alex, that only scoring on from end 15, only scoring on 2 ends.
Yeah, no, they've been outplayed in this last 10 or 11 ends of this game. And we see on the forehand side, it's played so well.
Been very impressive, has Ray Wilson, and here he is again. And he's just, sure it's a bit lower the jack, but it's in around that sort of metre zone continuously, Alex, isn't it?
Absolutely. There or thereabouts, more often than not. Daryl having now switched to that forehand side. Be looking for the 2 metre with this one. You're looking to build a 4, so you need probably 3 of your first 4 bowls past the head, and then you can work out how to make them assist with the scoring. That's an okay start. He'll be looking to get a closer one with the second.
But I think it's fair to say that Alex, Daryl Reid would be disappointed with his consistency throughout this semi-final, and we know that he's certainly more consistent than what we've seen. But this is the man here, Ray Wilson, just runs
Ray's
into
played
his
well.
own, played very well, turned his own bowl, 1 bowl over. Good crowd in here at sunny West End.
Daryl staying on the forehand side. Looking for the 2 metre mark here.
Oh, more
Which
than
he's
likely.
going to get to. That's a good bowl there from Daryl. Something that they can work with.
Watch Belliss play chess.
Yeah, cover all the bits and pieces.
The chances of Peter leaving a 4-shot scoring opportunity is a real challenge for them.
Yeah, he's done this a million times.
Absolutely.
Managed this game a million times. Ron there, beautiful line, a little bit short, and this is an important first bowl here from Kaylin. It's a hard shot to navigate, but it must be tempting to try and move the jack. Pick the gap and pull the jack back to the 2 metre mark. And for a penny in for a pound. I think he's going to be asked. He's been asked to play his backhand, but perhaps still jack movement going on here. We'll see in a second. Yeah, back to his foot. So you're looking at a minimum to have that perfect weight, and if you get the jack, it's happy days. And he's given it every chance
Trying
in the world.
hard. It's just, he's played well over.
Good bowl.
Hasn't gone his way, but I've been impressed actually, Alex, with Kaylin's performance. I think he's been more than likely the steadiest overall within the side. He's been very impressive.
He hasn't dipped, has he, over the time? He's been pretty consistent the entire way through, and they've still got a chance here, Kev. This bowl hasn't done what it's supposed to. Still a chance here for the Paritutu team to make a 4 happen, maybe even a 5.
Well,
Yes, I won't get in front of myself, eh? Let's just to go. There's a chance for a 4.
But here's the jack trail opportunity to build that score up, isn't it? And at the end of the day, Alex, you'd be happy if you can get 4 and get an extra end, wouldn't you? Really? But you won't out
Absolutely.
there. Needs to be inside that bowl, not going to.
Oh.
So any chance now has to see from Aidan Zittersteijn a jack trail. Belliss saying to slide on that backhand, give me a metre over their head.
And it is a case, of eggs going in baskets, isn't it? Because that is the area where Paritutu's gone. We're scoring here if we're scoring. So all it needs really is for one of the next 4 bowls of Aramaho to cover that, and it's going to be a real challenge to find a space to score those points.
And that's exactly what Keith Slight, no doubt, will be endeavouring to do. He just gets past these front bowls here, and he's going to get himself a back bowl, but
they
that's not
haven't
going to
covered
happen.
it.
So, right, Aidan,
There's still a chance.
Aidan, here it is. Touch the jack, move it 8 to 9 inches, you hold 3 shots. And remembering Peter Belliss at this point hasn't got a bowl over the head. So you've got
Bowls
to
is
get
a funny.
the jack.
It's a funny game. I think if Paritutu can be holding the draw on the crossover, which in theory is possible, that'd be pretty good for their chances of playing at least another end, I would say.
23 ends gone now in the Craig DeFaria match, and I can tell you that it is now the lead to the Paritutu side is 26 to 17. 26-17. Brendon Walton.
He's
leaving.
close here.
Close.
Now it's down to your
Close.
weight, Aidan.
Close.
What's your weight
Close.
like?
Clean. Clean. There
Brilliant
it is.
stuff.
There it was, all the way. 4 shots. Exactly. Are we
Beautiful
in
bowl.
for a ride home or not? Yes, we are.
There's that scattering of short bowls up front now. This is a nightmare situation for the Aramaho team. They've got 3 bowls left. You've got to draw a second shot.
Inside that, you're right.
So you heard Peter Belliss saying to Keith Slight, the Aidan Zittersteijn bowl, that's your jack on the backhand. Inside that, you're fine. Here's Slight on the backhand. Jack's moved right down towards the ditch line. It's on a good line, this bowl of Slights. How long is it going to get the port? How long is it going to hold
close.
up? Going to get
He's
the
close.
front bowl, and would leave it perhaps only 2.
Maybe only 2. It was a good shot regardless. He played that well.
You don't want to touch that at all. He's good.
Hello, he still thinks he's got a few. There's
I like that from Hamish. Don't want to touch that at all. Just as if, just in case. On the forehand. Clean run.
needs to hold.
This is exciting stuff, Kev.
Needs to hold. Goes.
The crowd turned into a pantomime there as the bowl just drifted into the ditch. Be
Now
great if we could get a
Now
lollipop person.
29-17. 29-17 to Walton over Craig DeFaria. So I'd love to know what their count on the head is. We're at 3. It's 4 still. It's still 4, Alex.
4, so you sit with the draw. I think we deserve a 26th end.
You love them.
Why not? We've been here long enough anyway. And Peter Belliss making his way back to the head. That was a great shot, wasn't it, of Aidan? Zittersteijn trailing the jack back for the 4.
I see one particular partner is in here now, sort of. Don't want to watch at this point in time.
PB.
So, Belliss just asking some people to move so I can get a clear vision. Here
Good
is,
stuff.
of course, you all know what this guy has done over the years internationally, all
Peter
around.
Belliss on the probe, looking to remove anything through the gate.
Jack. Got nothing.
Oh,
One left. One left in this semi-final. The indication
gracious me.
is it is 4. That locks us up. I think that's the indication. I'm looking for our lollipop lady to confirm. I can't see her. She's sitting on a seat. A lovely hat, but I'd like her to put the lollipops up. It would be exceptionally helpful.
The way he played that shot, you'd say it's 4. And this is an incredible finish of the semi-final. One we deserve, I think. Aramaho leading 23-19, 4 down on the head. 2 bowls to come from Hamish, 1 from Peter Belliss. Will he be holding the win after this? That's the question.
Here is Kape now. Full length on the backhand.
Here we go.
The 26-year-old dairy farmer, or farmer, milker, whatever, liking it, liking it a lot.
Good stuff.
Yes, it's in there. It's in.
I'm enjoying the fight shown from the Paritutu team here. Or from
Where's
both
that?
teams, really. It's been a good...
Well, the lollipop lady is telling me someone's telling me it's 4, 5. I can't. She just moved. I saw the lollipops, but I can't see the
5.
number she's got there.
Well, I think regardless, we're going to see Peter with weight on the backhand, looking
Here
to
is
remove anything.
the great Peter
Anything.
Belliss on the backhand.
With weight on the backhand side, he's close here, Peter Belliss. He's
gonna
close.
Get a bowl. Won't matter.
What just happened, Kev?
Well,
Have they just dropped to 5? I think they've just dropped to 5.
well, he's going to have to play. Look, I'm looking from a sort of very strange angle here. No one wants to shake hands. So is it 3, 4, 5? It's game. It's all over. It's all over the semi-final. A 5 to the Paritutu boys. Unbelievable, Alex.
I've been rendered speechless. That was a great game. Yeah, I got nothing else to say really, Kev.
Wow.
I don't know how the final's going to live up to that, but what an incredible comeback from both teams.
Oh,
I mean, 1 minute
absolutely.
it was Paritutu's, the next it was Aramaho's, then Paritutu's again. Incredible stuff, and well done. I think all 8 players should pat themselves on the back there.
Well, when you see a change, for example, Alex, when you're sitting at 18-7 up at 15, things are looking good. Then all of a sudden, at end 21, you're locked up at 19 apiece. You drop a 2, a 1 and a 1. You go into the last end, 23 shots to 19 behind, and you get a 5. And Peter Belliss had played such magnificent bowls, and he's smiling strangely as he walks his way back. But what a fantastic semi-final, Alex, that we've just seen. And as I said, in the other semi-final, it is the Brendon Walton side leading Craig Defaria by 29 shots to 17. So are we going to see an all-Paritutu final? That'll be worth looking at the history books for when that may have happened. So this is Alex Reid, Kevin Hickton. We'll be back at the 118th Taranaki Open Fours final. We'll be back, I would say, just after 2 o'clock.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times
And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 118th Taranaki Men's Open Fours. We're here now watching the final of this event after a number of games. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined here by Kevin Hickland. And Kevin, can you talk us through who are we watching in the final?
So not since 1978 have we had two club sides line up against one another in the final of the Taranaki Open, and that was the side of Murray Fisher, John Murder, Dave Baldwin and Ken Murder, all out of the Paritutu club, up against Brian Holt, Vic Walsh, Toby Andrews and Bruce Bellinger, also of Paritutu. And history repeats itself this afternoon, where we'll have the side of Daryl Reid, Kaylin, Huwyler, Aidan, Zittersteijn and of course Hamish, Kape, up against the other Paritutu side of Trevor Johns, Gary Barber, John Zittersteijn, father and son, and Brendon, Walton. So we saw in the semi-finals, Alex, absolutely unbelievable. Peter Belliss came from behind, outscored the Paritutu side by 17 shots to 2, but then on the 2015, an amazing 5 by the Paritutu young fellas put them through into the final by 24 shots to 23. In the other semi-final, it was Brendon Walton's side up against Craig DeFaria, and it was Walton who ran out the winner by 29 shots to 18. The first end has just been completed here at Paritutu, and it was a 3-shot opening for the Brendon Walton side as we line up in absolute perfect conditions here at the 118th final of the Taranaki Open Fours. Our lady with the market, well, the lollipop lady, Susan Cotton, is with us again. Our umpire, Grant McCauley, and with me, of course, I have got Tamara, the manager, Briar and Kyle, who are bringing you all of this live coverage as we bring this event to an end. And also, of course, Alex, at the same time, which I'll update shortly, is the final of the pairs as well, which is well down the board. So here we are, we're away in the final.
Yeah, exciting times. It's all come to this on this 118th run, and I think it's great that we see two club teams play each other, but not only that, we see a father and a son playing in opposing teams, Kev.
Yes, it is, and I'm just waiting for confirmation from Bowls Taranaki, but I've been led to believe that both of these players, both the Zittersteijn father and son, John and Aidan, are both in fact vying for the Taranaki for their gold star. But I will get that confirmed. But Alex, you were with me. Could you believe that last end against Peter Belliss?
That was incredible stuff there from the Paritutu team. Showed a lot of fight, really. I mean, at different points in that game, both teams looked like they'd won it and come home and hosed, really. So it was just a great last end. Aidan Zittersteijn trailing the jack back for the 4. They added a couple and happy days. But just, if you want something for confidence, that's a pretty good way to do it, isn't it?
Well, I did have a very patriotic Paritutu supporter tell me that that's how they deliberately set the head up.
Fair enough. It was
And
exciting.
I just
anyway.
said, well, yeah,
Enjoyed
they got the right result. That's it. And so as we see, Aidan Zittersteijn. Remembering we've got, as Alex rightly said, we've got John and Aidan, and this is John now, who Alex referred to this morning, a prominent indoor bowler.
Yes, he holds a gold star for 5 national titles in the indoor game. John Zittersteijn, very well respected, still plays at a high level, often a skip of one of their inter-centre forwards teams. John and Aidan, as well his son, come up in the indoor game too. Both have Welsh titles, which is the indoor inter-centre thing, so good at both codes, really, a lot of success.
So here is Aidan Zittersteijn. I'm sure it's the bowl of the very, very consistent Kaylin Huwyler, who still holds shot. It looks like it on that camera angle as we see the back bowl, the deepest bowl, in fact rolled into the ditch. That was the bowl of Aidan Zitterstein's. Absolutely perfect conditions here at West End. Literally a cloudless sky. Of course, we're playing from sea to mountain, so to speak. We're not playing, we're not north-south. We're playing it away, this end down towards the seaward end, as you see Walton trying to get down to what I think is the shot bowl after scoring a 3 on the very first end. And Hamish, Kape, no doubt these guys that have played one another a lot in club championships and other events in Paritutu. So it's amazing, though, I can say, Alex, there's a number of West End supporters who seem to have left. So here is Brendon Walton. He's not going to have the weight to reach that. And one of the ones, Brendon, you don't follow or look at closely. You can tell out of the hand.
My problem is I never know if I'm meant to follow the ball up or not.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And not going to play the bowl is Hamish, Kape, knowing that they have got the one shot, feel comfortable with that. Take that one, 2 ends gone now, and it is 3-1 to the Brendon Walton skip side. Interesting, Trevor Johns, the lead for the Brendon Walton side. Very prominent rugby player in his day. Played for the, now called Spotswood Club, but played for the now defunct Star Club. And was one of those proud players who was fortunate. I think it was 1978, wore the black and the yellow and black jumper throughout 1978. Now, interesting, Alex, the umpire today, Grant McCauley, who is based here now. Well, he's originally from Wakatani, and he rode for New Zealand right through from 1974 to 1980. He won a bronze at the World Championships. He got another medal in 76 in the 4 at Montreal in 1976, and in 1982 took up bowls, and now in Taranaki, and he's our umpire here this afternoon.
Certainly one of the cool things about the sport of bowls is you can play it sort of after other sporting careers are finished, and we see a lot of top sportsmen move on and become successful at bowls. Off the top of my head, in North Harbour we've got Bevan Smith, who was a runner in the Commonwealth Games, amongst others. It's pretty cool. A wide variety of sports sort of seem to congregate onto a bowling green, Kev.
Yeah, they certainly do. We saw here, Marty Berry from the Wairarapa playing with Grant Nisbet, the iconic sports commentator, and a number of other players. Jeff Bishop from this club, I know, was playing in the event, played halfback for Taranaki for a number of years. So, yeah, there is a number of ex-good sports people who are here lining up now in our sport of lawn bowls. And wow, if you're down here in Taranaki with the magnificent greens that they serve up to you to play on, Alex, it certainly makes it all the more enjoyable, does it not?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here at the West End Bowling Club. It looks like the wind's up a little bit, and we see this bowl of Kaylin's tracking out on his backhand. That's probably more to do with the wind than the green.
It was remarked to me.
From left to right.
Yeah, well, in fairness, Hamish Kape did make that comment to me before the game that's got underway. That wind had got up and it was gusting around a wee bit, as we see Gary Barber, the number 2 for Brendon Walton, with Daryl Reid holding shot at jack level. This will need to hold up to get to the jack, will it? It's got a good attempt here from their number 2, Barber, and will be shot just slightly under, made shot of it. And no doubt the Paritutu side, the Hamish Kape side, would be still breathing a sigh of relief that they're still there, to be fair, Alex. So they need to quickly get into their work and just put that this morning behind them and just say, thank you, we're here.
Absolutely. And you sometimes take that. It wasn't luck, it was a good end that they put together. But you take those happenings and just go, cool, maybe it's meant to be this year. Maybe we're meant to find a way to get over the line.
Well, it's not an everyday occurrence that happens, is it? And speaking to Peter Belliss after the game, he said to me, look, I could try and draw and I could miss by 6 inches. By playing the shot that he played, he said, I get the jack or a couple of bowl reduction, and it's all up, which is absolutely true. That's and his first bowl was very close.
Yeah, I do wonder if Peter's last 2 bowls were both run shots through the head. If they'd been the speed that he used to deliver a bowl at through a gap, you know, we saw him get a little edge of a bowl with his last one. If that had been the weight that we've seen Peter play with in the past, a couple of bowls would have left the head, wouldn't they?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
he wasn't far away in the correct shot selection, but what a mighty last end that was from the Paritutu team, as we see John Zittersteijn here on his forehand. It's interesting, when he plays indoor bowls, Kev, because indoor you kneel down on one knee, he kneels down with his right knee up and plays underneath his leg. And it's quite common in the Taranaki region. There's a few of them that play like that with the right leg up, and they play sort of underneath it. And I wonder, I've often wondered if John sort of popularised that delivery. He doesn't do it in outdoor though, I just noticed he steps with his left foot.
So just quickly on the pairs, Colin Gorworth and Carl Garrett up against the Orewa side, Matthew Higginson and Andy Doreen's, and it is 18 ends gone, and the very, very well performed Colin Gorworth, who plays, I think now out of the Pawanui club, who is leading Matthew Higginson by 21 shots to 11 after 18 of the 21 ends in the pairs final. Out of Coromandel, of course, Gorworth is his centre. So here is John Zittersteijn.
That's a lovely correction there from John. Good bowl.
Sure is, and sits
Front
right in
toucher.
front of the jack. The front toucher. Leading 3-1 in the sunshine at West End. And of course, Brendon Walton, a well-performed player here now in Taranaki. And
Yeah, I see he's at the pointy end of a couple of their centre events, isn't he, Kev?
yes, he is. Yes, he is. So here is Hamish Kape now. What weight is he going to play to get to that shot bowl? Trying to play through the port to the counting bowl with good weight. He's close to getting something here. Hold, gets the jack movement back. Well played. And that's a bowl of, I'm sure that's Aidan Zitterstein's bowl way back at the back there. The greeny ring.
Jack marker on the ditch. And Brendon.
I'm sure Brian could confirm that's his bowl there. Confirmed.
Excellent. Brendon on the back end.
I'll have with me later on this afternoon Philip Huwyler, the Vice President of Bowls New Zealand, and also, of course, Phil Quinney from the voice of sport in Taranaki for so many years. As we see this bowl of Walton's is outside the outside peg. Will be 1 to Aidan Zittersteijn after Hamish Kape got contact with that first bowl. Here he is on the backhand, the Paritutu skip.
Pretty good, mate.
Weight's good, said John Zittersteijn for Brendon's last one, so he just
He
needs
did.
to correct his line in.
Needs to slow down to get to that line, doesn't do so.
Plenty of room here.
Lane 2, you'll see there our lady with the lollipop, Susan Cotton, putting the lollipops up, saying it's 2. Well, this bowl at Walton's, no question, the line of this on the way down, always going to get tangled up through there. And the marker, as I say, Susan Cotton indicating it was 2. Yes, it was 2. So we're all locked up at 3 apiece in the final here in the sunshine at the West End Bowling Club here in New Plymouth. And a lot of good crew in here in the clubhouse enjoying not only the bowls but the hospitality of the West End Club. And you know, Alex, you've been here. The clubs all around the region of Taranaki who get behind this event certainly make it pretty special, don't they?
Oh, it's great stuff. It's it's the 118th running of this event, and for probably a full century of that, it's been a really integral part of the wider community as well, this Taranaki Fours, and certainly the clubs. It's literally been around for as long as most of the clubs have been, hasn't it, Kev? So they know what they're going to get every season, and the hospitality is second to none.
It's one of those events. You would think this could be a Grant Hassel challenge. You could write a book about the Taranaki Open, couldn't you?
Oh, you'd maybe more than one. You know, I'm sure
Well,
there's been
you know,
there'll be different eras.
Of the characters that have been here, the great finals that we've seen, the great semi-finals as we saw this morning. There's been so many things that have happened in this event. When we consider and in the 80s, etc. 532 teams lining up over a week. Playing right down as far south as Harawa, right around the coast, all encompassing everything of Taranaki. And interesting talking to Steve Bennett, the councillor this morning, the Plymouth District Councillor. The council certainly appreciate that the dollar value that this event brings to the region.
Yeah, and it will have done so. It'll be incredible to work out over 118 years what's been injected into the Taranaki economy over that time. I would imagine it's not a small sum, but if we're talking about books, Kev, quite a good one to read. Usually you can find it at the Bowls Club's libraries, is T.T. Scogland, who was,
right,
I think
yes.
he won the Taranaki Fours 2 or 3 times, wrote an autobiography from his hospital bed. I can't remember what the name of the book is, so that's not very helpful. But there was a few chapters in that he dedicated to the Taranaki Fours, and it's a good insight to what that event was like in the 40s when he was playing. And well written, it's worth a read.
Oh, look, I can remember Alex as a youngster. And I mean, like a youngster, 8-9 years of age, my late uncle Len Binnock played out of the Fitzroy Bowling Club, the old Fitzroy Bowling Club, and I can remember with my late mother in January in the summer, I would be in those things at my age, literally forcibly dragged along to watch Uncle Len play in the Taranaki Open, and it's just the way it is. And Taranaki's got this thing about sport where they hold a very strong tradition, whatever the sport may be.
Kaylin here on the backhand. It's a loose-ish head here. That was a... Oh, he'll be happy enough he got those couple of bicks. He could have found a clean one through and finished further away from the jack than what he is. But a loose-ish end here on this end 4 of 25.
Been very impressed overall with Kaylin Huwyler. I think he's got a tremendous future in front of him. Got a lovely delivery. I know he's come under the eye of John Murta, and certainly a player who I think is another one of the youngsters who has a great future. Is Aidan Zittersteijn now. I've even got so Daryl Reid, the lead is actually leaning over my shoulder. Actually, Alex, he's actually watching this in live, right?
Oh, fair enough. Probably a better view. We see John here on the forehand. I love even that the Zittersteijns, it's not as if they're different positions either.
Both at number 3.
They're playing 3 against each other. I wonder how many times that's happened at the Taranaki Fours, where father and son are on competing sides against each other in a final.
We went through many, many years, of course, where father and son, the late Ken Murta and John Murta, played together, and the son-in-law Murray Fisher. So there was literally close to an all Murta side.
Is there still a rule, Kev? You might know this. The Taranaki Fours, you have to be from the same centre, obviously. But I have an inkling in the back of my head that maybe brothers or fathers and sons can play together.
Absolutely correct. Totally correct. Well, great bowl here from Zittersteijn. Come around the front bowl, drew to the jack. Yeah, absolutely. It has always been you used to have to apply to the centre for, let's say, not a substitute, but a player from outside your centre. However, if it's a family team, then there's an exemption always been given to that. And I know even this year that there was some teams in both the men and the women's fours who their entries were sort of reviewed and sent back because they didn't comply with that I'm not saying strict rule that bowls Taranaki have. It's just the way it is. Now here we've got the winner, and I can tell you that Colin Gorworth and Carl Garrett are the winners of this year's Taranaki Open Peers. They defeated Matthew Higginson and Andy Doreen of Orewa by 22 shots to 11. So another title for Gorworth, back to the Thames Valley Centre. Great supporter of our sport, and great to see him now got a Taranaki Open Peers to his name. As we watch Brendan Walton, 2 down on their head, all locked up, 3-all.
Got about a foot of room to draw. He's given it half a chance here, Brendan Walton. That's pretty good stuff. That's very good stuff there from
That's
Brendan
very
Walton. Well
good.
played.
Go there. Get any part of that jack in that fork.
Holding one.
And just heard Aidan Zittersteijn saying to me that any touch of the jack favours us.
Hamish on the forehand. I'm not sure if he's got the weight there, Kev. Yeah, walking away
He's
from
not going
this
to hold
one.
up for long enough.
Now, if you've done it once, you can do it again. Brendan will be thinking. John will just give him a foot. Yeah, beat that in for 2. They're on the wide side, I think is what he's saying there.
Well, John would have a pretty small foot too, wouldn't he? But he stood out on
Yes.
the wide side of the. He stood out on the wide side of the head. So, and Brendan Walton has adhered to that and taken note of that. And has he got the weight to get all the way down? No, he won't. But he'll be happy to have got the one. So it is the Walton side now, 4-3. And interesting that I can tell you, in the Paritutu Club singles this year, Aidan Zittersteijn in the post sections round defeated John by 18 shots to 16 for the first time that he beat John. First time son had beaten father.
Did Aidan tell you that?
No, someone wrote it down for me. That's
Very good. I'm sure there'll be some good-natured conversations going on.
well, next year, of course, we have the pleasure of celebrating the Paritutu Centennial, of which I'm looking forward to, because being a past member myself at Paritutu and actually participated, well, I got told this actually, participated in their 75th anniversary tournament. I'm one of a few that's still around that was, will hopefully, touch wood, be lining up in the 100th as well.
Fantastic. It'll be a great event, I'm sure. Look at that from Daryl Reid. Interesting. So in the semi-final we saw, Daryl favoured the side away from the clubhouse for 18 ends and switched for the last 7 to the side where the clubhouse is. Of course, it was a different rink. Daryl again starting off favouring the side away from the clubhouse. And again, we've got an opposition lead, Kev, who's playing the opposite hand.
Correct. And I think it's important here, though, also for the Hamish, for the Kape, Hamish Kape side, that Daryl Reid gives him away to a good start, because I spoke to Daryl and Hamish after that semi-final, and he struggled.
Good.
There's no doubt about that right throughout the match. But he's given 2 good bowls here on this, the 15th of 25, as the sun streams down here. Wee bit of a breeze blowing from to the easterly direction.
Gary here on his forehand side.
Thank you. I just got a message sent through to me. One of the great players at Paritutu, of course, won a Taranaki Open. Gary Mounsey, playing all his bowls, of course, with Brian Baldwin. And they're sitting back at their on the Gold Coast. Plays out of Musgrove Hills now. And his wife, Christine, just sent us a kind little note. Alex, giving us a pat on the back for the commentary, and unbelievable result, but good for a great Paritutu. So thanks, Christine, and look forward to catching up with you in the not too distant future.
Gary here on the forehand again, willing this bowl back into the head. He shouldn't be far away. I think they're older bowls, so they should turn quite viciously.
Big swing there on the
Last bit, just half a bowl or a bowl wide, really. But good catches if you look at the bowls. Now we're going to have to pay attention, Kev. I'm not sure. Is there a team that's got Paritutu stickers and a team that doesn't?
Now, tomorrow we'll be able to check with me, but I'm sure it's the Hamish Kape side that still have got the stickers on.
Got the stickers on, yeah.
I'm fit. She didn't nod at me, did Tamara? So yeah, the Hamish Kape side have got Paritutu stickers on their bowls, so that's
And the
what
other
we can
side
work on
doesn't.
as well. Yeah, correct.
Right, that's good.
So
I think most of Walton's team have the darker coloured bowls too.
it looks
Look
like
at
this
this.
John Zittersteijn going to get underneath to the jack. No, he's just going to just zip through that gap between the jack and the shot bowls. So here is Aidan Zittersteijn now. It stays down at forehand delivery.
Very good. Aidan Zittersteijn here. Putting his bowl back in.
And
Sit
sits
down.
inside.
Good shot there.
Yeah, that's got all bases covered. They've got the deepest bowl on the rink. They've got that particular side of the rink covered. So the head set up at this stage, very good for the Paritutu side. That's the Hamish Kape side. Looks to be coming back now is John Zittersteijn. How's the weight
Not
getting
far away,
down to
Zitty.
the jack? Still
at
coming.
that.
Looks close. That'll be
Great
shot
bowl.
and sits down.
Anyone who's ever played John Zittersteijn at indoor bowls will be unsurprised that when 4 down, he essentially drew a front toucher.
Represented New Zealand, has he?
Yes, he did. He was one of the, not wanting to give away his age, but he was one of the older people to represent New Zealand on 2, 3 or 4 occasions, actually. Johnny skipped the men's triples from memory and was successful in that, so all the experience in the world. And of course, I think we spoke before, Kev used to play a lot of outdoor bowls in Wellington with Eddie Irvine, who's a well-known name.
Absolutely.
And Brett O'Reilly, I think, might have led in that team.
Yes, correct, absolutely. Yes, that's 100%.
Of course, I obviously knew that off the top of my head and wasn't told it by somebody.
Well, you
So
come
holding
down
one
here,
up.
and there's plenty of history down here. And Bowls Taranaki yet again have put on a fantastic event, and their hard-working committee, they do a wonderful job, and there's not very much goes wrong down here. They do it very good.
Brendon just falling a bit short there with his first one. Holding one, though.
And Ian Lewis, the general manager here of Bowls Taranaki, I believe he's quite a handy bowler, correct? Do you know?
I'm afraid I don't, but I'll trust you.
Hamish
It sounds
looking
like
for
a plausible thing.
hard shot
Hamish.
that has been played really, Alex, under there to get to those counting bowls. So what can Walton do on his forehand?
Interesting. Must just be looking to put a bowl past or something.
Yeah, it's just interesting how, just looking at the head to get that result. The short bowl is very short, to be fair. The bowl that's halfway up the track, it is halfway up the track.
It's one of those ones where if Hamish gets around the front one, he'll know he's very, very close to the desired result here. Just needs to clear the front bowl. Just needs to clear it. And now he's willing it to turn back in. Oh, how was that
Good
for perfect
attempt.
weight? Great effort there. And one to John Zittersteijn. 4-3 lead now.
And
Pop.
you'll see that board now change to, there it is, 5-3 now.
Oh, 5-3. Sorry, excuse me.
No, it's,
I'm easily confused, Kev. We've got so much time.
well,
And of course, having watched that semi-final or commentated on the semi-final just before, where there was a team well in front and then they weren't and then they were again, you'd be on the edge of your seat the entire time in this game, won't you? Until it's mathematically impossible, either of these teams could find a way to win.
I was bushed after that semi-final. Trevor Johns, say, the former star winger. He'll be disappointed with that. You can see the body language, he knows that. And this is where, I know it's early on, but this is where Daryl Reid's got to really put that pressure on early. It's interesting, I see John Murtagh still here, and he played in that 1978 final. I don't want to sound it. He may be the only one of that 8 players who can still watch bowls. That's the idea from Reid.
Lovely bowl. You feel like he's got amends to make for a performance that he was unhappy with in the semi-final, Kevin.
It's always good, though, Alex, I feel, when a player can openly, like you said to me in the lunch break, look, I wasn't there. I was, that's... And so he's considered himself just fortunate and lucky that they're there.
Well, it means that there's room to get better, doesn't it? If you acknowledge that you're not playing as well as you wanted to, that means in your head you've got room to be better than you were, whereas if you think you played well, where is there to go from there? As we see Daryl here on his forehand make a pretty good correction. That's good enough. He's outled his opposition on this end. 1 on, 1 over,
literally, and lays the shot as we see now Gary Barber, who I don't know much about this fella, but he must be pretty handy because here he is in the finals. So you don't get there by accident.
Pretty grooved delivery. So Gary literally just looking to draw as close as he can here. They've got 1 past the head for later on. Now they've got 2 past the head for later on, Kev. It's a reasonable green, just past the 2 metre mark. Okay, no, I take it back.
All right, the very impressive Kaylin, Huwyler. Yeah, this gets past this front bowl. Does it get past? No, it doesn't. Was on line to the jack.
Gary, big correction to make here. More green, less weight, he'll be thinking. Of course, these 8 players all from Paritutu, where the greens are, they're not slow, are they, Kev? So these players will be used to taking green. Give your bowler a chance to come back into the head, as he's done there. Good stuff.
So just bringing in some information on Gary Barber, who just that number 2, who was playing bowls, and he had a 3-year break and gave it away. Wasn't playing to come back, and it's first time ever qualifying for post-section play, and here he is in the final this afternoon here.
Oh, you may as well.
At West End, so as you do.
Why not? Good bowl there from Kaylin, playing well, good line. And is it John Zittersteijn? Comes up to the mat on his forehand, a couple down. Just giving that bowl a chance to turn.
I don't know, Alex. I'm just wondering, does someone might know, does he use a smaller bowl?
John, I'm not sure. They look like Optimas to me. I would say no more than a size 3.
Yeah, because I was just looking at that finish that he gets in the last metre and a bit. And he's and also shortly this afternoon, Alex, I'll have Philip Huwyler here, who's the Vice President of Bowls New Zealand, of course. And he's here, of course, obviously, watching. So he's going to jump in and have a chat for an end. And also the man, the voice has just arrived, Phil Quinney, the voice of sport in Taranaki. He's going to come and see me at some stage. Put his sunglasses on, go out. He's not used to getting out in the sunshine, is Phil. So Phil Quinney will also come and join us for a bit of a chat at some stage throughout the afternoon.
Some stuff to look forward to for sure. As we see John get bogged, and Aidan looked to add a bonus, and Brendon's going to walk down the other end. Maybe 2 or 3 down here. Certainly
I'd say
2, the
three.
one at 12 and
I'd say
6.
3 at this point, looking at the way the hit is. So Phil Huwyler, am I correct in saying Alex as well, has a lot to do with the parabols, is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Yes, he participates in their events and has certainly been a strong supporter of Parabowls New Zealand.
Well, isn't it great to have a person from the Parabowls family, as we'll call it, now as the Vice President of Bowls New Zealand? It's, again, just highlights, doesn't it, that the sport that caters for all, doesn't it?
It's for, yeah, absolutely for everyone, and we saw that very successful Open Disability Nationals recently in Auckland.
Very
We
successful.
opened it up to everyone pretty much.
Walton trying to get a rest on these counters. He's
Under
going
pressure.
by. He might get the back of this bowl. He does. Well played. It's well played. He just got onto the second shot bowl, sat on it, and it'll still be still holding the one shot.
Lovely shot. It was good weight that he played there with. Interesting, he's got a bowls picker upper for his bowl. Whoa! Whoa!
Goodness gracious.
Got a bowls picker upper for his bowl, but he doesn't need it for the opposition's, and was brave enough to throw a bowl. If someone threw a bowl at me, Kevin, I'd go running. It would go badly if I
Pass
had
that
enough
from the base of the
to
scrum
deliver
at a fair rate.
Oh dear, no thank you. It's frightening.
So Hamish Kape trying to add to the count here. He's on that wider side. He's got the weight to get all the way back. Trying hard to. Will he? Not quite, I don't think.
Right, John, having a look at the head, he'll probably call a shot for Brendon.
One is I just see the call from John Zittersteijn. One.
He just sort of indicated it needs 2 rolls. That bowl that you see at 9 o'clock to the jack, or saw at 9 o'clock to the jack.
And you'll
2
have to
rolls
get
for the
that
shot.
on the other hand, no doubt. And here he is, yes, on the backhand. Tall figure. Trying to get to.
Oh, he's missed.
No, he's out on the wide side.
All right, Brendon. Playing good, mate.
Well, his first bowl was brilliant.
Certainly was, because the head was
That one, forgettable.
the head was stacking up really bad,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Really, and it'll be Hamish Kape now definitely holding the one. Just question the weight all the way down. Needs to get all the way down. Won't do so. He
Oh, I
knows.
don't think he has the oomph.
Bit of a foot on.
He knew, and we'll just check, and it is just the one.
So 4-5 now on this 7th end now of 25 that we're going to play. Daryl Reid delivering the jack in a closely contested game so far.
Certainly is, and no real wind, Alex sort of call what I would call affecting wind, I suppose, is the best way to describe it. It's, of course, tomorrow morning around the greens at Taranaki, the women's Open 4s will get underway, and no doubt these greens here will be used. So they've certainly had a lot of action on these West End greens throughout the men's and no doubt the women's and the Taranaki 4s as well, as we see Trevor Johns, the former Taranaki winger from the Star Club.
The forehand, and we see the forehand backhand contrast again, and good to see a gathering group
He was telling
of
me that
bowlers watching this final.
he actually stopped playing rugby and played soccer, played football for 15 years. So. And it's imperative for the Hamish Kape side that Daryl Reid holds his game together on a high percentage rate, because it certainly fell away, didn't it, Alex? Definitely in that semi-final.
Absolutely. So he'll be looking to keep that up. See Trevor, he'll be disappointed with that second one.
Yeah, well, looking at, there's a bowl a metre low, which is the shot. Here is the Kaylin, Huwyler drawing inside that port.
I think we're going to see this become quite important as the game progresses. It's not necessarily about outplaying the opposition lead, but like if we look at this position here and Trevor's 2 bowls, one's 12 o'clock to the jack from where we see it short and one's a bit to the side. If they had missed by that amount but past the head, it becomes easier to negate the issues. It'll be important as it goes on, because if you can consistently just sort of get your first 4 bowls there or thereabouts, of course percentages are that you're going to score more points than the opposition.
Well, just like Gary Barber endeavoured to do then, was on that line to get to the jack, but missed his weight by about a metre. So and these are the ends actually, Alex, as you well know, whereby we can certainly, you can tie a team up, can't you?
Absolutely can. And
This is going to be
keep
another
on stacking
counter,
them in
get
there.
onto his own, and all of a sudden, looking on the camera, what looks an easy head to play to, it is not.
No, and the pressure will continue to build until Team Walton can get a bowl on the head. Gary not far away here.
Just needs to get the front
Inside
of his
out
own.
off the front one.
He does.
Take
That
it.
helps. And I'll be second shot. So, because it's the Walton team, is it okay to call John Zittersteijn John Boy?
Oh.
Can you remember the Walton's TV show?
Oh, I see the joke. Yes, that would be funny. That would be good.
And John Boy was the well played here from well
Great shot
played
there
Aidan
from Aidan.
Zittersteijn round the front bowl and behind the jack, and this is the sort of draw pressure really, Alex, isn't it? That doesn't matter whether you're playing 10 ends, 15 ends, 25 ends. If you can get consistent draw pressure, life is a challenge.
Now, if we look at this, no back bowls for the Walton team. Enough short stuff up the front that it's challenging. This is a hard head to play for. You think as skip, I've got 4 bowls to make something happen here. Probably realistically, you're happy to drop a 1.
So
He's calling.
on the back end, trying to, I'd say, get through a couple of the bowls for John Zittersteijn. Here he is on ink in 7 of 25, but that's going to go by on the wide side. Well,
Is that their
it might get a
bowl?
square cut. It is theirs.
If that's their bowl, that's gone incredibly well for Team Walton there.
Because it was certainly past the head. On the back end now is Aidan Zittersteijn, who played such a good bowl with his first.
I think Brendon just made a comment about cutting it in for second. That's great stuff. And Aidan Zittersteijn, is he on the short side here?
He needs to clear everything, doesn't do so. Waves the stick like the tutor in the classroom.
Fair enough. I used to have a laser pointer for indoor bowls to tell my team where to go. Just point the laser thing on the mat. And then I thought that was the height of laziness, so got rid of it.
So, of course, the danger here for the Walton side, as you well know, Alex, trying to play these shots under the head, trying to get that weight and line right is somewhat of a challenge, isn't it, to be able to get that right?
Yeah, it certainly is. And with the pressure, you tighten up a little bit and they make them even more challenging to play. So most of the teams just going to stand down this end and wait for Hamish to play his bowl.
So 180 teams lined up, of course, last Monday morning around the greens at Taranaki, and in pursuit of their 6 out of 8 games to qualify. And now we're down to 2 teams who have made their way through post-section play of Friday, Saturday and this morning to make their way through to these final stages, as the bowler Hamish Kape is going to get onto his own, turns it over.
Only fair, really, isn't it?
It definitely 2, and we'll see how adventurous Brendon Walton may wish to be.
Yeah, when I started playing bowls, Kev, it was out of the Gate Park Club in Tauranga.
Yes.
Brendon was one of the players there at that time. And I recall that he had a pretty good drive on him. It'll be interesting to see if that's a feature of his game that has remained. That was a while ago now.
He did have a few drives this morning. I did see that, and looks as though it's
Square.
No, but might get
And follow through.
How's that? Still one.
It's a toucher for second shot. That's
Still one.
that looked cool.
Yeah, well, I know some people clapped them. So, let's just say a fortuitous result. That
You just wave at your opposition and go, oh yeah.
yeah.
It's gone. It's gone.
That one's gone. That happened. So here is Hamish Kape now on his forehand. Very smooth delivery. Brendon, you're going to get tired walking up to this head all day.
He's got long legs. He moves quickly. Just having a look to see where he ended up. He was actually... there's a world in which he got the shot with his last bowl, Kev. It wasn't that far away. He got that short one so square that he just followed through.
It was literally only a roll away from, getting the shot. So looking on the draw here now is Walton. On that backhand side, trying to get through this port to get to the jack, won't do so. And it will be the Paritutu side who will score the one, and we're all locked up after 7 ends of 25.
Yeah. That's a great result for the Walton team, really.
5 apiece, 7 ends gone.
And we see a long end indicated by Daryl.
Well, there's not a lot of yeah, there was a wee bit of chat, but I think it was just sort of saying, well, we'll leave it up to you. And they certainly lengthen it up.
Oh, yeah, right, proper long one. Another thing I found, Kevin, looking through the archives, is an article from the 13th of January 1944.
Wow.
Which I thought was interesting. It was speaking about the Taranaki Open Fours, and it said brothers aged 14 and 16 years will play in the Taranaki Bowling Centre's Open Fours tournament, and they're the sons of Constable Fleming from Ohura, who's included them in his team. I thought isn't that fascinating and interesting, considering that it's the mid-40s when that would have been, I imagine, quite a big thing.
Well, yeah, Ohura, of course, Ohura, of course, had quite a populace in those days, where, of course, they had the coal mines there. The jail was also there at Ohura on the main and on the main rail line. So now, of course, all very much a thing of the past. But well, if you look back through the records in the Fitzroy Bowling Club here, there was a long time. And would have played with them, a gentleman by the of Norm French, stood about 6'6" tall stature, and came from the mines of Ohura, and moved down here and played at the Fitzroy Club and won a number of Taranaki titles.
So we see Daryl put 2 bowls close there. Yeah, I thought that was a nice story, Kev, and it just reminds us how indelibly this tournament's always been linked with family, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it has. And there's still some families that still line up. The O'Sullivans from Inglewood are a classic example. They still line up year in, year out, and that's the one of the great things about this event. As Kaylin Huwyler trying to get down to the counting bowls of Daryl Reed's. He's going to go by. He's on the wider side. He'll get to that. He'll go by the head.
Must be an unusual dynamic for these 8 players, all being, it's club mates. So these are people who you will have played with and against all the time. All the time during your season. You find yourselves in the final of a Taranaki Open Fours. It must feel Like an interesting dynamic here.
Yes, and no doubt they play. You know, they would play interclub together, I would imagine, or they may have been playing other club drawn events or fours, peers, whatever. And yeah, it's just it's great how it's worked out, isn't it? It's about going to be get to the head here. Well
done, mate. Very good.
yeah, he's impressive. This fella's got one over and one on. Is Kaylin Huwyler. I'm not sure how long he's been playing. His father might be able to tell me. Just got it given to me. Got a college of knowledge here next to me, mate. It is his 4th year. So
Look at that.
Well,
Oh, down, mate. Push it through. Yep.
so Kaylin Huwyler, just a 4th year player, so he's doing very well. On the forehand is Zittersteijn after it got turned into shot.
Just underneath the line here, Aidan.
Well, he sits the bowl over, that's fine. They
Got
can.
it. Anything sort of here.
Here, she says. That's good. Essentially what you're saying to John is please be past the head. He'll set up on his
Yes.
backhand side.
Long time member now of Paritutu. And yeah, I'm sure you're right about Brett O'Reilly, that they played together. Good bowl here, though, coming from Zittersteijn, just going to go by their head.
Oh, good try.
All right. Good on.
And
Yeah, same ball, mate.
Mrs. Zittersteijn does an amazing amount of work for Paritutu, organising events at the indoor complex and fundraisers and all sorts of things. Does an outstanding job at the club.
Yeah, very prominent bowling family and indoor and outdoor circles in the Taranaki region and have been for a long time now.
5 seconds to it. Same again.
John looking just to get another bowl. Even third shot just past the head would be good here on the backhand. We know it's the side that doesn't turn quite as much. I'm not sure if this has either the weight or the green he would have liked there from John Zittersteijn. He'll be disappointed with that bowl.
Yeah, I just wonder, though, Alex, how many bowls actually get wasted trying to play these down under the line shots. Seldom do you get rewarded.
And we see Hamish Kape now down to players' bowl. He's one down on the head, remember, in about 20 seconds. We're only 5.
They're all
About a
his
few of them.
around the jack, so we'll see what weight he can play to try and move what is the shot bowl. And he's certainly reaching on that
Nice weight.
backhand. Try and
When's it
turn
gonna
the ball
turn?
through the head.
Let's wait just to try and chip that bowl out, clean as a whistle.
Well, I think that's better weight, although it didn't get the result, Alex. I just feel that that's better weight to try and get down there to get in amongst those bowls and get a result.
Tend to agree. As Brendon plays his forehand now. Willing this bowl to hold up. If he can just get second shot. It's not far away,
Not
Kev.
standing up for a long time. Can sit on
Still
the back
holding.
of the bowl.
Yeah, that's
He'll
good.
be
Once
very
he-
happy with that.
yeah. Once he realised he was heading for the shot bowl, you then think, go on, please don't make a split. And he hasn't done so. So
He'll
a
be
good
very
shot
happy
there from
with that.
Brendon Walton.
Still got 2 seconds.
2 seconds, Aidan says. The shot's the same.
I'm not sure how he can remove it without removing something else as well. Just we'll see. Here he is.
Yeah, we'll need to get it absolutely perfect. There's enough room to get it on the edge, but that's a hard shot to play.
Hamish.
He's given it a chance though, Kev.
We'll just go past.
Great effort. And the crowd letting out a bit of noise there. It's pretty close.
Bowl short. You're drawing there. But you're drawing here.
So, Walton Trying to add to the head.
Here we go.
Oh, it's on a good line.
Looking to
It's
make
on a
it
good
2. Doesn't
line.
want a clean run.
No,
Oh,
he had
you know, he could have snicked the jack over to the right for 2 then.
Oh, absolutely. A touch of the jack would have given it that result, absolutely. So another 1 to the Brendon Walton skip side.
Trevor Johns
6-5.
the jack.
Of course, Smoko, no doubt, will be in a couple of ends' time, I'd imagine, or they may elect to play through. I'm not sure.
Has that ever happened, Kev? In a final, do they ever not stop?
Yeah, I've played in sort of, the last few in post-section, and we've continued on. And well, like we take the final way back in '84, we continued to play because we didn't know where we were going to be with the rain and the wind and everything else. So just depends, but. Amazing as well, quite often you'll find, Alex, as you would have found out playing in this event, so often in these 25-end matches, things can, I don't know, subconsciously change around at the morning tea or afternoon tea break. So we'll just wait and see. Trevor Johns on the mat, his first bowl jack level, a metre.
I think if we were to get all nutritional, or whatever you want to call it, you have to be probably careful with how much you consume during that morning tea break, Kev, because otherwise you can you dip a little bit, don't you? If you have too much to eat, it's a, what was the word? I think a post-prandial dip. Is that a, I think that's the thing. I think that's what happens, and you get tired.
That was a big word. Tamara
as your
will know
body's
all
processing
about
the
what it meant.
food.
It's a big word, but it's you might have had this, and you've been at the Taranaki Open, Alex, in section play. One is lucky enough to go out to some of the country clubs around Rahutu and those areas, Inglewood, Lepperton, and I think the ladies between them have a competition of who can put on the best morning tea or afternoon tea, because
there's not a lack, is there?
No, no, it's not a cheese and bicky. They're not frightened to give you cream scones and other delicacies, and it's one of the joys of the Taranaki Open, of course, that you travel out to these outlying clubs around the region, and they certainly welcome you, look after you, and ensure that you have a good day on the greens, as we see this impressive young player.
Great bowls. He's playing really well.
And
that's a
with
front
line
toucher too, so
3.
that's great stuff. Essentially, you've removed any usefulness of the 3 bowls that have been played by the Walton combination.
Absolutely.
By drawing that front toucher.
Very impressed. Very impressed with him right throughout
stuff.
The semi-final this morning, as we see Gary Barber now. Well, imagine that, first time you qualify, and here you are
in the final.
In the final.
I suppose it means you don't know what it's like to not go well in post-section, so there's no scar tissue there for Gary. Just getting bogged there a little bit. John and Brendon are going to have to be pretty effective. Probably 3 out of 4 effective bowls here if they want to score a point.
Well, these are the ends where a couple of loose bowls at the back end, you can get into all sorts of number problems. And here this will count as well.
You don't want to tap your bowl.
Another good bowl.
Oh, that's brilliant. Amazing. Change which way the jack's squeezing. Moving to our left
sorts
now.
Of players really, Alex, that the likes of Mike Kernahan and Sharon Sims, Peter Belliss. These are the young players who really are our future, aren't they?
Oh, I entirely agree, and good to see. It's a sport where you can have a long career. So we have these players in their 20s now, and if we look at the current New Zealand team, there's a number of them there as well, who've got 10, 20 years of good bowls, or 30 years of good bowls in them, and they've got so much time to go, and so many places they can go to improve, and they're already good, Kev, so it bodes well for the future of the sport, I think.
I think especially in the men's, I can't speak confidently about the women's sides, but I look around in the men's right now and I look at the calibre of some of these younger players coming through, and no doubt some of the age group events and other events that are forthcoming, I'm sure we're going to see some of these young players flourish, and that Pacifica event will certainly be, Alex, an opportunity for that as well, won't it?
Oh, brilliant stuff, and a long may that continue, and a long may we give people an opportunity to develop their game and continue to do so. John Zittersteijn on the forehand with a bit of weight, though, looking to squeeze the jack here. It's moving out to our left as we see it. He's close, I tell you, Kev. He's close. He's close. How did the jack not move?
Well, the jack didn't move at all.
Oh, that was a bit unlucky there from John Zittersteijn. He played that well.
You might hear some noise in the background. That, in fact, is the presentation of the peers, and I can hear Grant Hassel giving one of his historic speeches of.
Certainly a man who knows a lot of bowls history. Grant could tell many a story and tell them well. Isn't that the long and the short of it there, Kev?
Certainly is. Have a look at that. That certainly is. That's 6 foot plenty and 4 foot and a bit.
Brendon
So
strolls
6'5".
down. There we go. So I have no idea what he's going to do. Looks like he's going to play with weight based on his delivery. Oh, shows you how much I know. On the backhand side, you're looking to sit through the shot bowl, get a bit of jack movement, it's fine.
Just going to collide the front, but it's fine. It's another bowl.
How well did that go? Good shot.
I must say Brendon's been, I'm not going to say fortuitous, that's unfair, but he's certainly used a number of his bowls, his team's bowls, to get in good positions on the head to sort of quell the damage that may arise.
Again, we see the throwing of the bowl. Maybe that's something they do at the Paritutu club, is they throw bowls at each other.
Yeah.
I think I've thrown a jack at someone once, and it was mainly by mistake. Not out of anger or anything, Kev. Just they sort of put their hand up, so I just chucked the jack at them and regretted it immediately. See Hamish here. So they're just biding their time, aren't they, the Hamish Kape team? There's an opportunity to make a number for them, but yeah, you may as well leave it like it is for the moment.
Just in these early stages, Alex, you know, this is the whole thing about the 25 in games. If you talk about the heads that have been built,
yeah,
it's fair
I don't
to
think
say that they are building opportunities, and sooner or later they will come. It's not to say that of course, that the same can't happen for the Brendon Walton side, but it's just about effective bowls on the head, isn't it? And sooner or later, in a 25 in game, it will change around.
Yeah, and John just asking Brendon there to cover the danger. So Brendon did have a shot to pop the shot bowl off, but you do that and suddenly you probably run the risk of then dropping a 4 when Hamish plays his backhand and moves the jack back. So John's saying, play the forehand and just cover it.
Alex. And you'd think he's going to be looking to either try. No, he's trying to. Well, he can face the bowl on the forehand, and then of course still move the jack as well.
Yeah, just on the draw on the slot, he'll take a tighter line, and the jack has a chance of moving to the left as we see it for about 5 points there. Hamish. He's not a million miles away. That was lovely weight for the shot. That's a good bowl.
Well,
that's a good shot.
What about that?
It went well. We'll call it a good 2.
And it was 2.
And it's that 7-6 lead now.
7-6 at 9.
Remains a closely fought contest.
Well, he was playing for a shot there, so you know that's fine, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, no worries really. It was a well played bowl in the area. Could have made more. He could have got unlucky too and squeezed the jack up the rink a little bit. We see this jack delivered, longish.
Yeah, well, when you jammed off it, I was thinking, oh, he's done it for me, yeah?
Just had confirmation. Phil Quinney, the voice of Taranaki sport for so many years, will be with us after 4 o'clock.
Well pointed, mate. All done to wait now.
And Daryl Reid playing well in this game.
He's certainly a lot tighter than he was in the semi-final this morning, finishing right on that centre line. Alex, as we know the importance of getting back to that centre line, and compliments to the green staff here, Gary Lilly and his greenkeeping people, because they've certainly, not just Gary Lilly, the greenkeepers of Taranaki, I should be saying, because the feedback has certainly been very complimentary towards the greens, and that makes it so much more enjoyable for those who come from, Australia and all around New Zealand, and he won't be happy with that. Well, Daryl Reid.
Every time, it's just the commentator's curse, isn't it? You mention something and you just put a hoodoo on the bowlers, but has played well so far in this game and has had the better of Trevor Johns, I would say. Again, we see the bowl not just given as much of a chance to work as he would have liked. The moment he let that go, he will have known. And of course, we mustn't forget how long this week has been. It's 25 end games of fours, and they started. What day is it today? We're Sunday today. When did they start? On Monday, was it, Kev?
That's right, at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, so it's a lot of bowls, and I know it's a low-impact sport, but you can't tell me that they're not a little bit tired.
Oh, absolutely. As we see the shot being drawn yet again from Kaylin, he's been my pick actually all around.
Very steady, yeah. And Gary on the back end, so being asked to play the opposite hand, and that's if he can thread the needle there, this might be really good here.
Well, he was on the line to thread the needle, wasn't he, in there? So here's the opportunity again for Kaylin Huwyler to really put the pressure on the Walton Paritutu side.
The right line, just down to the weight. You'd say at this very early stage, early-ish stage of this game, but certainly Kape's leading two are giving a better platform for numbers than Walton's at this moment.
They certainly are. They and as you know, at some point in time, Alex, there's a break point, isn't there?
Yeah, every now and then that doesn't happen, and you find a game where a player, one or two players, just is out of their tree for the entire time. But more often than not, and particularly in this 25-end game, it's very much a team sport, isn't it?
Hard
you need
for
your platform up front.
to do that.
Need your platform up front first and work from there, which is what we're seeing at the moment from Hamish's team.
Well, at the moment, Alex, they're getting a free run to the jack, aren't they?
Mm. Right, so see that backhand side as we see it reasonably clogged. So John Zittersteijn on the forehand. Half a chance. It's down to his weight.
Yeah, it's the line. Brendon's going to have to learn in his new employment role that you don't stand in front of the cameras.
There's an irony there because he was working the cameras for the Nationals, wasn't he?
Correct, absolutely.
Brendon Walton. I can't talk. I've been on the camera before and I proceeded to stand directly in front of it immediately.
So you're disappointed with that with Zittersteijn because really it's a free grab really to the jack,
Yeah.
isn't it, Alex?
Probably the loosest end we've seen in this final so far. And John Zittersteijn,
He's wasn't
given
far
opportunity,
away
he'll
with
take
his
it.
first.
How's your weight, Zitty? Just slightly overplayed. Good home there, says Brendon Walton.
Yeah, well,
See the crossover.
from Brendon's point of view, he ideally needs to get bowls on the head, doesn't he, to be able to build a number or not try and rescue a head. Because sooner or later,
It is the danger. And we see here, if we look at this this angle, which is quite cool, the vast majority of the bowls have finished to the club side of the head, which is interesting.
so here is now Hamish Kape, who can, he's got plenty of room here on this forehand side to just lay in the one shot, I would say.
Look at
This
that, you
needs
got
to-
one. Sorry, Kev, you go.
Oh, this needs to come back and get inside the bowl at the side. Is it going to do so? Needs a couple of more rolls. Be close to it, I would say.
Yeah, plenty of room here for Brendon. He'll expect himself to draw the shot here. 2 goes at it as well. It's incredible, really, to see that we've got 4, 8, 9, sort of 9 bowls to the right of the head as we look at it. How's this from Brendon Walton? How's your weight, Brendon? You've
Gonna
got the
get
right
all the
green.
way. Certainly had the line.
Beautiful effort there.
Just need a couple of more rolls. Change of hand. Aidan Zittersteijn saying to Hamish Kape to get to the backhand.
Yeah, pretty smooth. Good deliveries all round, really. Hamish willing this bowl back in.
And needs to get
Turning
under
now.
this bowler. Zittersteijn doesn't want the jack.
Oh, that
Well,
might have gone.
he might have got
No,
away with
no.
it. Definitely got one.
It either went well or it didn't, and the bowls are so spaced out that it's quite hard to tell. John will tell us. Just walking around.
Just the one.
down. Brilliant. Well, that's a good result for the Walton team, having been outplayed on that end.
Susan Cottam just indicating that it's 1 and a measure. And just a reminder that Colin Gorworth of Thames was the winner of the Peers.
Is Brendon going something?
I hope not.
He's
Well,
going
he's going
something.
that for- well-
He's going the shot bowl.
And we'll go by with nothing. So another 1 to the Kape side.
So they would have opted. I think it's because John said they had second shot. So Brendon must have been decided it was easier to remove the shot bowl than it was to draw in there.
And Aidan's saying, well, I think we got 2.
Talking back to his dad. There's one there.
Hello. Dad. Just the
Yeah,
one.
John was right. Very good.
So 10 ends completed of 25 here in the final of the 118th Taranaki Open Fours here in the sunshine at West End, and the players are just leaving the rink now for the afternoon tea break with the score with Hamish Kape of Paritutu leading Brendon Walton of Paritutu 8-6, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes and we'll resume play again as they start the 11th of 25 ends.
And we're back from the tea break now, watching this final of the 118th running of the Taranaki Open Men's Fours, and we've got a guest in for an end, Phil Huwyler. You have, I suppose, money in the game, Phil. How are you feeling?
Quite nervous. I mean, the boys did well to get out of jail in that last game against Peter. You know, and you've got to feel for Peter, having not won this event and getting so close. So, it was a bit of a nail-biter that last game, and they've got off to a good start, as they have in most of their games throughout the tournament. I've been here supporting since Friday, so the boys have played very well.
And what's it been like, because obviously you and your son have been sort of going through this bowls journey sort of together. What's it been like to watch Kaylin sort of progress in the last season and have success at this Taranaki Fours?
He's always been a talented sportsman, whatever he puts his mind to. I mean, coming from a background in golf, you've got it's a single man's game, so you know you're out there playing on your own. So he sort of brought some of those skills over into this game, and he's been playing very well. Very proud of him. He's achieved a lot within this short time that he's been playing.
Absolutely, and look at that there, great example. Just bang bang, 2 bowls right on it. And so I suppose we should probably have a chat about your role at Bowls New Zealand, Phil. You're Vice President, and you've done some other bits and pieces with Para Bowls New Zealand. Do you want to just have a chat to us about that and what you've been up to? As we just watched that bowl, sorry, I was leaning in my chair watching that run shot miss the head there, holding 3 for Kape's team.
Yeah, no, for sure. So as Vice President, my role is very limited. I really just sit in the background, and all the attention is on Anne Wright as President. So I sort of just stay under the radar, so to speak, and allow Anne to be our representative at these types of events. So, but yeah, I've really enjoyed the experience. We've got a great board. We've got a great CEO, Mark Cameron, who's done some incredibly good things to get to the bowls to where it is now. I mean, we're seeing massive participation now in these national events, and it's great to see.
Sure. I just watch John Zittersteijn here miss the head and looking like a good end after this break. Now, Phil, Parabowls New Zealand, you've played in some of the events. Can you talk to us a bit about how that's developed over the last couple of years and looking forward into the future?
I think the advent of live streaming assisted our Parabowls to grow. When Mark introduced the Parajacks into the Bowls 3-5 competition that was televised that you participated in also, Alex, that was a really big opportunity for to showcase Parabowls. So from that inclusion, it allowed those bowlers who may have a disability to consider joining the Parabowls community, and that's how we grew. Our membership actually grew 100% within that first year from the Parajacks participating in Bowls 3-5. Since then, Mark has taken it a step further. He then introduced the B6 to B8 section into the national singles and pairs, and also the B1 to B4 blind bowls into the national pairs, singles and pairs, which helped grow the game even more because, again, Parabowls was showcased at those first 3 national events. And then this year he took it even a step further and made it an open disability event. So again, we had even more participation, and we included the hearing impaired into the event, and I thought that was brilliant. And being a participant in it, the event was well organised, well supported, everyone enjoyed it, and it was great to be able to play other bowlers with disabilities, like the blind bowlers, like the deaf bowlers, in a national event, and I think it was a great success. And I can only see the future of Parabowls. And also, I have to comment on what Kevin Smith did down at the Nationals as well. He was brilliant. Kevin Smith, as the high performance para lead, he's done a great role in promoting Parabowls, he supported us very well up in Auckland, and he's done a great job.
Absolutely, it was good to see him. We'll just quickly watch Brendon Walton here under all sorts of pressure. Fall down on the return, he's pushed it a bit wide, he gets another bowl to go. And I suppose before we finish the end and this quick little chat, Phil, let you go back to biting your fingernails watching. When we talk about Parabowls New Zealand and the nationals they run, if there's a listener or a viewer watching and they think they might qualify for participation, what's their best step? How do they get into this Parabowls community?
They could contact, there's contact information for our Facebook page. We're under Parabowls New Zealand. Pam Walker is our secretary, so she's the go-to person if anyone has a disability who think they may be physically impaired, but there's also those out there who may be listening who fit within the hearing impaired or even the visually impaired. So if any of these, any of our listeners out there have any disability of that type, they can contact One Parabowls New Zealand through the Facebook page, or they could contact Bowls New Zealand who could pass that information on.
Absolutely, and as you said, we're only looking to continue the participation, and the open disability grade was fantastic. We'll just watch Brendon Walton here trying to salvage. He's close here,
He's
needs
pretty
something
close
square.
there. Yeah, ooh.
Oh, chipped off.
Yeah, it's a big number there. I think the boys might have 4.
When you return from a morning tea break and pick up 3.5, that's a good start there for Kape's team. And with that, thank you very much for joining us, Phil.
No worries, Alex.
I wish you all the best in your watching.
All
good luck, and I'm sure we'll see you on the greens for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no doubt. Cheers, Alex. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you. And what a end that was there for Kape's team. Brendon Walton within an eighth of a bowl with the second one, trying to minimise damage, just chipping one off the head. So 11-6 now the score on the 12th end of 25, and Daryl Reid leading off on the forehand. Good bowl there from Daryl Reid. Within a couple of feet of the jack. Good place to start. And now Trevor John's turn to follow that down. Didn't like it out of his hand. Well, it stayed on the green, so that's a positive. But Daryl now with an opportunity just to make it a couple. I'm willing this one to hold up. Trevor falling into that trap, just making that slight overcorrection. And we see on this end a great start again from Hamish Kape's team. You feel like they're just making their way into this final with this 11-6 lead, and Daryl and Kaylin are a bit too steady at the moment. Just letting the heads, getting the heads to build up really well. And again, we see 3 bowls within Kui. And Gary under all sorts of pressure here. And I'm joined again in the commentary box by Kevin Hicklin now. We've just seen one end after the morning tea and, or afternoon tea, isn't it? Not morning tea. And what a return that was, Kev.
Yeah, it certainly was. We spoke about that before the break, Alex, didn't we, about how quickly things can turn around. And because I've got with me now Phil Quinney, I'll call him the voice of Taranaki sport for a number of years. Welcome, Phil. Phil, great to have you here.
Kiwi, welcome back to the glorious Taranaki, mate. Fantastic to have you guys here.
Well, it's always great to come back, mate. You know that.
Well, always great to have you here. It's a great event, isn't it? It's just
superb.
Just wonderful. 118th edition of this wonderful week of bowls, and what a final we've got lined up here.
Well, I think the highlight, Phil, and I know Alex and myself would agree, the highlight of the event would no doubt be the last end of that semi-final this morning, with 5 shots to the Paritutu boys, trailing Peter Belliss by 23-19 going into that last end.
Yeah.
And young Aidan Zittersteijn getting a drag on the jack, and 5 shots, and Peter Belliss couldn't reduce.
Well, I think if anyone was to say that Peter Belliss lost a match holding 4 shots playing the last end, no one would believe you. But that just shows you what this game can produce. It's never over till it's over. And yeah, Hamish and the lads sneaking through by the skin of their teeth, literally. But it's been symptomatic of some tremendous matches right through the week here, through qualifying, through post-section play, a lot of extra ends played, and a lot of matches swinging on just one bowl. And we've seen some huge quality this week. Just it's been a great week, a real celebration, and what an advertisement, Alex and Kevin, this is, to see so many of these younger guys playing in a final of this magnitude, 25 N4s week, and so many young guys playing. Just a great ad for the game, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is, and Alex and I spoke about it before. You know, if we take the Paritutu side, we've got Daryl Reid 28, Kaylin 28, Aidan Zittersteijn 23, Hamish Kape 26.
Yeah.
That's a great advertisement, isn't it,
That's
for the younger brigade, isn't it? And they played the game so well. So
now here's Johnny Zitt playing like a 23-year-old. Look at him.
Now, of course, interesting fact here today as well, Phil, is that both father and son going for the Gold Star.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, talking to Grant Hassel earlier, and of course there's not a bowls fact in Taranaki that he hasn't had verified. Pretty sure this is the first time a father has ever played a son in the final of the Open Fours. Of course, had a number of family teams, of course, playing together throughout the Open Fours on a regular basis right through the years. But first time, we believe, father's ever played son, so someone's going to be happy and someone else is going to be getting a less than average Christmas present, I think, come the 25th of December.
1978 is the last time two sides from Paritutu played the final.
And the West End Bowling Club are just over the moon that there's 2 Paritutu teams here celebrating on their hallowed turf.
Let's just say there's been a bit of discussion, Phil, I think, over the last few days when we got the phone call to say that the headquarters for the finals was going to be at West End. And I think Paritutu said, right, we're going to make sure that it's going to finish as Paritutu's event.
Well, great crosstown rivalry, as there always has been between Paritutu and West End. Most of it good-natured, of course.
Oh, absolutely it is.
But there are a lot of banter here in the clubhouse from a number of people that I've had the fortune or misfortune to bump into over the last few hours. Keep reminding me of Tukop's great success with club rugby, and they seem to think that Tukop is a direct brother of the West End Bowling Club. They're just across the road,
just
of course.
across the road, and I got reminded very early, of course, that we want it mentioned early, that of the great, and it is great rivalry that exists, isn't it?
It is fantastic.
And
Fantastic.
interesting here, of course, sitting over there with the lengthy socks on, Trevor Johns, of course,
Trev.
Played for the Old Star Club.
Yep.
Played for Taranaki. He was,
Yes.
of course, played on the wing, didn't he, for Taranaki?
Before my time, Kev, but I'll believe it. I'll believe it. I've been here a while, but not quite that long. Now, what's going on here
It's one, Alex, would you say?
I think it's one. And I was wondering if we'd see Brendon Walton play with big weight with his first bowl, or that was a little bit dangerous. And they're just having a chat here. There must be lots of seconds and thirds for
1, 2,
Kape's
3.
Paritutu
I
team.
reckon there's 5 if they slice the bowl out.
That'll be the conversation that they have here on the forehand. You could even pick that gap on the forehand. We see the bowl of John Zittersteijn sitting at 3 o'clock to the jack on the forehand through the gap, pluck it out.
Yeah.
You should have second, third and fourth shot there.
Well, that's the port that they're looking at through that, through the two bowls, through the two Paritutu bowls.
Yeah, big bowl to play.
Would you? Well, the only danger is, of course, Alex, if you were to get the inside slice off that bowl, is it John Zitterstein's bowl, was it, that went through there?
Yeah,
I
Zitty's
think.
bowl sitting flat. And just deciding, I suppose you play less weight if you go around it, and you might move the jack for a 3 or 4 that way, squeeze the jack, or you go underneath that gate and remove the bowl. So they're deciding, do we want to move the jack for a 3 or a 4, or do you remove the bowl for a 3 or a 4? And I have no idea what they're going to decide.
Or you come down and get a touch on the jack and make 3
Yeah,
on the draw.
we'll find out soon enough, I think.
Well,
Just indicating that weight there, so it looks like it's going to be an over the draw. Interesting times at West End Bowling Club.
yes. Do they take the risk and reap the reward, or pay the penalty, or play a bit safe? It could be a crucial bowl here. 11-6 lead, and they could extend that considerably, or just consolidate it.
Measure the hand pretty good. So we have a nice image of a bowl. We'll see the bowl come from the right to the left of our screen.
Just got caught up on that wing bowl.
Yeah,
No damage done.
really, Alex, and I'm sure Phil would agree, the way how the scoreboard sits at 11-6, you're leading. You don't have to, they're not forced into taking risks at this point in time. Let the opposition play the...
Yeah, you don't want to rush your blood to the head, do you? But,
No, you're not really, and they're getting more bowls around the head, Alex, to start off with. So I think you work on that premise and take the number. And of course, for Brendon Walton, he can't afford to go running, chasing at the head, because they've really got nothing on the head.
Yeah, got to be careful. Brendon on the forehand. He's given himself more than half a chance here. If his bowl bites back in time,
Swinging now.
that's pretty classy regardless. That's well played.
Through the gap.
That was a good
John,
effort.
I didn't know you could kick that high. Quite impressive.
So, Alex, who's with us on this commentary, Phil, he's an indoor bowler. In fact, won the New Zealand pairs last year, and has played a lot of indoor bowls with both of the father and son combination out here over the years.
Yes, Alex, I'm sure you have. You know them well. John, of course, has been a prominent bowler, indoor bowler in New Zealand bowl circles, won numerous national titles. I think the mixed pairs, I think he was involved with, it seemed, forever in the winner's circle. Aidan has followed in his footsteps as well, but John's been a tremendously successful indoor bowler for a long, long period of time.
Yeah, no
And,
stranger to success.
no.
I think John, the first man to skip a back-to-back New Zealand fours team in indoor since the 50s. He did that a few years ago. So they both understand what it's like to be under pressure. And I'm
for
sure they're both used to coming home with bragging rights or not.
Well, I think the other thing that we've seen, Alex, as well, is what we talked about it during the Belliss game this morning, that for the Hamish Kape side, it was really the Daryl Reid off the front to give them that start, because they were struggling in that area this morning, really, weren't they? And outplayed by Ray Wilson, the Aramaho lead, and we've seen an improvement by Daryl in the final. So, and he'll get that just sets the head up.
It's a crucial part of the game here, isn't it? 13 of 25, halfway mark, 12-6. It's starting to build perhaps a concerning lead if the Walton team let's get away too much further. Bit of a tricky breeze here at West End today too, coming through the gap as they're bowling into that breeze now.
The wind seems to have got up a wee bit more than last hour.
Yeah. It's quite gusty earlier on too, so that doesn't make it any easier for either side, but Trevor's read it very nicely here.
It's
Good end there from Trevor Johns.
The number 2 for the Brendon side. He's never qualified before. Here he is in the final.
First time,
Yeah. Yes.
First time to post section, he's made it all the way. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. And but it's such a great week, and it's a great week of camaraderie, great week of competitive bowls, but a great week of social get-togethers and so much enjoyment from so many players from all over the country, and of course from Australia this year again. Great to see huge contingent from Australia turning out again.
It was a big number, wasn't there,
Yeah.
from the Sunshine Coast?
Yeah,
weren't they?
fantastic, and just about all of them coming back already, and a number of teams for the first time have been here, and they'll be back as most teams do. It's a great event. 25 N4 is a pretty rare event these days, of course, so it really is a celebration of that ultimate test.
I think, Alex, you'd know from your Bowls New Zealand, obviously, that it's the only 25 in major event. Is that correct?
I don't recall if there used to be a Matamata combined fours tournament that was run over 25 ends,
Right.
based off the Taranaki fours, and that vaguely folded, and I can't remember what it was replaced with. So it's either the only one or one of two. Certainly,
One of not many. Yeah.
It'll stay like that forever, really. Just as we'll always have Test match cricket, we'll always have the Taranaki fours.
Yeah, of course. It's the only week-long event, that's for sure, and of course followed by the women, so it's a fortnight of
Underway tomorrow.
bowls.
I wonder, check out on I'm not sure, Alex, the Burton Cup in Gisborne.
It's a classic tournament now, over a
Oh,
weekend.
is that right? Oh, okay, right.
I'm amazed I knew that.
Well, there you go, see.
Another
So, Zittersteijn on the match. Down again is the Walton side, at least one. Which I was intrigued about with what bowls that he played with, Alex, because he certainly gets a lot of kick at the back. They certainly
they
come back a
turn it,
long
yeah.
way.
He did used to play with Optimas. They don't look like Optimas. They look like Taylor bowls, don't they? Aidan plays with the Optimas.
Taylor SRVs, they are. Just been on a college of knowledge sitting next to me here, mate. And,
Right, you've got it on your fingertips.
Taylor SRVs, we see Aidan Zittersteijn breaking down towards the head. It's a good bowl here. So going to get the touch on the jack. Sits him behind it.
John will just play the same bowl again, but different.
Well, any movement of the jack's advantageous to him, of course, isn't it? Whereas first Wood gave that a twerk out of the hand. We'll see in but a moment.
Oh, look at it track out there. And that
Certainly
last third. Lovely line.
Well, he
Now-
got one of his own, so do you
Yep.
look, there's one thing I wouldn't do here, Alex, is criticise the Greens, because to be fair, Phil, the Greens seem to be right around the province. Everyone you've spoken to have been complimentary about the Greens. There is quite a breeze here now, and that can, of course, just affect the bowl at those latter stages, just move it around a bit.
Yeah, you see that flag there in the corner and the trees, just that's a gap that southerly comes through, and might have just affected John's bowl there coming into that breeze, the previous roll, but it's a wee bit gusty, and hopefully it doesn't continue to develop. These guys are used to playing with a wee bit of breeze at this venue, that's for sure.
Well, I can tell you with the recent national championships, of course, Phil.
What beautiful weather that was.
That was lovely, Alex, wasn't it?
Gorgeous.
Delightful. We saw the sun one day.
Oh dear.
It was, yeah, it was sort of 8 or 9 days you'd want to forget.
Yeah, I've had happier weeks.
It was,
You would have been dry playing underwater hockey.
oh, it was unbelievable. It was, and of course the tennis, unfortunately, copped the. There's that straightener again. Just
Yeah,
Looking
just
for a
that
good
gust of
result
wind.
off the white ball,
that-
though.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, look at that! What a great wick. Yeah,
Well-
just that gusty breeze coming through that gap, holding it up.
You can see on the shirts now, Alex, you can see Aidan Zittersteijn. He just about to jump on his father's foot. There's just a bit of that breeze coming through.
And interesting here, when we have a look at the set after Hamish's bowl, Walton sort of out of nowhere, they sort of second, third, fourth shot. They'll look to see if there's a way to make use of that. Hamish Kape looking to draw a second.
Well,
Still, you feel like there must be something that's on here.
Yeah.
no, to me there is. You're going to play through the bowls
Through
at
that
least
bowl.
a couple of feet of weight. There's two of the Walton bowls at the back of the head. Not, he doesn't have to be tentative here, Alex. He can actually, I think, attack this quite. I'm not saying a full-blooded drive, but I think he can attack it on the backhand with quite a bit of confidence.
Cannoning a bowl through on the backhand side. He's not a million miles away if he can clear the front.
Not going to.
It was a nice wait for the shot. As you see Aidan Zitterstein's bowl push through about a metre.
Another one to the Kape form, well, you would think. Well, John won't give it away.
He
Too
has
quickly.
now.
Just a one. 13-6, just another
Well,
shot on.
It's interesting, Phil, that we're starting, Alex, to follow that scoreboard like from this morning, because at Ian 6 it was 5-4 to the Walton side. They've scored a 1 since then, and the Hamish Kape side have gone to 13.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw this morning, didn't we, with the Belliss comeback this morning. So
That would
it starts-
indicate that Hamish's team won't be feeling relaxed yet, will they?
No, they won't, because
Having
they
gone
sort-
through the roller coaster of emotions of being
Yeah.
well up and then down.
N15's the key one for them, Alex, because that's when the sort of all of the wheels came off this morning.
We'll see if Walton gets a 5 on the 15th end. It's history repeating itself potentially.
But I think the difference now has come about. Daryl Reid is getting off the front, getting that consistency around that metre, and as Phil rightly mentioned but a moment ago, there's not a lot of wind, but there's more breeze than what there was this morning, isn't there, Phil?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no doubt about that. Just the good old Taranaki doctor kicking in through that gap here at West End, but there's Trev right on the money.
Yeah, Trevor Johns
Oh, just
drawing
underneath it.
literally
Just
just
underneath
past the jack.
But blessed with great weather all week, unlike the previous event you guys were talking about.
Yeah, that was
Further north, but yeah, very, very fortunate. What a wonderful week it's been, and a huge effort from everybody involved. 183 teams
That's
lining
correct.
up on Monday morning, and it's a huge test of stamina.
Oh, it certainly is, and it's great that Daryl Reid,
Bowl from Daryl.
good ball there, just lower the jack, and it's all the people as well, Phil, that we spoke about it this morning. It's the greenkeepers, the people who help the greenkeepers, the bar staff, the kitchen, people who clean the club rooms out every night and get everything all ready. It's a lot of work, and it's all done literally on a volunteer basis. And Trevor Johns chasing the jack here, he's got it clean.
Touch.
Well played from the lead for Brendon Walton.
Yeah, he's pleased with that. Just as we saw the 2 for Peter Belliss struggle for the first sort of after 2/3 of the game. We've seen Trevor, to be fair, not play to his ability for the first portion of this game, but beginning to find his line length, and that may be a positive sign for things to come for Team Walton.
Yeah, only just going by there was Kaylin. Been very impressed, Alex, with he's certainly, I think, a player who's should have the name written down. He's a future.
Gary on the forehand side.
To be fair, Gary Barber's been there or thereabouts a good part of the game, hasn't he? He may not have got the shot, but he's there and thereabouts. And we had the counsellor Bennett in here this morning, Phil, and you'd know in your sports commentating role is here in Taranaki. There's a lot of things going on, isn't there, at present?
Yeah, well, there always is. Always is. It's all go here, mate. It's all go.
I should know that, shouldn't I?
No, we had a great summer, a great start to the new year with the Super Smash cricket at Pukekura Park. Great to still see cricket at the park, and long may that continue. Good crowds here. Of course, the Festival of Lights just draws huge crowds, and Gary's drawing one in here too. This will get the crowd going too. A good crowd here at the Bowls as well. But yeah, so much going on at this time of the year, and it's just a marvellous place to be.
We went and visited the lights last night,
Yeah.
and I was astounded at the crowd.
Yeah, every night. It's just chock-a-block. Chock-a-block. And great entertainment around it too, with the various events and acts that continue to perform and entertain. Bowl of Brooklands has had a couple of cracking concerts again this year. Here's Aidan.
Needs to get past clean, doesn't turn well. There's the if it's going for you. He ran into the front bowl. It would have been Daryl Reed's bowl. Turned it in for shot.
Johnny with a response. Wait for that wind to kick in through the gap, bringing it in now.
Not far away. He gets this bowl. He's going to get the jack as he sits the bowl. He wasn't far away at all.
It was a great effort there from John Zittersteijn. And certainly, when you're that close as a player with your first one, you think, well, it can't be that much of a change with your second bowl. So John will be feeling confident, given that nothing changes, that his second bowl will be more effective than his first.
So on the backhand is Aidan, as he said, also going like his father, going for his Taranaki Gold Star today. He's on a pretty good line.
Has he got enough?
Trying to give it that extra push to get not to be.
Just about shy, but yeah, great line.
13-6 it is to the Paritutu side, skipped by Hamish Kape up against Brendon Walton, who had a good win this morning in the semi-final over Craig Jafari. That was convincing.
What a run Craig's had over the past few years.
Certainly has.
I was talking to him before. I mean, he's hardly lost a game in 3 years.
Close here from
Here's
John
the touch on
Zittersteijn.
the jack, well played.
Shot.
Wasn't far away with his first was Aidan Zittersteijn. As I heard them saying before about the record of Craig Jafari over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, astonishing. Yeah.
It hasn't been far away, and certainly with the bell, when the bells are ringing, he's there, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And dominant performance. It's true. Qualifying through section play, big wins every round just about, and following that through, of course. And I think everybody expected him fully to be here this afternoon, but wasn't to be. But that run's got to come to an end, I guess, at some stage. But he's been one of the ever-presents, no doubt about that, over the last 4 or 5 years here, when the whips are cracking, and just couldn't quite get there to the grand final on his home green this afternoon. He would have been a very dangerous man.
The neighbours got him.
Yeah, they did.
So here is Hamish Kape on his forehand, trying to get down through that port to the jack. needs to start working under the line now or get to the bowl. This is a pretty good attempt. Needs some luck.
He
Hasn't
wants it
got
to
the
stop
weight.
turning. All set. An interesting spot there.
So, Alex, is that the shot, or do you just play a lot quicker at the shot bowl?
For Hamish, I think we'll see him speed up with his next one and just pick that gap. You've got enough seconds and thirds
There's about,
that you're likely to get a
three
good
hanging
result.
around there, isn't there?
It'll be interesting to see what Brendon opts to play. This is
Yeah,
a lovely
another bowl
looking
on
shot
the hill,
bowl
of
they've
course.
got. On his backhand by the looks. Pretty smooth delivery.
So on the backhand is the, yeah, he's willing that on. No, he hasn't got the weight.
Well, now he wants it to swing across and block the gap. If it turns enough.
Well,
Quite.
well, I
that's
think there's
the
a shot
bat.
on here now.
Mate, big draw. You draw around, you round the front, you get to the jack.
Draw around, says Aidan Zittersteijn. So they're opting to play the board. If they drop a one, they drop a one.
Very good delivery from this, the youngster from out the coast. Going to go by, and it will be the
No, not that way.
Brendon. Not that well. That's the way he should have played through the board, actually, Alex, isn't it? That's
Exactly. Happy with a one.
Just a little fade of focus there from Hamish. So one to the Walton team. Now, what did we reckon? We thought that Peter Belliss at this point picked up a 5 on the 15th end.
absolutely.
So-
It was 17-7, a 13-7, and this is when it all changed. So
Okay, well let's just wait and see.
who knows after what we saw this morning.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of the Walton teams just reminds someone from the Kape team that at this point in the semi-final they dropped a 5.
Yeah, it was
Just a gentle reminder being put in there, but yes, 13-7. It was important, I think, too, that single for Walton, just to stop the bleeding and refocus and maybe pick up another one or two here. Keep in touch. They can't afford to let the game get away too much, as indeed, as you guys have mentioned, Belliss did at this point this morning.
Yeah, he was outstanding. Well, he was outstanding until the 25th end. And it
Well, the other thing of that is that Hamish and the boys will be thinking, well, it's never over till it's over.
absolutely.
We thought we had this, then we thought we'd lost it, and then hello,
Absolutely.
we'll take a 5 on the last.
Crunch into the front bowl.
Guys, a great week for the province, it really is, and long may it continue, and certainly think it will, because it just brings in so much to the economy.
Well,
You've got
absolutely.
180 teams, and so many of those, of course, visitors come here with their support crew, wives and
Hoteliers,
families, and
restaurants, and
uncles and cousins and everything else, and yeah, the hospitality industry does reasonably well out of it, as to, of course, the bowling clubs do, not like it was in the good old days, or maybe the bad old days, where the bowling clubs were heaving from dawn till dusk with hospitality. Not quite of those halcyon days, but certainly the economy gets a huge boost with accommodation and hospitality from this week of bowls, or this fortnight of bowls, with the women to follow.
well, of course, Taranaki were a bit unlucky because of the COVID thing. We were supposed to, of course, hosted the national fours.
Yeah, that's right.
And the mixed pairs, and they were a victim of COVID, so it missed out on having, in quick succession. It would have been both the Taranaki Open for the men and women, and then followed up with the national men's and ladies fours and the mixed pairs. And but no doubt, because Taranaki is very, very much on the agenda for that event, and I'm sure it won't be too long.
Well, when you were mentioning before with Councillor Sam Bennett was talking to you, Taranaki's had a reputation over the last 20, 25 years of being able to host events of high calibre. We've had so much over the years, as you mentioned before. The World Triathlon Championships, of course, managed to secure that here for several seasons. The World Long Track Speedway Grand Prix with Ivan Major here for a couple of years, which is a major coup and a major event for the district surfing championship, professional surfing circuit, of course. So much that's been held here over the years, and Taranaki have proven, and New Plymouth City in particular, that they've got the ability to put on these events, attract crowds, and have fantastic success.
Well, New Plymouth really, because of its location as well, is actually a destination, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't drive through New Plymouth, you go to New
That's
Plymouth,
right.
don't you? So it is a destination. So
Yeah.
here's the youngster who's been my player really, Alex, of the semi-final and the final.
Very good bowler, under lots of pressure as well. He's played some good ones. We'll see if we put a commentator's curse on
Sure
Kaylin
have.
here every time. And a loose head, but one where Walton's teams are holding 3. We said they'd get a 5. Well, we predicted they might get a 5 if everything was to follow what happened in the Belliss game, and they're holding 3 of them. Shouldn't
Well,
be
this
close
should be-
enough to be counting at the end, though, should it?
Certainly should not be, and this is 4.
Good bowl from John Zittersteijn. Zitty,
And it's a very good bowl.
lovely shot.
And that's 4, all right.
Played a lot of bowls.
And as we know, Phil, one end can just
Yep.
change the dimension of the game around entirely, can't it?
Absolutely.
It's going to get the front, this bowl of Aidan Zittersteijn, but it's going to get through fortuitous
Oh, that'll do.
to get to second
Something like
shot.
John, of course, has played the last few opens with another very good Paritutu side, Darren Gooden, along with Roger Hassel and Don Christensen.
Yeah,
Made the jump this year to the Walton team, and it's proved to be a good move for him.
because Dean Elgar moved into
Dean took his spot, and they had a very, very good week. Lost in the first round here on Friday morning to Caleb Hope.
That's a
very,
great game. I saw that
very,
game
very
against
good
Caleb
side.
Hope.
And went down by just a 20 to 19. They were down quite a bit early on and had a great comeback and just missed out by a single shot. But Paritutu certainly a very strong club at the moment with some quality bowlers as being evidenced here.
Well, I mentioned before, Phil, it's also good to see he's here still watching.
Yeah, good crowd.
Johnny Murt has done such a lot
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well of getting some of these boys from the coast
Yeah,
into Paritutu
exactly.
and thus and reaping the rewards.
And Alex, as you would know with Bowl New Zealand, it's a sport really on with great growth at the moment. And a number of guys that I know coming into the game that have been involved with other sports and coming into bowls and really enjoying it.
Yeah, certainly lots of opportunities. People will play at whatever level they want to play at.
Well, I think
Which
one
is
of the
pleasing.
things which has helped significantly in that regard, Phil, is and Alex was very much part of it, Alex and the CEO, Mark Cameron, when the shortened version of the Bowls 3-5 became on the Bowls calendar. It certainly enticed a lot more people into actually playing the sport because you weren't tied up all day playing
right.
lengthy matches or all weekend, and Bowls 3-5 now is very much an adopted format in a number of events, and that I feel, and you'd know best, Alex, I feel that's been one of the reasons behind the increase in membership.
That sort of gives you a bigger pool of, say, social bowlers, and those are the bowlers that are easier to turn into people who might go to a Taranaki Open, for example. So we have a good range of people playing the game, but certainly the Bowls 3-5 and the Twilight Bowls 3-5, where time poor people can play, great place to start. Got a lot of them, and then, you know, if they want to go and play a Taranaki Fours, they're much easier to convince than Joe Bloggs on the street, his first year of bowls, to come and play 25 ends of fours.
I'm surprised here, actually, Alex, that Brendon Walton's playing the hand that he's playing, holding the shot to try and get to the jack. I was sure that he would follow that Hamish Kape line. Just seems an easier route to get down to the counting area.
So we see Hamish endeavour to do exactly that. Just drifting that little bit. Does look like there's a track there on the back end.
He certainly can't play in just the one.
Not
There
the
it is.
5 you were predicting, but just the
No,
one.
only 4 off.
Yeah, not a bad call. At least you had the right side. They picked the shot.
That's a start.
Well, fellas, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I've got some radio reporting to do
know
on
you
this,
have,
on this
mate.
wonderful event, so I better go and fulfil my News Talk ZB obligations. Alex and Kevin, been great to spend a little bit of time with you. Keep up the great work, and we'll
Always great to catch up with you, Phil.
look forward to
Always
seeing you
good to
before,
see you, mate.
before
And,
this final's over. Thanks again for coming.
And look after yourself,
Thanks,
mate,
Phil.
and hope you catch up soon.
Do my best.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, guys.
So 13-8, quickly tightening up, Alex, isn't it, as we ends go by. Singles is fine, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And having made it to the final, Walton's team, I'm sure, will have had games where they've had to fight away already. So they'll continue to do so. I think we've certainly seen Trevor Johns improve over the last 4 or 5 ends, which has been helpful.
Dramatically improve, absolutely.
Just given a platform for the rest to happen. So I'll keep chipping away.
That's why now the role of Daryl Reid becomes so important for the Kape side, and he's done just that because that's what the one that's going to set the heads up for the Hamish Kape side.
Absolutely. And Trevor Johns here with the second bowl. Trying to make a correction, but not doing so. He's done the same thing, or slightly worse than the same thing twice. Good weight, but just underneath the line. And a chance for Daryl to jump on it.
As you know, Alex, the minute you actually get under the line, you're gone, aren't you? Really.
But yeah, it's not great. Disappointed as a bowler because you just watch your bowl just go, as we see there from Daryl.
And it could be said it's a fine line, isn't it? But you know, it really does make such a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, you see just John Zittersteijn having a chat there with Trevor. And Gary now on his forehand. He had been wanting to miss wide and heavy here. Be a disappointing bowl.
Yeah, we're not playing. It was a shorter length head for sure, and here we'll see the Kaylin, Huwyler.
That's a good way to miss there from Kaylin.
Always miss on the wide side.
Very
and
good
you had a
first
chat
bowl.
with his father before, Vice President of Bowls New Zealand, Alex, and he's enjoyed the week, no doubt.
Yes, it was good to have a chat to Phil, a very nervous man, watching his son play in the final of the Taranaki Open Men's Fours. But
Well,
a good conversation.
I think you can get nervous a few more times because this guy's going to be in a few finals.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Particularly his 4th year of bowls.
It's
Okay,
a really
looking to make
nice
a correction.
delivery. Really good delivery. And may well finish up and sit on the shot bowl. That counts for sure. That's a couple. A lot of pressure coming in on the back end of this, the Brendon Walton skip side at this stage of the game. Really, Alex, isn't there?
There is, which makes it challenging. And then what you end up with is only having 1 or 2 bowls sort of counting anyway, even if they do rise to the occasion. So you just run the risk of dropping a bundle. John not very far away with that first one. Doesn't need to make a huge correction here.
So on the backhand is Aidan, the son of Aidan Zittersteijn. Was both Aidan, son and father, both attempting well, one of them is going to win a gold star. That's for sure.
So explain that to me, Kev. So the Taranaki Open Men's Fours counts as a gold star title. Do they have a separate men's fours, or is this the only fours they play for the centre?
That's a good point, actually, Alex. I don't know how it works, because I suppose because they're all playing. It's a total club side, isn't it? So
yeah.
But they have certainly the commentary around here has certainly been around the gold star, but Yeah, look, it's a very, very good point, Alex, about does that count? How does it count? Would it be worth getting that actually confirmed by the College of Knowledge? Is the Taranaki Open actually a gold star counting event? Because it's an open event.
Yeah, it's intriguing. There'll be rules around it. It's possibly something that's always been. Maybe the Taranaki Fours is always sort of counted as a centre title.
I've just had yes written next to me.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
So it counts towards your gold star.
So I'm not going to say any more.
That'll do.
So here's Brendon. Walton trying to get down to the shot bowl or jack. It's going to finish low. Just see whether it is one to the Walton side. That last bowl of John Zittersteijn. Did that make shot, Alex?
I think it may have. I'll have to have another look at the head.
See what weight here that Hamish plays.
13-8, the score, of course. I think John Zitterstein's bowl at 9 o'clock to the jack is the shot for
He
about...
has a tight line to try and get to that county. It turns, well, had to turn the bowl over. Well,
that was a good
I'm
weight.
going to call something in a moment after this bowl, Alex, and I'm wondering whether there's actually, if that bowl's jack level.
Rip it off on the back end.
Absolutely.
I'm with you. I think it'll be called. They've got second, third and fourth shot here.
Your counters are protected, aren't they? You know what?
Yeah.
Your prospective counters are protected, as is the jack. I think it's.
Probably 3.
Yeah, you heard that. 3.
Yeah, rip it off on the back end, I think is the call here. Get back in control of the game. Hamish on the forehand side, maybe still looking to rip it off. Oh,
I agree with you.
has he been listening?
Well, I hope so, because I agree with you, Alex, that to me, playing it away from the head is
Okay, he's on the forehand.
is a better result opportunity, but he may well prove me totally wrong.
Yeah, if he gets it, it doesn't matter, eh?
And you're
Just
playing
looking for
with
that
real
shot
weight.
bowl.
And no, outside you can see out of the hand.
And he made it safe by playing it with that speed, didn't he? Because he didn't give the bowl a chance to turn, so you're safe enough regardless. And that bowl was level with the jack, I suppose, but not to be. And we see another point scored by Walton. 9-13 now.
So are we starting, Alex, to have that subconscious thinking now? 1-1-1. We also played this morning and we had so boys, we're going to start scoring to remove that fear that may well arise.
You'd think that'd be in the back of both teams' heads. You know, if you're Walton's team and you're down against Kape, you'd think to yourself, well, I watched you in the semi-final and you were up and then you weren't. It'll surely play into the psychology of this final.
Well, the
Four
16th
points
end,
the difference.
the 16th end of the semi-final, Alex, was the end which Peter Belliss picked the 5 up on.
Trevor Johns, he has improved his bowls. He's playing well now.
Going a lot better now than what he was earlier. So is just going to give us, like we saw this morning, a good opening bowl, putting the pressure straight away onto Daryl Reid. Lead for Hamish Kape. It's out on that wider side. How far is it going to come back?
Fair effort there. And Trevor will just settle down into his work on his backhand.
And once again, a big thank you, of course, to our hard-working team that we've got here of Tamara, Briar and Kyle. Done a wonderful job. But, well, Alex, you were quite
Stuff.
right. You're 100% of what you called before. All of a sudden, Trevor Johns, just like we saw this morning, and Peter Belliss remarked to me, Ray Wilson, his lead in the semi-final this morning. Peter Belliss spoke to me after the game, said he was outstanding, he was remarkable. Elreed needs to get past the bowl. Doesn't quite do so, but not all bad.
Harry on the forehand side.
That'll be under the line. Might just move across to the weight's pretty good. So here's my player of the day. And this time under the line. Kaylin Huwyler hasn't played many of those.
I certainly played very well for the last 2 games, really. A lot of good bowls under pressure as well in that 2 position, and it can be a really important space to be in a team.
Especially this morning, Alex, he really was I felt he was the glue in the middle.
Yeah.
Those bowls.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah,
Look like Drake's Prides, don't they?
Yeah, we got a really big kick at the finish.
Good shot. Much better showing here from Brendon Walton's team as they mount their little comeback in this final of the Taranaki Open Men's Fours. In 17 of 25, holding 3 on the head. Looking like good signs for Team Walton.
Bit of a teapot there from Kaylin Huwyler, the bowl. As we saw earlier on, Alex, with this bit of breeze that we've got, if you just get out fractionally on that wider side, you're just going to struggle to get all the way back.
John just looking to draw on his forehand. That's a good bowl.
That's well played. So, Sun now, the number 3 for
Zittersteijn.
Zittersteijn 2.
Little as it,
yeah, look.
small as it.
Well,
Just slightly overplayed it. A big end here. Developing for Walton and co.
certainly is. And there's no doubt, Alex, that there'll be little things jumping through their heads right now.
And John wanting to turn the screw. Had a bit of pressure. 2 good bowls from John Zittersteijn there. Aidan just taking his time. Wonder if it's the wind or if someone's walking in the background there.
There is quite a bit of wind buffeting around. If you look at those Taranaki DB draft umbrellas, they're getting pushed around a bit. Certainly changed his line here. Has Aidan Zitterstein's going to hold up to the
Very
check,
close, Aidan Zittersteijn.
turn it over.
Not to be, but it may mean that Brendon plays a different shot now.
There it is. Our
2
marker.
says the lollipopper. That's good.
Sue Cotton, thanks to you, Sue, and our umpire, Grant McCauley, who have been here all day, keeping us fully aware or au fait with what's going on the head.
Brendon, just having a look. Line it up on his forehand side. He's got quite an aggressive start. I always feel like he's about to play a run shot.
Here's
Just with
that
the way
sort
he
of
sets his
arm
arm.
back.
Yeah. And then he doesn't.
Yeah,
He
this is
clears the
pretty
front
good.
here. He's brilliant.
This is pretty good here.
That's brilliant. There's no
That's
other.
3.
That's brilliant.
And cut the jack off.
Brilliant. I got no other words for that. Incredibly good. And as you say, he's cut the jack off. So a challenging shot here for Hamish. And you can't even see a full bowl, if anything. From this angle, you can see it there. There's lots of half bowls. It's very easy to chip off a half bowl target.
The sight, you can't see much at all, actually, Alex. And that bowl of Brendon Walton just came in and rolled, flopped itself over in front of the jack. I can see the jack, but I thought he might change his, go to the forehand and try and get down through the port to the jack. Oh no, he's going to make contact. I'm
Looking
sure
to hit
you.
anything. Here's that chip we were talking about.
So
It was well played, but a bit unlucky from Hamish.
Moved one of the shot counting bowls.
It's the challenge with heads when they set like that. Like he played that bowl well. He was within an 1/8 or a 16th of a bowl, but got a little chip. Still 2 down.
I think it's out, but I'll get him to have a look.
So John and Brendon just talking about where the jack might go if it's hit. You can see Aidan Zitterstein's got a bowl at 12 o'clock just by the 2.
Well, they're the best bowls, really, aren't they? At this point of the head as well, right in front of the number, isn't it? So it's a lot of deliberation over this shot that Brendon Walton is going to play. Strides his way back. The big swinging arms, Sergeant Major arms, the big strides.
Make his way back. I've never been brave enough to walk backwards on a bowling green.
No.
I'd find a way to make that end poorly for myself, I think.
Trip over the shoelaces.
On the forehand, Brendon Walton. Holding 2, we see the jack. Yeah, that's a good camera angle. We can see the jack's going to our left, probably to that little chalk mark on the bottom left, about where Brendon's bowl's about to go, is roughly where the jack's headed. I think exactly there is where the jack would go, Kev.
Well,
so a good bowl therefore by Brendon Walton.
That's about on that line. And I think he's got to play with more weight to try and get contact, because you'll need to get contact with both of those front bowls, I think, to
he's not
give
going to be
himself
short.
a chance.
On the back end, just taking his time. And he's not short. He's very close here.
Needs to hold now and had to get the front bowl.
Good try. Removed one.
Just
That's
move
good
one.
enough.
Just the one. Another end gone and another one. 13-10 at
10.
17. Afternoon tea. Haven't scored.
It's got to be rattling in the back of their head, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it does.
Jack delivered to essentially the 2 metre mark, so on the longer side. Trevor Johns, who's played well these last 5 or 6 ends.
Well, the afternoon tea break certainly saw a turnaround in his consistency, and there over the head to the 2 metre mark.
Coming in this direction, we've seen a lot of bowls played on the forehand that have been narrow and sort of on the heavy side. I wonder if that's to do with perhaps there's a breeze coming diagonally across the green.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a breeze for sure, and I reckon that you're quite right in what you say, Alex, and you're seeing this in the latter stages of this draw. That bowl didn't get a great deal of movement back to the centre line.
Intriguing. I also wonder, where did they fight if they have That's a great bit of commentary there. I don't know what language I was trying to speak. I was going to ask, the umbrellas that we see in the background, were they on the arc, Kev, or like they're still standing up pretty well at the West End Bowling Club, but I wonder how long they've been there for.
I'll say this quietly, Alex, I remember them.
Okay, fair enough. They made a sturdier stuff back in the day, weren't they? Things actually tended to last.
Yeah, so Daryl Reid brought that line in now. See, I think we're struggling exactly what we spoke about, Alex. Out
There it
wide,
goes.
inside. Now we're struggling at the back end of the game, the important part. Where is that line to start the hit off? And I just think the wind conditions, perhaps the speed of the green, I think it's more than likely changed it round by just a fraction. I don't think it's going to worry Gary Barber too much. That'll go. When will it go? Now.
There's Drake's Pride bowls, and we watch in the last metre or two that it runs, the bowls will turn almost double the length that they go forward. If that makes sense.
It's interesting. We're seeing Kaylin Huwyler, who's elected to play the other hand, which, as you can straight away see, Alex, has got a natural draw to the centre line.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Kaylin. That's beautiful stuff. And Gary's bowl, perfect weight if we look at the weight. So he just needs to correct his green.
Sometimes you can get caught on those hands, can't you, and fight them for a period of time, and becomes very, very frustrating. Now, see there the width, Alex, just then. Went through that green patch out there and just stayed on a straight line for about 6 to 7 feet, and then came at the back end, came back to the 2 metre mark. But what it's really doing now is giving a free open hand to the Hamish Kape side to play inside what is the Trevor Johns bowl, which is jack level, and that's exactly what Kaylin Huwyler is going to do here. Is he going to get all the way down? Yes, he will.
Good bowls. He'll be happy with that. That's 2 good shots. And John Zittersteijn now with a bit of work to do. Looking like he wants to play his forehand.
Yeah, that's interesting. Brendon Walton just said to him to change his hand. And I agree entirely with that call, because I just think it seems to be kinder coming back to the jack, especially going down towards the seaward end here at West End as we play this 18th end. Looks narrow, but is it going to hold up to the jack line?
Trying.
Inside of it will get shot. There, he's done it again.
That'll do. Good bowl there from John Zittersteijn.
So
good call from Brendon Walton.
It was very good call. So John has certainly played Alex some very big telling bowls the last few ends, and turned the head around. Aidan Zittersteijn, he'll be too wide here. You can hear the wind now, actually, Alex, just starting to buff it around the cameras and microphones out there. So here's the opportunity now for what was looking a good scoring head for the Hamish Kape side. All of a sudden, well, changed his hand, so let's see what happens. There, there. Won't come back.
Willing it to turn. Yeah, Brendon happy enough. 2 reasonable bowls there from John. Always been a good man under pressure.
Just seems to be about a 6-foot run there, Alex, where it doesn't just seem to start its arc back. So Zittersteijn, Aidan that is, will need to adjust his line to get down to the shot bowl or jack. And how long is it going to hold? It will disappear now. There it goes, might sit on the bowl. Does so, well, that's okay. And we'll just see what our marker,
crossover.
our lollipop lady, Susan Cotton, can't see her at the moment. I think it's just the one. Where is she? She's sitting under the umbrella. She might be having
way back.
She might be having a lemon tea under the umbrella down there, Alex. But those Taranaki draft yellow and black umbrellas are certainly, yeah, I've seen a few seasons, I can assure you. Here is Brendon Walton coming down on that forehand. He's got a good arc on his bowl, but it will just disappear under that centre line. How far will it run towards the head? Oh, it could be a good line actually for Hamish.
Up a little bit. Hamish looking like he wants to play his backhand.
Well, if he gets past that bowl on this the 18th end, he would be moving towards the shot bowl. Needs to start working now. So Alex, is it, do you think, that the Hamish Kape side are sort of got this bit of a mind thing that they...
It's hard to tell. It may be a focus. It may be a focus situation. I mean, how often do we play 25 end games of 4s? Not very much in New Zealand.
So here comes the bowl of Brendon Walton. This looks
Careful,
pretty
Brendon.
good.
Careful, Brendon.
Oh, if he got the back of the jack, he
Gee
was
whiz.
in trouble. Boy, he was in trouble. The back of the jack was 3 shots the other way.
There would have been a moment of panic there.
Yeah, your hands on
You
head.
see the
And you.
hands on the head. It's okay. It didn't move. It's fine. And Hamish now with a decision to make. Do you go the backhand or the forehand? That is the question.
Bit of a team call going on out there. There's a good crowd in here at the West End Bowling Club.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Because if you get any part of that bowl, we'll make it roll. We'll just roll out.
So it's just got some weight in it. Well, certainly playing with weight to reach the head. Here it comes now. Needs to start working now towards the. Won't do so with that weight. Won't get all the way back. Let's be the one again.
Through. We see that lead shrink a little bit more. 13-11. Interesting times, Kevin.
13-6, remember. 13-6 at 13 ends. 18 ends, 13-11.
Again, it's a game that almost any other tournament in the country would now be going. Congratulations to Hamish, Kape and team. You've just won.
You've just won a New Zealand Fours title.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much, exactly. But no, we played 25 ends at the Taranaki Open Fours, and it's a real good test of consistency, mental strength.
But it's also interesting, Alex, that we have seen Trevor Johns come onto his game while they've gone on. They're scoring these singles and they're getting bowls on the head very early on now.
Isn't it? That's the key. The key change really has been the front 4 bowls from Walton has improved.
Just getting more bowls to operate with and less chances for the Hamish Kape side. Here is Daryl Reid, got the bowl out on a good arc, but is it going to come back? It's working its way back now. Will just go by, finishes like on the centre line, a metre. Trevor Johns, the builder. You just see Alex coming down there, and this isn't a criticism of the green at all. I just think that there's, yeah, the draw comes late, and I just think the other hand, which Daryl Reid is playing, just seems to have a more natural arc back to the centre line.
It does look a little tricky. As we see Daryl on the forehand side.
Yeah, it would disappear now. Goes by a couple of metres, in fact. And now Gary Barber. This is a big final for this fella.
Having never qualified in the Taranaki Open before.
And here he is in the final. Short. So really, this is at the point really where Kaylin, Huwyler really got to make them count, put a bit of shot pressure on.
Yeah, there's space, isn't there?
There is.
Not far away.
I just heard he's done it again, this fella. He's certainly played his part in both the semi-final and the final, Alex. To me, he's been the most consistent of the players of the, you know, really of the 12 players that we've seen today.
Gary on his backhand. He gets around his short bowl. He could be a chance of doing something interesting. Underneath his short bowl, there could be a chance of doing something interesting.
Right, well, this is now where you can really sort of put the pressure on Alex, can't you, that Aidan Zittersteijn, or John Zittersteijn now, about to play his first bowl, and has responded the last 4 or 5 ends. When down on the head, he certainly responded.
Yeah, it's very good under pressure. Still drawable either way, says Brendon. Certainly in the indoor game, known for his ability just to dead draw Kevin under any sort of pressure that you want to put him underneath, which makes him such a dangerous fours skip.
Well, he certainly had to do a lot of that today.
And will have been helpful for him at 3, I think, Kevin, just to be able to talk with Brendon about shot selection and stuff. Again, the commentator's curse. Sorry, John. But your 3, it's always helpful when you understand that they understand what you're talking about in regards to shot selection and head building and all that sort of stuff.
So here is Aidan Zittersteijn. He's out on a wider line than John's bowl. And how far now will this work its way back towards the centre line? And that too, that's
Loose.
going to be short. And this head is starting to get what I would call yucky.
Loose, it's a scattergun approach, and John may find it easy to play his backhand for second shot, and second shot's fine here for Walton's team. Brendon just saying, look, either hand, just need second shot.
I thought I heard Brendon indicate that he was 3 down.
It wouldn't surprise me. John opting to play his backhand, using his mat, moving over to his left, maybe trying to get around that straightener that we found.
He certainly has moved over, and there he is on the backhand.
Now it's down to his weight. He's got the right line. Down to the weight.
There's that uncomplimentary hold out there.
Yeah, not to be. Sitting down, might have cut it down to 2. He'll be disappointed with that. Yeah, just a bit of frustration there.
Got a wind, something moved. Can't see from where I'm sitting here. Readdress now. Tamara, Brian, Kyle done a wonderful job bringing this coverage, putting it all together, operating the cameras and all the technical stuff. Don't think he'll come back from there. Need a big swing on that. Well, he's got too much weight anyway, but it may well count. In fact, will.
And you would look at that and think there's plenty of room even to draw the shot there for Brendon. But when you've the skip and you've just watched 7 people or 6 people struggle to get within cue of the jack where that is, it's a more challenging whatever bowl. That's the word I'm looking for. More challenging bowl than you would think.
Well, John and Brendon Walton having a good chat in the middle of the green of what shot to play, and you know, it's one of those ones where I think you get down and look at it, and if we can get second shot with our first, then we can go from there.
And Brendon making his way back down. On the forehand. Just looking for a clean run, second shot. Should turn back from there, down to the weight now from Brendon Walton.
It's got just a wee bit too much weight on, and
it turned just about enough, maybe third shot.
So now it's imperative for Hamish Kape that he puts second bowl pressure back on to Brendon Walton.
Someone's just run on the green and off the green again.
Needs to clear either front or back, and that'll. So one would think that would count, Alex.
I wouldn't think so. Fascinating end here. There's no, I mean, there's one bowl close. Everything else is scattered, but it means there's no shot play on, is there? It's literally you're just drawing as close as you can. Brendon Walton, I'm not sure if he's given this
doesn't like
the
it.
required amount of oomph. Dropped it, he
Dropped it
says.
was the call.
Is there a bowl that's worth a number? No, we got Johns on the right and someone else is on the left. Or maybe it is worth a number.
They're pointing to that bowl.
It's such a scattered head. You have to be sure about the situation, but it maybe they go, well, just get rid of Brendon's bowl. Okay, just draw.
Just
no
draw.
excitement. Fair enough.
Well, they're going to score, aren't they, Alex? That's the...
Yeah, it successfully paused the rot, or stopped the rot even.
Needs to work now. Oh, it's struggling to get back. Will it count?
One.
Watching our lollipop lady. Out comes the measure.
So we'll measure Brendon's bowl first and then go around. What's happened here?
We're on the homeward stretch. It was 2. 15-11 now as we go to the 20s in 20 of 25.
Change it up a bit, he says. So
Yep.
just seeing a different length jack thrown here, or more different, a different space for the mat to go. That only works if you can keep the jack on the rink, though.
Yeah, losing the jack, Alex, at that point is quite frustrating, isn't it?
And because you do all the work to get the
Wow.
I've seen smoother jacks delivered.
Yeah.
You do all the work to score and dictate your length, and then you just slightly overplay it. We see Trevor Johns deliver the jack to the halfway length with a bit of, we'll say he delivered it with conviction, didn't he?
He certainly did. Big deep breath there from Daryl Reid. Breathe in, breathe out just before delivery on the backhand. Going down towards the seaward end here at the West End Bowling Club, and we'll go through and really had good line, but couple of metres too much weight. Trevor Johns, yeah, good green here from, it's a good opening bowl here from the former Taranaki winger. Just kicks on by a metre and a bit.
And a good
And
enough
of course
start.
tomorrow morning, Alex, the ladies get underway around the greens. They play, well, they don't play the 25-in game, but they get theirs underway. And how far will this run, this bowler Reed's?
A reasonable start there. He'll be happy with that. It's 2 bowls past and in line with the jack. Trevor Johns now on the forehand.
Alex, I know nothing about women's bowls, okay? Because it starts on Tuesday.
Tuesday. So they get the Taranaki clubs get a day of rest because today is Sunday. Yes, it is. Get a day of rest before they kick into gear. Great few weeks of bowls, really, for the Taranaki region.
Just make sure you tell me what day the final is, Alex, so I can sit there with you. I don't want to miss it by a day.
And Kaylin He's playing really well.
Oh, he certainly has to me, as I said earlier on, to me, as we played this, the 20th end, he's been what I'd call the steady rock in the Hamish Kape side. And Gary Barber, for a man that's never qualified before, has acquitted himself pretty well actually, but he's dropped his weight here. And in the Walton side, it's been, in the main, it's really been that of John Zittersteijn, who's sort of got them in out of what looked like precarious head situations, with either getting the second shot or shot. He's played a number of telling bowls.
Oh, Hamish likes this one.
Here it comes now to the jack centre line. Just drift by.
A correction to be made here. Out of a sand smooth. And on a reasonable line here, Kev, if he can clear the front one.
Just going to run into the
Or
front.
not to be.
Yeah, Aidan Zittersteijn needs to take some control of the head actually here at number 3, because to be fair, Alex's father has sort of, what I would say, dominated either attacking wise or defensively wise, but perhaps not enough pressure on Zittersteijn, and Aidan needs to really, I think, capitalise on holding the team holding the shot. Because John here is going to be wide, won't come all the way back, although it's moving back now, won't get back. Well, he certainly gets movement at the back end.
Yeah, look at that at the end. Aidan on the back end, looking to make a correction on his first. Following this bowl up. Maybe one down to Johns. For
needs to sit on the bowl.
Still maybe one down.
Yeah, that bowl over the head could well be shot. He's certainly been very consistent right through this these 20 ends, has John Zittersteijn. And he's on a good line here. If we look at where it's staying out there now, but will it come back? Because he certainly gets a big finish on his bowl.
Yeah, 2 there, John.
There's applause from the crowd.
And there, I mean, there is room, isn't there? It looks like there's room to draw.
Certainly is.
And you would expect Hamish to do so.
So Hamish Kape now really needs to draw the shot, keep control. Well, he hasn't got control of the match, but just keep that buffer in this back end of the 25 ends. Now it's coming. Now it's coming. Coming towards the centre line. That will be shot.
So Brendon will be able to see that, which is why his hand is on his hip now, because he can see that bowl through the gap. But there's also room to draw. So do you draw with this one and see what happens, then have a go?
Oh, well,
Yes.
it depends what happens the next, because he could finish up with a 3-shot opportunity. Could Brendon Walton.
That's the thing.
He's certainly out on the wider side, and I think, depending what Hamish Kape does here, coming now, won't come all the way. Will it fall in?
Very good shot there from Brendon Walton. Hamish, I feel, needs to get a second or a third shot here.
Oh, so do
Or
I,
maybe,
because I agree entirely with you, Alex. It's sitting vulnerable now, isn't it?
Like a lonely second shot. Hamish on the forehand. He's put one there already. He's indicating that he wants it to hold, and he's walking away.
It's still holding.
Walking away a bit early. He's got away with that. Blocked up that gap that you could see. There may still be a way through, but it's a much smaller gap now than it was. if we're looking to remove the second shot bolt. John just having a look around. One, he says.
Only worth one more.
Yeah, that's wise enough. And Brendon, I think, walked down to have a look as well. Just opting to draw a second shot on this, the 20th end of 25.
A very fast type walk, very dominant walk, isn't it?
He covers a lot of space and a small amount of steps, which I suppose is good. And on his forehand, trying to make it two here, Brendon Walton.
On a good line. How's the weight?
How's your weight, Brendon? Beautiful green.
And it'll be one to the Brendon Walton side. And we tighten up again. 15-12. We had a 3 scored on the very first end. That was to the Trevor. That was to the Brendon Walton side. We had a 3 to the Hamish Kape side on the 11th end, and as far as the Brendon Walton side is concerned, outside that 3, they have all been singles. So one can say it's a very even encounter. Trevor Johns on the backhand. He's certainly lifted his game from about the halfway mark on, really, hasn't he, Alex, as Trevor Johns?
Yeah, it's made a difference. For sure. 15-12, 3 points is nothing.
Absolutely not. Well, we saw that this morning, 23-19 playing the last. So, yeah. And going by with quite a bit of weight, in fact, was Daryl Reid. In fact, a lot of weight. It's right out in front of me here. And still, well, we watch this bowl. And
Got the jack.
Johns has got the
Good
jack.
shot there. And Trevor Johns taking it off the centre line. He'd be willing to sit down as well, but you can't have everything, I suppose.
So imperative here, though, that Daryl Reid certainly gets something close to that shot bowl, and was going to do so.
Now, this is going to be an interesting exchange of bowls, isn't it? They've got 2 bowls each. Kaylin has been playing very well. So Gary will be thinking, here's my chance to play some effective bowls and see if I can improve the head. Holding one, so you're building on a good shot that's already been played. That's a reasonable start there.
Well, it makes that line just a wee bit more challenging, actually, Alex, that front line around the corner.
It does. Kaylin on the forehand now. If he's got the weight right, I tell you what, he's not far away. Good bowl.
Jack level. And again, fairly close to the counting area. Well,
Cuts
gets
that one.
That's another well, it's one way. It's the bowl of Trevor Johns' bowl.
Little shake of the head. You just take those things and run as fast as you can. Trevor just thanking him for the help. And Kaylin now looking to pick that gap. If it holds long enough, it's pretty good. Oh dear.
All but.
Decisions. John saying, plug the gap. Do it before they do. So that's a defensive bowl or not a defensive bowler, it's a reactive bowler, isn't it? You're playing the opposition shot a little bit for them. The other chance was to go around the back and wait for the jack to come to you. But John's saying, if I'm there, they're going to have to find something else to do.
Oh, he turned one of his own bowls over.
Yeah, the logic was sound, execution not as good as it could have been.
But it's one of those heads again where it's just starting to look tacky.
Yeah, and the pressure begins to build, doesn't it, on the different players. So there's pressure now on Aidan Zittersteijn to play a bowl that in isolation would be quite simple if you didn't have the bowls leading up to it to add the pressure.
Well, three all on the line there, and you've got to really play with weight. We're going to either turn the... So yeah, that's going to go on the outside. It's the danger, Alex, of that, what I'd call fishy weight.
And he's overplayed it. There was a great try there from Hamish, but he fell a bit short with the with the throw of the bowls cloth, trying to stop Aidan's.
I just think they're at the point now they've got to be pretty careful, look careful. And this is where, yeah, here's another good bowl from John Zittersteijn.
Inside out, inside out.
Counts.
Brilliant
Yeah.
stuff there from John. And do we see big weight here from
Oh,
Aidan
they
now?
have to split it open. Got to split the head open.
Hit it, he says. Aidan Zittersteijn lifted his sunglasses up.
Needs a weight that he's comfortable with, but 15-12. Yeah, I'll just reserve my decision, but I don't have to. I'm sorry, Alex. They're just...
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. It must have been him who did play the plant on the other hand.
Well, that's what I thought. That and looking out at the head as well, because even if you don't get the ultimate result from that by going straight at it, you're going to get reduction. You know, bowls 1 and 2 are sitting right in line with the jack, and you know, I'd prefer to see them straight down.
Did you see that bit of athleticism, Kev?
I did see that.
That's incredible from Brendon Walton. That's the best thing I've seen today. But yeah, sorry, I tend to agree, Kev. I think we'll see Hamish on this backhand as we see it, hitting that short. It's a 3-bowl plant, isn't it? At 1 o'clock,
Absolutely.
smack the bejesus out of that one and see what happens.
Well, even if you don't get the ultimate result, but you get reduction by
Should
trying
remove
to
at
play
least
the other
3
way.
bowls.
It's too difficult.
Yeah, I see him winding up. He's going to hit that short bowl.
That's
3 bowls should go here at least. He won't be short. Hamish on the forehand.
Oh.
I'm afraid
don't
that was blind
play
luck.
That's
That's no.
I'm not saying anything
I got
about Alex. Brendon Walton with a wry smile, way off target really. So Walton's got to draw to the down towards the ditch on the forehand, trailing 15-12 as we come to the completion of N21. Out of the hand, on its way.
I would say that Hamish had good weight with his bowl, Kev.
Yeah,
If I was to look for a positive.
I'd be
And
disappointed.
Brendon unable to add a bonus here. So, plenty of room. Hamish just making sure he's got the right bias. From the full-batter drive to the drawer. Let's just see what's happening here.
Is that hit into the ditch?
I have no way of knowing. We'll just listen for the noise.
No, it's
There it is.
shot. In fact, will be
That's,
2.
Bowls
3.
is a funny game sometimes.
Well, that really was about a 6-shot turnaround on the 21st end. Really, Alex, wasn't it?
Oh, what's happening here?
3
Oh, that's
shots.
okay. I was like, sorry, Trevor had the mat and the jack, and I was very confused. That was an incredible turnaround.
Yeah, try it again, mate. Yeah.
Just a slice of fortune, really. That
Off
can be what
target.
happens in this game. but the momentum was all with the Walton combination. They had a good head. Hamish flew at it with a lot of weight, really. Got a good result, an amazing result, and Brendon was unable to draw. And so we see a 6-point lead now, and that's just turned that game. The momentum switched around entirely.
Especially as the numbers now, we're playing in 22. Daryl Reid now, this is where you become the man that can get your team home in this, the 118th Taranaki Open Fours, by the start that you give, and he's responded accordingly, and that's what they've been looking for, bowls in about around that area, not all over the place, which we've seen so many of. And quickly into his work is Trevor Johns.
Playing well, Trevor. That's a good bowl.
On the backhand, again, is Daryl Reid. It's on that good line, that good arc. Should come back all the way.
Pretty handy, mate. Well done.
That was a big turnaround, really. 15-12 to 18-12.
Yeah, you wonder if they'll look back at that end, both these teams, and think that was a very a key moment.
Well played again by Trevor Johns, right on the centre line.
Great bowl.
On the backhand is Kaylin, Huwyler, and just as we know, Alex, just don't want to get out too wide there. How's the weight as it comes down towards the centre line, and the jack just not quite going to, may well be shot, depends if it falls in, falls out, but to me he's been the most consistent player throughout the whole of the 12 players today that we've covered.
Yeah, I agree. It's got a big future ahead.
Certainly has.
Sure.
And Gary Barber just going to come outside the Trevor Johns bowl. So Kaylin will certainly be he looks to be out for a fraction wider, Alex. It just looks to be, yeah, it is, on that wider line. You'll see it won't come all the way back to the centre. Had a yarn, but it was heavy anyway.
Big moment here. Tighter head building. Walton's team will feel like they should have scored on the last end.
Absolutely.
They now trail by 6 points, so it's about just sort of moving on from that. Seeing if you can score on this end and just get a bit of consistency happening again.
Back of the jack.
They are playing the better bowls at the moment.
So it's interesting. Aidan Zittersteijn going to that backhand, which we feel is a better draw. Needs to just drop past the front bowl of Kaylin Huwyler's. That's it. Look at out on that wide side.
Yeah, he's just sort of lost his way in the last few ends, Aidan
Certainly
Zittersteijn.
has. His father, John, I'm sure will capitalise on that. He has on most occasions when the gate has been open.
On the backhand, John. Pretty good delivery, very efficient. Wanting it to hold.
No, it won't.
Not to be. The weight was pretty good. If you look at the weight, it was in line with the jack.
You see that wind buffeting around the shelters and behind there. It's just getting a bit of assistance with a bit of wind. He has this bowl of Aidan Zittersteijn needs to start breaking now. It's got a yard of weight on, needs to sit on something. It's going to go by. No, it won't. And so who do we get? I can't quite see Sue Cottam indicating who's got shot. We might see after this bowl of John Zitterstein's.
Yeah, he'll be looking to make the answer that this one's the shot. He needs a bit of luck here. Inside out off the white.
Well, their turn.
Yeah, I'd take it. You know,
Could
you
be
go
three.
Cool.
And we'll see. Where's Sue Cotton gone?
Good question.
Just indicated. Looks like three.
Walton's team are, I think, playing a bit more consistently at the moment. Even though they did drop a 2 on the last end, they actually, I think they played better bowls on that previous end. So they're just looking to try and score. Hamish looking to make that not happen. On the back end, very smooth delivery.
Well, no, that's gone. That's well under the
Away
line.
from it.
Well, no, I thought he might have got the inside of the bowl to flop in for second.
He was heading for that, wasn't he? But not to beat. And Brendon Walton, those big long strides down the green. What's happened to his picker-upper?
Disappeared.
Interesting.
It's the stretcher now. Look, up over the arms. Multiple muscle stretch. Can't see the... He's forgotten about that.
Yeah. I hadn't noticed that before. I wonder how long he hasn't had a picker-upper for. A while, probably.
On the back end, here's a chance to really put the pressure on. Looks to be on that wide side. How far will it work back now? Coming back, needs to get inside this bowl.
Coming out to go.
Good weight was the call.
Last bowl's pretty well level. Beat that, you'll be in.
So you heard that call from Aidan Zittersteijn. Just to draw up inside, what is that jack level bowl, and you'll be close to being shot. On the back end, no.
Oh,
no.
was it the wrong bias?
That one won't. You can give it away on that one, that's for sure.
That was bizarre. To what? That was unusual, Kev.
Well, it just out of the hand, just went
Yeah,
straight.
sorry, I thought it was. I legitimately thought it was the wrong bias for a second. That must have come out with a bit of a flick or something.
Three it
John's
is.
saying, look, we hold 3.
Big chance for 4, and we tighten up again.
Good direction there from John too, giving Brendon his bowl to beat as opposed to the jack. You're sort of ensuring that you're not going to be tight into calamitous areas. It's a nice way to make a bonus bowl happen. How's your weight, Brendon? That's the
It's not
question.
there.
Beautiful line. Oh, he had good weight with his first and good line with his second. I don't think he's made it. I think it's just going to be the 3 to Walton and Co.
It is fair to say, Alex, that it was a fortuitous result that the Hamish Kape side got on that of the 21st end, which resulted in 3 shots. And you're quite right in what you say, that the last few ends, really, the Walton side have been, I think, they've been over the top of the...
Yeah, it feels like the Walton side's playing the better bowls at this moment,
Yes,
doesn't
it
it? And
does.
has done for the last 4 or 5 ends, I think. Which hopefully means we'll get to the 25th end and it'll be very exciting, Kev.
All square, Alex?
Why not?
Umpire. 3 it was.
3.
Oh, big 3, big 3.
Now, on to the 23rd end.
Well, they've got to score here. Well, both sides really have to score to be able to just get a further little buffer to play 24 and 25, or be right there when the bells are ringing with 24 and 25. And this head right out in front of me here in the sunshine. Bit of a wind got up now at West End. We see Trevor Johns on his backhand, playing
6
in
bowls.
23.
6 bowls to go each after a full week, 25 ends of 4s, 2 games a day, 6 bowls each for these players, and at the end of it we're going to have a new champion team for the Taranaki Open 4s, and one of them is going to have the last name of Zittersteijn, Kev.
Absolutely. And one is going to have a Taranaki Gold Star.
And they'll also be called Zittersteijn.
That's right. So it's only right at this point that we, I'm sure on behalf of the Taranaki Centre, who no doubt will mention all their speeches afterwards, but a huge thank you to the Toy Foundation for their sponsorship, and to all of the greens and clubs around Taranaki, and the umpires, all of the people, the kitchen people, everyone who does such a wonderful, bar staff do such a wonderful job in making sure that the bowlers who come to Taranaki are looked after and have a great event here, as they all have had for sure. So I know in the speeches afterwards they'll be thanking them all, but just I think it's worth us mentioning.
I agree.
Well done and thank you. As we see, and that we saw Daryl Reid there draw the shot, which is a bit overdue, really.
Yeah, it's his best end in some time. He'll be pleased with that. Good timing. Gary on the forehand. This can't be far away. Run it out a little bit,
Well
he says.
played. Well played. Sitting
shot.
just lower the jack. Close to be shot. Of course, this morning we saw the 2022 winners. That's the Craig DeFaria skip side. They were beaten, of course, by the Walton combination. As Kaylin hasn't got the weight to get to the shot bowl. Been impressive.
And of course, we're having a very good response in regards to the number of viewers watching these broadcasts. Kevin, the Taranaki 4s, no exception. So if you're watching this on our YouTube channel, which you will be because it's the only way you can, and you're not subscribed, please do subscribe to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. There's a big button that says subscribe. Click that. Then there's I think a bell which you need to click, and you'll get notified for every time we go live from now until ever. And it's going to be the way we cover the Summer of Bowls calendar. So there's plenty of live bowls coming up in the next few months, and then over the winter time as well. So if you haven't subscribed, please do, and you'll get notified when we're live. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
So John Zittersteijn now, as we play in 23. Holding shot is the Brendon Walton side, trailing 18-15. And how far is this going to come towards the head? Breaking now. Oh,
He's almost given a guide there, isn't he?
Well, I was just going to make the point there, Alex, that on that backhand draw for Aidan, that's a natural draw through that port there to the shot bowl or jack, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. And to
Very
get to
close
the jack,
here.
going to get the front bowl and falls out.
That's incredible how far out his bowl ended up going. If we think about how close he was to the head.
So
John
it could
gonna
be
stay
two
on
was the
forehand.
call.
It'll be interesting if John's a little bit wide and plays a sort of there's a plantish set up and his bowl's on the run going around it. I think if Aidan's bowl was tapped, John's bowl would roll towards the jack anyway.
Well, the good thing is, even if there is a trail, there is a bowl sitting in that triangle near the back there. Gary Barber bowl, which is sitting in there. So here on the backhand is Aidan Zittersteijn endeavouring to get down to the jack or the...
Don't play the plant, Aidan.
No, because that needs to be...
Don't play the plant.
Or
He
the,
got the
or
inside half, he's
fortuitous
okay.
slide. Again, it went... How does it go around bowls like that?
I'm not sure. And I think Aidan's asking himself that question as well.
Hamish
Right
Kape
in the area
very
both
quickly
times.
quickly indicating it is one shot to the Brendon Walton side. They trail 18-15 as we come to the end of end 23. And I just think, Alex, that there's a few, the big bowls that really have been required from the Hamish Kape side to give them an advantage haven't really been expedited to create that opportunity.
Yeah, it's for all the world looking like we're going to go down to the last end.
So here is Walton on his backhand. Just going to go by. Surely Hamish has to play for a touch on the jack. On his forehand, leading 18-15.
On the
Indicated
forehand.
is one down on the head.
He's half a chance here, Kev. This is right in the area.
We needed a
Found fresh air.
He found fresh air. A touch would have been advantageous to him. So Walton holding on the head. I'm just going to say, out of the hand, it looked a bit wobbly, and he
Just
made a
found
comment
a clean
himself
run there.
and went through with really what I'd call danger weight.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And this is a big moment in the game. 18-15. If Hamish gets this, you go into the penultimate end with a lead of more than 3. If he doesn't, it's tightened right up. So everyone's feeling it here. Hearts will be pounding.
He wasn't far away really with his first, Alex, wasn't far away at all, was the Hamish Kape, the skip of the Paritutu side.
Big moments. Big
Now
moments
on
in this
his
final.
forehand. Ooh, they're looking closely at this. Just pushed it up closer.
Didn't do it.
What was the shot bowl? And they hold that 1-16. 18-16 as we play in 24.
Interesting. This is good. This is what we want, Kev. It needs to be interesting by the time we get to the end. You know, we're now, the viewers, it's nearing 6 o'clock. Of course, no one will want to tune into the 6 o'clock news because we're watching the Taranaki Fours final. But we want it to be interesting by the time it gets to the 25th end, and will be the news. I suppose the price of eggs is still going up. I don't know.
I'll check on my phone if you like, Alex. If it's
I don't look anymore.
no. Down into the shadows. Down towards the seaward end here at West End. Trevor Johns, who's the back end of this game, has been very impressive. Just gave that the commentator's curse.
Yeah.
And
On the egg front, just quickly, Kev, before we move on to the bowls, I was very disappointed in myself. I made a hollandaise sauce. I tried to make a hollandaise sauce from scratch last week or the week before, and all I ended up doing was wasting maybe 3 or 4 perfectly good eggs that could have been used somewhere else. And it's, it wouldn't used to upset me, but with the egg situation, I felt like I'd really let myself down.
Oh, well, Alex, I'm sure, you know, there's other recipes that you can well manage without causing yourself that challenging difficulty as we watch. Again, Daryl Reid just dropping past with that extra metre of weight. John Zittersteijn, there's a bit of graphic going on up there, but I think everything's right. 18-16, isn't it? Looking at the scoreboard.
Yep, that's right. On this end, that's longer than what we've seen for a while. Trevor John, really impressed with the way he found his way back into this game.
Yeah, he did great correction from that first bowl, which was exceptionally short. He corrected with his second as we come now to 6 o'clock news, as you rightly say. But on the backhand now is Reid, who really needs to make a statement on this end now. Looks better. How far is it going to run? Needs to sit on the inside of the bowl. Not going to. Goes by. We're going to go 2 games in a row, like we had a repeater this morning, Alex.
May as well just keep it as interesting as possible, I reckon. And it's certainly the way it's heading, that 2-point difference.
So, Gary Barber, got a wee bit of weight on here, but will count. And this is now Kaylin. Put this boy's name, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more of this young fella. Yeah, you heard very quickly the call there from Hamish Kape. I like your track, but it's going a bit quick down into the shadows.
And Gary on the forehand. It's the first time he's ever qualified at the Taranaki Open Fours. Finds himself in the final of this event. What a story that would be.
Well, he's certainly trying hard to be there, that's for sure, Alex.
This is good stuff.
This is good weight adjustment from his first. It comes down towards the jack, touches it.
To touch it, good enough. Smattering of applause from around the place. And Walton's team holding 2.
I can see what's going to happen here. It's sort of, it's like the movie script. Yeah, this is under the line, out of the hand. You could see was always down under that line. 2, and really the last few ends. I'm sorry, but the Hamish Kape side has just left it open. John Zittersteijn, of course, endeavouring to secure his 5th Taranaki title as Gold Star, as is his son, who's about to play. Aidan trying to get to his Gold Star. Now, the line, Alex, here is just around that bowl, and if you're around that bowl by a metre, you've got the shot.
Absolutely, on the back end.
If you get past that bowl, oh, he's out on that
caught
outside.
it well.
How far is it going to come back? But it's that weight that they're really struggling with, Alex. It's it's. I know the jack's just on the 2 metre mark, but they're sort of scurrying through. Really, I'm sure John Zittersteijn will improve on his first. No, he won't. I don't think.
Oh, that's probably the worst bowl of his entire tournament. John Zittersteijn, he'll be disappointed with that one.
Well, Aidan, if you want to win the Taranaki Open, you've got to change over holding the shot right here. On the backhand. Getting past the front bowl. Is it going to get past the front bowl? Yes, it will. Looks good. Has it got the weight to get all the way down? Close to it. No, it won't.
Not quite.
Not quite. Has it cut one of those shots out? We'll see it. Brendon Walton is in the 6'4" measure. I don't know what. That didn't tell me anything at all. Nothing. Sue
Very
Cotton,
good.
can you tell me something, please?
I reckon one. I think 1 to Brendon Walton's team.
Well, definitely 1. I mean, 1 and the measure. Well, that's
helpful, isn't it?
That's what we
One
thought.
1.5. Either in or out. Right, so Brendon now with his first bowl, trailing 16-18, holding 1 on the head, and the pressure really turning for both these teams now.
Alex, surely the Hamish Kape side, both semi-final and final, would have to be disappointed of how they've addressed the back end of the match.
Yes, yeah. I think, like I mentioned in the semi-final, regardless of the end result coming away from this, there's learnings that will be enacted. As we've spoken about, they're all young bowlers, really, and plenty of career to go, and that's good stuff there. That's good stuff from Brendon Walton. Oh, he hasn't sat the jack down to be holding 1, has he? That would be unlucky.
Might be only 1 was the call. unfortunate because he played the bowl superbly well, did the skip there, Brendon Walton. Here is Hamish Kape, who would love to be able to draw a shot because there's been a few ends in between drinks. Won't come from there.
Now, how much turn is there on the forehand, Kev?
For a touch on the jack.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, if you're Brendon Walton? If you can just move the
Absolutely.
jack 4 inches,
Well, he's got to try and play it.
just draw around it on the forehand side.
That's what John Zitterstein's talking to him about. It's a 4-shot chance.
Yeah, it's about visualising that perfect result too. We had Peter Belliss earlier play the semi-final, and he wrote a very good book on bowls with Mark DeLacy. Better bowls or whatever it was called. Still somewhere you can find it in places, but he talks about visualising that perfect shot, which is what they've
Absolutely.
just spoken about there. So Brendon's thinking, clear the front bowl of John Zitterstein's at 11 o'clock to the jack.
We
Move
asked
the jack back.
Belliss
Happy days.
about that famous final about in the World Bowls in Henderson against Willie Woods of Scotland, and that's where, let's say, the visualisation of Peter Belliss was that he was at his 4. Here's the big bowl, and I think I'm with you actually, Alex. Trying to get to the jack touch, 4 shots. You don't get many chances. Try and play it. Skirt just around this front. Now worked, not going to though.
Willing it back. Not to be a fair effort. You know, he's there
Good
or
effort.
thereabouts.
Good effort.
Scott, he's that far off.
It's interesting. The dead draw, he's only that far off. Well, none of you guys were able to get that far off, so just go and do the job for us, would you, Hamish? So here is Hamish Kape. Needs to be around the front to get down to that jack line. He's close. He's
here.
close. He's close.
No
Just
cigar,
going
though,
to go
Kev.
by.
What a great effort that was.
It was a
Let the crowd make
magnificent
a noise.
effort. $18-17, and you know, it's interesting. 11 shots scored since Smoko by the Walton side, 5 by the Hamish Kape side. There lies again that how things can change in this 25 in. Now, are they playing Matt all the way? They are. This is going to be interesting because we're just below the 2 metre mark here as we come to the last end of the. Is it going to be the last end
No,
of the
I think we've got a
118th?
we've got a 26th one, Kev. Surely a 26th end in this game.
Well, again, Trevor Johns. How
Running
far?
willing it to run out. Look at that wobble at the end. That's interesting.
It's not going to run to the line. Daryl Reid, here's your chance. You really have to play your part. There's Reid on the forehand. The 28-year-old.
Now, if we were playing BPL or Bowls 3-5, how tempting would it have been to pull the mat up and just put the jack in the ditch with your first bowl?
He's played a good bowl here. He's going to finish check level
shot.
along. Yeah, good opening bowl. And go straight away now, Alex, the tactics start to come into play of how you play this end. Because this is going to be under the head, is it? Not going to hold long enough to get to the bowl. No, it won't.
Now, yeah, interesting stuff here. Kape leading by 1, 18-17.
Well, it doesn't really matter if he comes around and gets to the 2 metre mark off the back of this, really, Alex. Because at some point in time there's got to be some attack, one would think. But he's in that inner line. But he has got more weight. Doesn't want to get this. Oh, this is trying to get to good and bad. Good and bad. Yeah, okay.
Like
Everyone's-
flashing lights around a target
Yeah,
here.
everyone's clapping, but that's good and bad because it certainly opened up that opportunity. I've got one nervous father now standing behind me.
Fair enough too. Gary
Yes.
here on the backhand side. Big swinging, Drake's Prides. First time he's ever qualified in the Taranaki Open Fours. Now, he's got a chance. If it has a clean run, that's a good shot there.
Absolutely it is. So, Kaylin here, this is the 25th end. The 28-year-old on his forehand will be happy if he's over the head or can snuggle the jack around the corner where it can't be seen. It's sticking out on the line, coming down towards the centre line now. Will now whip across. Will finish wide of the head.
It'll be interesting to see what way Gary misses this bowl, whether there's the intent to trail the jack or whether he's thinking, I'm better just to continue to stack the back of the head up. If he's looking for the trail, he'll miss narrow.
Well, he's been gone pretty well with Gary Barber. This time, though, he's going. Is it going to get
He's
down
on
to
the
the line?
probe.
No, it's not. It's gone now. We'll finish outside on the line.
The pressure continues to build here, Kev.
Well, yeah.
Exciting times.
Well, sooner or later, that shot to the has got to be played. That's why this bowl, Kaylin's, to get behind the head, deeper down on the rink, becomes so important. Not going to get far.
Still not past the head.
No,
This is a concern.
right. I'll be playing
This
it
is a
now.
concern.
Yes. It's absolutely get to it now.
I like that from Brendon Walton.
Yeah.
Either hand, move the kitty, please.
Door's been
Well, he
left
can say
open.
please.
On the forehand, there's John Zittersteijn. Oh, he gave the old head up. I don't know whether that's an indication. Well,
Willing
it's
it down.
staying on that
Willing
line.
it
Here
down.
it
John
comes.
Zittersteijn looking for the jack.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Might sit the shot bowl though. Goes by on the outside.
Beautiful effort there. He was just lacking a bit of weight, I think, John. He'll be ready to play his last one. He's a man who's good under pressure.
So who holds on this, the 25th in the 118th Taranaki Open Fours? Two Paritutu sides lining up in the final. Hasn't happened, of course. Last time this happened was way back in 1978. I think one of those players, John Murder, may still be here. He was here earlier on for sure. He was in the winning side, skipped by his father, Ken Murder, Dave Baldwin, and Murray Fisher up against Brian Holt, Vic Walsh, Toby Andrews, and Bruce Bellinger.
What's happening here, Kev? I saw
a bit of a
arms
convo-
gesticulating. He
Smoke
wouldn't go
out.
jack and pitch or something silly, would he?
Well, he's got to
Probably
get.
getting a bit excitable.
You know what? It needs to get to the.
Nah, just
Must
looking
be behind
past.
the head. Must
Well,
be.
that's the thing. You're
Or
looking-
getting the jack around the corner.
yeah. No, good call. Aidan. Now look
It's-
at that.
it's
That's
nothing.
a gust of wind there. We heard the wind.
It's
Nothing
nothing.
past the head. I would not be surprised to see
It's got to go
a bowl
quicker.
played with more conviction here.
Yeah, has to be quicker. Here is John Zittersteijn playing for his Gold Star Taranaki Open title. Here he is on the forehand. Gives that little twitch it. Well, I don't know. He's sort of jiggling around on the mat. Looks wide from where I'm sitting here on the outside. It is.
Now he
Gonna
just
go
needs it
by.
to stay up on the paddock is what he's thinking.
Oh, will it
Brendon
go
Walton
into the Lebanese lawn?
Did we hear it? It stayed on.
No, well,
Brendon
might pay
Walton's
the
gonna
price
walk
of not
down
having
there.
that back bowl.
Oh, this is exciting times.
Well, it's either back bowl or you tuck the jack around the corner. Cut that line off, and I think that's what he's actually looking for.
He's tracking out.
He's tracking
He's
out
tracking
there.
out.
Needs some luck here. Needs some luck. Going to get the bowl too fat.
Chances that Brendon Walton is short with his next bowl, anyone? Low. The answer to that question. All the back stuff. He's got 2 bowls to do it. He's trailing 17-18. Movement.
Strides back. Wow. Looks like number 4 on the line out as he strides back to the mat on this, the 25th end.
Here we go.
Got to play for the jack quick, I think. If he plays the bowl jack quick, chance of it going straight back. Here he is on the forehand, looking for the jack. Disappearing now, needs luck, goes by, nothing.
I
One
just
left.
heard the sound of John Zitterstein's bowl get knocked off. Doesn't matter though, it's not going to change Brendon Walton's shot selection. He's jacking the ditch.
Jack in the ditch is one regardless. So really, Hamish Kape has really got to get to literally under the number. Three bowls left, and this is the final of the Taranaki 118th Taranaki Open Fours. 180 teams lined up last Monday morning. Now down to 3 bowls.
And Brendon Walton holding the most important bowl that he has played so far in his outdoor bowling career in his hand.
Oh, he's got it out on the wide side. Here's Hamish Kape. How far is it going to get down towards the deeper on the ring? Won't get past the bowl, the number 2 bowl on depth, I don't think, of the Gary Barber bowl. Here we go.
This is unbelievable.
Bowl. On the forehand. Going quick for the jack is Walton. It's going to hook again. There it goes. There it is. We've got a winner. And the team, I'll say they hang on. That was a marvellous attempt there by the Walton combination. Daryl Reid, Kaylin, Huwyler, Aidan, Zittersteijn and Hamish Kape are the winners of the 118th Taranaki Open Fours. They have defeated Trevor Johns, Gary Barber, John Zittersteijn and Brendon Walton by, well, I think it would have finished up by 20 shots to 17. An all Paritutu final. I'll hand you back now to Alex. And thank you, of course, to Tamara, Briar and Kylie and all the team here at the West End Bowling Club. Done a wonderful job. And I'll hand you back now to Alex Reid, who will close up. And we'll be back, of course, next week for the Taranaki Women's Fours.
Yes, thank you, Kevin, and thank you for your efforts over the day. It's been a long day of bowls, but an enjoyable one to watch and commentate. And congratulations, of course, go to Hamish Kape, Aidan Zittersteijn, Kaylin, Huwyler, and Daryl Reid for winning this Taranaki Open Fours. It's been great stuff, and I believe now, on that note, we've got some highlights to cut to. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the highlights from that wonderful final that we just watched, and we'll see you back next week.